easy. He want go easy. He just want one and done. Like, boop. He want act like in the Artemis too.
Oh, and when the Artemis supposed to come back? Hey, Tiger, what's up? How you doing?
10 dear. Tiger Bond, thank you.
Eh?
Guys, if you're not following the host, right? Trev, one day we must stay on and get it to 1 million taps. I mean, I don't.
You remember when we did go near to that when we did the project 2025? You remember that?
Trev, I would come up with stuff a minute there on stuff.
Yeah, that time when we did read the project 2025. I want a whole heap of people in over here, you know. We got almost
the whole thing?
We got almost 1 million taps.
Jeez, more tap till you get you know. Make it up.
Me did stop. I think me did tired,
that's
man.
That's like when the man them do them thing and almost them want tap. We are tap.
When the man
What we at there? How we reach over there?
when the man them they almost, that's when they want to stop. Another time them to speed up. And then
what are you doing? Happy Good Friday time.
Yeah, but I true, not true, Yadi. I true at the time that them to speed up and get it over with. At the time that them want to stop. I true, she tell. Why?
I don't know about them someday.
What do you mean by you don't know about those things?
Yeah, right.
Eh?
You see that going up on the road, you know, stop till they reach where you go.
All right.
And that them to learn. You gonna stop right there, sir? For what? Right there, you gonna stop. And you soon go on your break.
Yadi, you take break when you drive every day. That 10 hours driving a day. I want when you drive.
Yeah, remember saying you take lunch break yesterday and go hide. When my hit, you know, want nobody see when my hit.
Yeah, me drive.
Plumber!
The same road every day. 6 days. Me off only on Sundays.
Yeah. Then when you're off on Sunday, your body not tired.
Him have a co-driver.
Not really, no, because remember when my next driver drive me asleep. Let me get my rest. Get me full 10 hour, sometimes 8 hour rest.
That's why.
Advance what? It's a difference. That's why when you tell us don't move, we move.
Yeah. And that's hi Bonnet. I see your name change. Look how I'm changing your Bonnet. You're following Trev?
Infamous, what's up?
Send one at me, please. Guys, the one time I try to recharge, it will happen. I don't know what TikTok to this day that money is still over that account. I don't know how it go there. I never had that account, but I think it's something with Apple. And finally take my money, me not do it again.
Oh really?
So when me get gift, me exchange it, and I saw me gift back, I saw me there the level, whatever.
Yeah, so me get the gift them, me get them back. Yeah, me get them. Me use them when me go around to other people live.
Yeah.
Me use them and get them because there's nothing to cash out.
Like. I told OG them the advance and money.
Yeah, like what is there to cash out? $10, $12.
I mean, if you stack it, you know the mean people them when I want to give back. But
yeah, that's the people them when I share back.
Yeah, me just go around and give them back because there's no point in cashing that out. Like why? Just go around and give back. Yeah, love is something.
But you ever look how much you say your badge worth that, somebody tell them, say, oh, this is how much money you spend based on your badge. But me look at them say, yeah, tell them my money. Me see it when you to, and I'm like, seriously? You have to check myself then? Right? The people that were really are rich.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
people go bankrupt. That's a guarantee whatever people in America go bankrupt because of this TikTok.
Really? They're crazy.
Yeah, we have them big old badge. There's some 30 had, 40 had, 50 had badge.
But maybe them do what me do then.
Me say, guess what, guys? Me dey on one live. Me dey watch one live day before yesterday, and the girl, one of the girl in our panel, use her other account and send herself one lion. She still. I swear. Listen, Mister. She used.
She lose half her money for
send herself. Me say she send herself the lion. I mean, let me tell you, say when people get gratified by the things they do, you can't. You know, I'm not to say. She said, I feel so good. I feel so good using my own money from my other account and send myself one lion, Panny lion.
I lose half of the money when me just send.
I lose half.
I rather send it to Cashapp and Zelle. She wants it for move around, just send it to her Cashapp, idiot.
That's why enough of them will give them rankers that per se with claims to them are rankers. Them do it for recognition.
Do it for
With all of them
recognition.
big badge and them
Yes.
That's why it's yeah, get them name call in the comment section.
Yeah, talk about that really. Yeah, this one them I get recognized after they done said it.
Some of them don't get no recognition. I spend money where them not have. Them crazy.
Not about it.
No me. When them not say thank you, me.
No, them not tell her thank you. Them see you want to go suck out some party.
Yeah.
I tell her. Just see it.
All of them win. Come on, Jesus Christ. You couldn't, you not say thanks, you get something.
I mean, see all people over here with them big.
And the people that were needed not getting the help. That's what it's
well, that's true. Me see big old celebrity them they over here and poor pauperized people. I send them some big. I mean, I say, like seriously.
Of course.
Yeah, they want a name call.
But some of them name not call.
Recognition. I tell her.
I would not like to call my name. Don't call me at all.
Yeah, them name not call.
I don't want you to call me to tell me you're sending me some money in Western Union.
Yeah, send it. Yeah, send it Western. Send it PayPal. Send it Zelle or Cashapp it. But not send it. Not send it on the Infamous say IG suck and TikTok getting worse. You know, say you're right though. Infamous.
Man, them disgusting.
Yeah, true. You can't send. People send money over Instagram too. People send gift over Instagram.
Must have sound.
No, for when me not
like me remember all them did. I owe it again.
Me don't know a long time now me not go over Instagram. Them must post one picture over there about 10 months ago. Eh?
Yeah, fried fish. Yeah, fried on fish.
You may fry fish?
Yeah, go fry fish.
When we get fish from one fish on the Caribbean store for $22. You mad? One day get fish. Me?
Somebody
do that.
No, me love. Me rather than myself. Me rather than myself. Me not doing it.
Oh, yeah, go do that.
You don't ask Trev these questions. You don't know that.
I don't
ask Trev these questions.
You know what?
You tell him for me.
I image to my mind corrupt. I'm in my brain a while ago.
No, I can't. Like what?
Should that flexible?
Advance.
Like I shot them pose in the backyard. I feel like
Yeah. Yeah, so Advance saying, remember one time when TikTok was safe. That time of COVID. In a COVID, TikTok did safe.
Oh, me can't add Advance up here. Advance go like my celebrity, you see? Advance, me can't add him.
I mean, about the man, it's a celebrity, 24 badge.
Can't add him. Oh, you add him. I'm a nurse baby asleep. What should I?
Me know why you not look. You know,
Advance.
you not have powers.
No, I do not. I'm never stop come. Wait.
Stand!
No.
You not hear her. She said she gonna stop come.
Misty, how long me over here? I know Trev for 19 all on 94 probably.
But you didn't have power. You have powers a long time. What you talking about?
No,
Exactly.
Hey, Miss Thing, don't go against the thing. We are co-workers. Don't do I go report it to HR.
Listen, Stan, what's up? How you doing, love bug? Good to see you. Happy Friday. You celebrate Good Friday. Me not celebrate, but What that you have there, so Danary?
Danary wants her bed.
I don't bed
I
that.
need to clean the door.
Out the door, she there.
No, she inside.
Oh, after me, I them now work good.
You know, see Flora, she said. Guys.
Nursey baby, what's up?
Yeah, Mr.
Oh, there you said your daily art me. Thank you, sugar. Guys, please don't remember when you send on daily art me, you don't leave no points on the board. You take them, we don't know. Carry your points with you.
What the points and go? What the points and go?
You can use your point. You claim your points and it go. It's how many your account. When you go around and you give one. Listen, the points you claim the points they're gonna your account. When you go around and you give like a rose and stuff, it comes out of your points, out of the coins that you have accumulated, right? And you use them to give gifts. Tell him the nursey. Tell him you use it.
Somebody a complaint saying call and I want to close. I mean that.
Yeah, and you use them give gifts, and you will know when you don't have any more. Because it's gonna ask you to recharge. Where clothes are go? Who need clothes?
But you wanna one day my daughter called ambulance. I mean never know.
Lovely, what's up?
I mean I say, yo, why would you do that? You know, don't sleep in clothes. The people them outside, me have to scramble for clothes.
For my video, you said the only thing was overpriced was the papaya and the Jamaican potatoes. The rest of something they overpriced to you. The piece of yam for $10.
You want experience. Never start doing that.
Guys, you all saw the video I posted with the stuff that I bought at the store for nearly $100.
Yeah, but when something them I did just experiment. They want experiment. You never need to buy it.
True. Yes, true. You're right. I may buy the little something, that little fruit. I don't know what kind of fruit it be, you know. I don't know why it be, but me buy it. I see my daughter cut off the tail like it look like she don't like it, so she put the rest of it in her fridge.
The tail? Or which one is in her tail?
She don't, that fruit there, what me say. No, I never dragon fruit. I don't know why it be. It look like one. It nearly one shape like one tomato, but it's like creamish color and purple. It look like one tree tomato. John Papa, what's up?
Hi, welcome. Good morning.
I'm just trying to see what the conversation's all about.
How you doing? The yam was $10 for that little piece of yam. I got cook it today because I don't want to spoil.
Trev, go buy yam for $10.
Mr. Child, you want to see the piece of yam?
Then she said, I think it's white yam or yellow yam. I just yam.
White or yellow? It better be yellow yam. I bet that yellow.
You know,
You still living in Jamaica.
John, what's up? What you say, John?
Yeah, true, John.
You still living in Jamaica, you wouldn't have that problem.
We are talking about it more expensive in Jamaica right now.
What?
You can't buy yam in Jamaica. We are talking about. But I know this.
Because of the hurricane.
Yeah, the hurricane. You know there. So expensive.
Expensive like what?
Around the same or more.
It's like a
The whole Jamaica got y'all supposed to be living like kings and queens now.
We do. But if we don't have yam for 2 days, we have in our head. So
I'm near
$5 US in Jamaica for one cabbage. $5 US.
Best believe it, my friend. Oh, you mean? Best believe it.
What?
Really? As a cabbage
I got a
there?
question.
Lovely, where are you, lovely?
What?
One must like 49 cents or 59 cents.
A pound, $1 a pound, me see it for. I think it wasn't too bad.
What's about Trev?
Oi.
You see the Korean store in New York? You go there and you make them cut it to the top of it. You see like how yours was brown?
Eh.
Yeah, I would tell them to cut it just so I could see the quality.
I got a very interesting topic.
What's your interesting topic? It's not one piece of the
Lovely, what's that?
I'm from the South. I'm from the South. I'm from Georgia, so I'm going to put some
I'm going to tell you, I get it. You from the South. What's your topic?
Do you think underage kids should be charged if they present a ID saying that they older than what they are, you think their mother, their father should be charged, or should the child be charged?
If they present their IDs where?
Charge for what? Charge for what?
Yeah, present
If they
their...
present the older, they present an ID to a person and pretend to be older than what they are. And
So
also,
they got-
should that person be able to sue their mom and daddy? if
Where,
they
them,
find
where
out?
they want to go? They want to get into a club?
They
Not
got a
just a
fake
club.
She lovely.
ID. You trying to say they got a fake ID?
Yeah, they have a fake ID. They present it to an older person, whether a man or a young man or a young.
And they,
You mean for a relationship to get into a club?
Yes.
What's the
For a
purpose?
relationship.
Oh, okay.
Relationship.
Okay, so they use a fake ID to present to the other party to say, I am old enough to be in a relationship.
Yes.
Who,
you think they should be charged, and the family should? You think the family should be charged?
what the family gonna be charged with?
let me help you out there, partner. I feel
Yes,
it
nurse
too.
seems to present it because they want to be in a relationship. You know, nowadays people are asking their potential partners.
Some of them fit there look older than
Some of them look older than their age.
Yo, yo,
They
let
get
me
traumatized.
answer-
Charge
let
them
me
for
answer
what,
right
though?
there, partner. Hold on here. Host, let me answer him right here.
Okay, what
I'm
you say?
finna tell you, I ain't going to jail for no kid who want to do some fake shit.
That's right.
You understand?
I agree.
Cause I feel like you done did it. You gon' stand up there and
I
stand up
agree.
and get the consequences. You understand, man?
So should a person go to jail though who have consensual with them after they presented? a
Go to
fake-
jail
After
for
you
what?
give me a fake ID, ain't no way I'm gonna know if you tell the truth or not. I'm going by what you told me.
But still, the law gonna hold you accountable.
Yes,
regardless.
it
Not
does.
the parents though. I mean, I ain't know my child went and got a fake ID.
Well,
I
this is what
want
I'm
them.
trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. Should the person who engaged with that underage person, after they show them a fake ID, should
I
they
don't
be
think.
allowed?
I
to
don't
sue
think they
Let me
should.
finish, sweetheart. Would they be allowed to sue that person's parents? Should they be allowed to sue that person's parents?
Hell,
Absolutely not.
I think so. I'm gonna tell you why.
I mean, why?
I'm
Lovely.
gonna tell you why. Because the way the law is set up, where the person, you victimize the person, and you attack that person.
Who's the you talking about? You who?
I'm speaking in general, sweetheart. Let's have a conversation, not trying to be funny. Let's just have a good conversation.
John P, I ain't trying to be funny. You saying something, you talking generalizing, but you want answers to a particular
You know who
question.
I'm talking about the person. Should the person who the older person, should they be could be in a civil lawsuit? Should they could be considered the victim?
No.
Why not?
All right, look,
They could be traumatized too.
Mister, everybody, let me tell you
If an
something.
underage person do that to me, I'm traumatized.
Since you feel like,
Now I'm scared to date anybody, so I should be able to sue the parents. Since I
But
can't
did,
sue the kids.
but did you
Oh,
get
yeah.
did you get in a relationship with the person after the person present the ID that they were actually underage, and you still pursue it? Then you're not a victim.
No, you know it.
Yo,
No,
Yeah, you
But
know.
my thing is, hold on, I don't understand John Paul because the presentation of the presentation of an ID it shouldn't be the only thing you use to verify whether or not somebody is old enough.
Well, initially you will.
Yeah, how far you got in school? You gotta see
How many
pictures. You
people
gotta.
ask all of that? Come on now. How many people will be asking
you
all
can't,
that? Let's
so
be
how
honest.
you wanna sue somebody if
I
you
do.
never
If
do
you not do your due diligence,
investigation?
so how you gonna sue somebody?
Yeah, you know, dear. You should have
You
to do
can't
your search.
You can't tell some of the time. You can't tell.
Yes, you have to. You have to
You
go
was
deeper.
20-something years old.
Go
How many
deeper than
guys
an
you
ID.
investigated? How many guys you investigated?
I'm not making
All of them.
Me know all of them on me that way.
All of
You
them.
investigated all of them?
All of them.
Let me tell you something. Me don't ramp with people, you know. Let me tell you
I
something.
don't believe that.
John P.
I don't care what you believe.
About you make that with you. I tell you, me investigate in real life. You see, just feel like me not joke with you. Yeah, me not joke. Some other man on know the age of the pity them. So what of them give
Come on,
fake ID,
come on,
you
claim
follow that,
ignorance.
You know about fake ID. You know how to get it. You was once young too like them.
That's the problem, right? That some people don't do all the woman. Exactly, lovely.
The parents know.
That's why I love you all, woman.
Let's be honest now.
We are called all.
A girl come from Jamaica, meet an American, a Yankee boy, who don't know nothing about her background or nothing. And they get to talking, how old are you? Oh, I'm legal.
Son, what's up?
How would he know that she lying?
He need to do his due diligence.
You ask questions. You get to know the family.
I'm guilty of that. And my ex-guy, 7 years younger than me. 7 years, I don't know nothing.
Pretty much nothing about her.
Y'all want to jump into shit without knowing stuff.
Big shipment say they got to be 23 and up. There are ways to find out. Yeah.
I'm saying this right here. The person who does that, get tricked like that, should be allowed to sue the family too.
Sue the family for what?
I can't sue the family.
No, you're traumatized.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm traumatized. Cause now I'm be scared to date any woman now, cause I don't know how old they are.
But you did not go to the family when you were trying to find out.
Exactly.
You ruined my love life. Now I'm scared.
Then you should have gone to the family. You should have went to the family when you wanted to find out if her age was actually accurate.
Oh, you from South Africa? Welcome.
Who sued somebody's family for something that they don't know nothing about?
Just look like
that's the way the world works. Operates today. Nobody's going to the family.
But after
Listen.
after you enjoy yourself, you are going to sue the family. Good morning, beloved.
Listen.
It haven't happened to me. I'm just saying, I just had that scenario in my head today.
Mr. Joe.
Other person be the victim.
Mr. Joe.
If I was in that situation, why I can't be the victim? She lied to me.
Mr. Joe. You know what happened to you? You know what happened, Mr. Joe? Listen. You or whoever or whatever scenario you have in your head, let me tell you what happened to you. As you know, see what woman and the woman say, ropes on a jump.
In body jump.
Mirror. Andrea.
Don't take no time to find out how old the person is.
Right.
If the person have any kids.
Right.
Whatever. No. I just see the woman, especially if it's a nightclub. And the woman have one little piece of skimpy, something like that. So, no, yeah, talk go loco. So that's Every day, Dixon come with a new word. What is
If she's obvious,
you know what's crazy? A lot of men, they can't tell.
Thank you, son Wabil.
Based on the conversation and how they speak, they can't tell.
Now, some young girls can wear suckers around these older guys. Some of them girls are very intelligent.
See, nurses say, go check social media. Check the person's social media. You can't go wrong. If the person have social media...
I chew them not know him. Time in their own.
Yeah, you will indeed get to find out the person's age.
I think John P talking about like a one-night stand setting.
We don't have a one-night stand.
Yes.
Yeah, like a
if you run into a nice woman, you're not a nice looking woman, y'all hit the girl, you hit it off, and she show your ID.
No, you can't just go by ID, John P. You have to do more investigation. You have to do more than that.
They're going to be thinking like that. I'm just trying to tell you.
Well, you better start thinking like that.
Nobody going to be calling that girl family, oh, your daughter old enough for me to take to the bed. No.
Go on social media. Who are her friends? Where she has been.
If she got a fake ID, how you going to know her social media?
What? So
you're not going to talk to her? You're not going to talk to her? You're not going to ask her questions? Right.
No man.
Me no know.
That feed the pan as you see me give me.
As
That feed the pan as you see me give me.
As you see me give me.
As you see me give me. Yeah.
At my age, I would do that. At my age, I would do that. But I'm saying some young guy, 25 years old, he ain't thinking like that. I mean, his hormones is raging. The only thing he thinking about is get scoring. That's it.
You need.
Tomorrow he wake up to the knock on his door. Let's be honest with it. They should go to jail if they present ID. If they don't present no ID, you should go to jail.
One of my friends, niece, and she around less than 11, don't accept her down. Let me see one request over the board. He want come up. I look up picking it up. If you click on her name, you can go and see. So she look up it. Where she over here?
Where she over here, so I do.
You're talking about social media.
Over here is not for children.
I'm saying, so alright. How would you meet somebody from Jamaica, right? That just came up. How did that person meet that person? You're saying?
I'm gonna tell you how they would meet him. She started talking. Oh,
John Paul always have some scenario in her head.
You have an accent. I'm from Jamaica. Oh, you're from Jamaica, Kingston? Because you know that's the only place most people know is Kingston. You're from Kingston? And next thing you know...
correction. That's the only place Americans know. So we are, everybody...
You know what I'm talking about. You know, American. So next thing you know, oh, you're nice. I always want to meet somebody like... You changed them. How old are you, by the way? Oh, I'm 21. You sure you're 21? Yeah, huh?
If you have to say you're sure you're 21,
I others have some scenarios.
You know, say she underage. Move.
You know.
We are going to show you, John P. From you.
Can't convince me, say you don't know.
John P. From
Overturn.
You're sure? That means you know say she not have age. Go on with your business.
I'm telling you now, Jamaican girls, when they reach 2020, they look under their age.
I said the same thing for American girl called Beer food.
And she produced an ID, and you said, oh, she's first thing
of course.
Oh, she from Jamaica, so she got to be of age.
No,
Sometimes them boys can't tell.
Jamaican. Mr. Joe, the first thing come to your mind, oh, Jamaican, my Afi Bangar.
You understand? You look nice already, but me catch her before nobody catch her.
And she just come a fresh meat.
This what she be allowed. You should take a picture of that ID as a man. You should be allowed to take a picture of that ID. Then if it comes back later that she lied,
John Paul, if you have eyes out for big women, you wouldn't have to look for Pitney ID.
No, that's where you're going wrong.
Go look for big woman with mature body.
I'm not talking about me. I'm just saying, speaking for the young.
I don't know if y'all talk about you.
I know guys 23, 25 years old get caught up.
At this point, for you say, are you sure?
Advance.
Get caught up every day.
Advance say you like younger females, so you don't know what we are trying trick.
A long time that. A long time we know me now. In love come on the Jamaican community and start up.
Anywhere the Jamaicans them gather, John Paul is there. All right, so big shipment. Big shipment said they gotta be 23 to 27. Why 23 to 27 though? E-shipment?
No, let me tell you why John know him I do. Him always talk about his mother and father age.
What?
Always.
What happened to their age? Them have a great age gap?
Yeah, big age gap. Yeah, man. Same thing 39 blood.
No, I said 21 to 60. 21 to 60. Long as she grown.
Here, John, what's your age group difference between your mom and dad? Talk the truth.
Oh, no, 20 years.
20-year difference. So what age was your mom when she met your dad? Because I know I tell one thing. 20, and your dad was 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, see there? Answer your question. A long time you know the difference.
21 to 60.
And that's okay, because you from the South, and that's what they do.
You grown. That's all I care about.
Oh, you grown, but you ain't 21?
You can be 35, you can be 45, you can be 50, you can be 23, you can be 21.
How old are you, John?
45.
You 45?
45.
So you should not look for you shouldn't be looking to date anybody for whom you have to get an ID to determine how old they are.
No, I'm not saying me. I'm saying I see my mother and my son got caught up that way. That's why I'm saying that. He got caught up. No, it ain't me now. I don't go under 21. I'm gonna tell you that I won't even talk to you if I think you're under 21.
And let me
no conversation. Period.
Look, John, let me give you
nice.
60, we ain't gonna have no conversation like that.
John.
21 to 60 all day.
Oh, you know, Andrea, I'm gonna make money now.
John,
Maybe I was in the garden, Andrea, and the thing over here would not connect properly. It just kept doing all kinds of things, and then it just cut off. So
if he has to say, "Are you sure?" Trust me, trust his intuition, okay?
Yeah.
This is kind of French, son. Not really.
I just feel like if a girl, I just feel like an underage girl, underage boy.
You hear that? You hear that, John P?
They need to be held accountable.
You might get tricked more with more than just the age.
Like the justice system is not
Imagine
good.
the orange transplanter. Imagine if it was a budding system.
This is how upset the Jamaican community on TikTok when I asked this question.
Yeah.
Should the stepfather be able to spank the stepkids?
Spank food for kid, you mad?
What I tell you?
Ain't that nice? Where's the missing? Where's the mercy?
Hey, John, you need to come out our life.
You might get tricked with more than the age. That one day? Listen, no stepfather now lip my pitney.
What's wrong with that though? If he's the father,
me listen. No stepfather now lip my pitney, not a backside. No, you not lip my pitney.
I could be in your house.
Oh, before that, let me see.
Like my child too hard, much as stepfather. Your man tell me when to make me.
There's no way I can take care of that kid.
In general, let me see.
You can discipline, but you won't hit.
Yeah, discipline is different from hitting, John.
That's part of discipline. Spanking is part of discipline.
You can go on social media and find out anything. Of course, you can go on social media and find out anything if you're there with somebody. You can't find out anything about them. Google anything.
Ain't no way in the world I'm gonna take care of a child and I can't.
Well, listen, there are life in life. There are varieties. If you don't want to be with a woman who has had children, you do not have to, because there are so many women out there who don't have children. Right.
Right.
What happened?
No, the one miss one big shipment.
Why say if me can't lace the pitney, me not there with the mother. But you lace which pitney? Your mother?
Find enough. Then you're not there with nobody.
You're not there nobody with pitney. No.
Don't take up a ready-made family. Mr. Biggs, don't take up no ready-made family then.
No, you're not like my pitney. Not a blouse and skirt.
Women out here then. There gonna be a whole lot of single women.
Well,
you can talk to the child, but you don't have to put hands.
No, you don't have to lick a pitney.
You don't have to put hands.
Big shipment, what's up?
Good morning,
what I mean by if you're not lace the pitney? What do you mean by that?
I'm from lace the pitney. I'm from lace the pitney behind.
What do you mean by lace the pitney behind? What? That's all like.
You don't say old body now. You hear him, Trev?
It sound like you might come in a relationship with so much hatred and anger that he will lick the pitney and kill the pitney. No, son, you know what? You're crazy. You don't need to lick the pitney. You don't need to lick the pitney and lace the pitney.
And then if I'm my youth, me have to go page you now.
All right.
Give a proper lace.
All right. Okay.
Come to my house, you're gonna get a spanking too.
No, you see how the problem is not going to end.
Yes, that's why society today have so much delinquent juvenile.
Exactly, not nice. Not nice. See how your shoes, you figure lace. I come talk about lace pitney. Lace super pitney. You're mad.
From the first day I moved in that house, me and them kids going to Walmart, shop for a belt.
For a belt?
Let them know. That's what's going to happen. Disrespect.
You hear that, Juliet?
Yes, sir.
Juliet said I have 3 daughters. And no man could have never put them on for my pitney. Them. You're crazy. I agree with you, Juliet. Are you crazy?
Eh? No, man,
Trev, the gentleman who attack, ask him to come visit my family. Me and my daughter, them give him
angle him. But come talk about lace. You better go lace up in boots. A 2 gram. Eh?
You can't get
discipline the pitney.
No.
Discipline, not beating.
No, sir. When you say you're going to lace the pitney.
How much are we on a panel right now? Grew up on punishment.
I stay got one.
Them bad people that always have for full parents, we're not doing that, sir. We're living civilized.
Wait, no, one at a time.
It wasn't the beating. It wasn't the beating.
It wasn't the beating. Enough of it right now on the panel can give thanks for asking what you
from my parents. Not from no step parent. From my parents.
Then we don't come together.
No, there's a big difference.
Listen to me.
On top of life now.
If you come in a relationship with a single mother and she have her kids, you know that
just grab
the way that you approach that relationship makes a big difference between you and the children. You know, so most of the time, the reason why people them not have no liking to no step, and because of how the man and the woman them deal with each other in front of the kids them.
That's true. And sometimes the man come in and want to come bully the pitney them.
Yeah.
The man not lick my pitney. Go and go lick your mother. Lick who for pitney. You're crazy.
If you have that relationship.
That's so mad.
If you have that good relationship with your man or with your woman.
Well, what it more woman there?
Then you find a woman.
Yeah, one at a time.
Listen, that child is gonna look at how you treat his or her parent.
Right.
And then that child are gonna respect you. And listen.
Well, on the advance, me soon advance to that question.
You see some word that come out of their mouth to your pitney are gonna eat them. You see some word that come out of their mouth to their parents. And despite their mother, the pitney are gonna eat you. So that is how they start get rebellious against you. Because guess what? Them come here, the man, him come, they come see you and your two pitney. And they live so good. You might never have
gonna do that
as
to
much
the biological
money or whatever. You understand? But guess what? You come in now and you come make
cause problem.
Fire to fury. To the mother. And then you want to scold that child? You cannot scold that child.
No.
How can you?
I talk about quality, man. When I talk at one time,
No.
One time.
Hold on. Hold on there. We have to acknowledge the people in the chat. We have to acknowledge the people in the chat. Advance says he's playing devil's advocate. If a child is physical with you, what should the stepfather do? Hold on the advance. What you mean a child is physical with you?
Physical, yeah.
What do you mean? Natural. That's why we must create our own family. Exactly.
Let me give you a scenario to make a lot of sense.
Wait, JP. Me want to find out from advance. What I mean when him say if a child gets physical with you, because as the adult, you're not supposed to entertain no form of opportunity to be physical like that with the child. It sounds like you're coming in a relationship where the children are teenagers. And teenagers not take no chat. You understand? Because they don't want nobody come disturb the dynamics they have already established with their biological parent in the home. And you might come in there and want to come change the rules. You want to come in there, come tell them, say 5 o'clock them to come out of bed when they usually get out of bed at 6. You're not come run no things here. What you talk about run things? If you want to run things, go to Cayman's Park. You can't not run no things here, right? Absolute. Me not in that. Me not in that. Absolute, what's up? Giggles, what's up? CGs, I don't know whatever that is. Mr. Just Crab somewhere here a while ago. Just Crab. People do not agree with me. Because somebody says, why does he think all children are disrespectful? And that is the thing. All children are not disrespectful, but it also matters the age at which you enter into those children's lives. Because if you enter their lives when they are young and impressionable, and you can, you can impress on them your way, and with the biological parent, you all can come together and determine how you are going to raise the children and the kind of discipline you're going to enact to maintain some normalcy in your household. Then that is one thing. But if you just come come in at the home and the kids are say teens, pre-teen, exactly, and you are going to come in and go like you are a big bully. You want to come lay down rules. You want to come change everything. You know, approach the kids like a parent. You approach them like you're a bully. Of course, yes, you and them are got tango. Of course, yes. There's going to be problems.
Absolutely going to tango.
There's going to be problems.
Good morning, everyone.
Make no own family and stay with no family.
Good morning.
How you doing, brother?
Beloved, what's up?
I wanted to answer. Greetings, everyone. Yeah. So I agree with the gentleman that discipline is necessary, and we could see the results in real time between, say, Gen Zs and millennials. Millennials being some of us who were raised with what's called corporal punishment, right? And then you have the millennials who are having a lot of mental breakdown because of the entitlement that they've been raised with. And you can see these kids in their behavior. They're actually beating their teachers at school, right? I couldn't imagine once seeing any of my peers even raise a hand at a teacher, right? But this generation, the Gen Z, not even that. If you look at their employment, they're not keeping jobs. No one wants to hire them. They're just so entitled, and everything is mental health. My mental health. They don't know how to cope and deal with things that we learned through these ways that we were brought up. And the thing about it is that you have a generation trying to reinvent the wheel. When some of us, we saw what worked. I can look back like somebody said.
Thank you, Larry.
I'm glad my mom.
That was me.
Papa Petit la, stop passing, Sherry. I didn't know. Hold on, people. Hold on there. Not to change the conversation, but just to make sure I acknowledge everybody in the chat. My friend Papa Petit la said, he's talking about the boy, and I don't know if you all heard the news of the vice mayor for Coral Springs in Florida, who was
unalive by her husband.
Her husband is Jamaican, Papa Petitla.
Yes, he is.
Miss me.
Yep, he's Jamaican.
Mighty God.
So unlike us, we know how to deal with conflict and resolution. They don't know how to cope with that. Their reaction is always flight or flee. And you see kids like, for example, my wife was raised by her grandmother who has different morals. She wasn't the city girl or the docile
Juliet,
right? And then her siblings too. They talk down on the mother. They yell at her. They command her. They disrespectful. And up until now, the son, who's like pushing 30, still lives home with mom. So they become these men who are boys that can't grow up to become men because of the way they were raised with this. My little man.
And sometimes they have what is called. Sometimes they have what is called failure to launch. You know, they need a little push, regardless of how they were raised. Sometimes they need a little push for them. For them to be able to set out on their own.
It can be a big one. For real, man. And I'm seeing it a lot these days where you have 40-year-old, 30-year-old man still living at home with mama. You know what I mean? And it's like, it makes you wonder, what happened? Sooner or later, there's not going to be no real man out here because they live at home with mama. You get what I mean? Like, and I think this comes from a lot of women who think them can raise a man to be a man. It cannot happen.
All I tell, it can happen.
No, a woman cannot raise a man.
Me raise my son, them a man.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. I disagree with you on that, brother. But let me give you a quick scenario of logic right here, so you can understand where I'm going with this. Now,
the children just don't need a loving friend. They will have their real
parents. My son
parent.
called me and tell me that his stepdaddy whipped him. First thing I'm gonna ask him, what did you do? Because there's always two sides to every story. He always gonna tell me his side. So then I'm asking, can I speak to the mother?
Top of your life, people.
When I call the mom and the mom tell me that he deserved it, I'm gonna tell her to tell your man thank you. I'm not calling that man and question that man about his household, because that's his house. And so now if my son called me and he got a black eye, now I need to know why my son's eye is black. Now, if he was trying to spank my son the proper way, and my son was trying to get away, and he mistaken hit him in the eye, well then, okay, you deserve it. That's what happens when you be disobedient. Now, let me say this. Now, my son called me and said he hit him in the eye direct. I'm going to tell his mother, tell him not to put his hand on my son again. And if it happen again, I'm going to go to her. You can keep the child support. Give me my son. Let me put him under my roof. But I still can't tell that man how to run his house.
Right. Now, and the men who like to quarrel.
Hold on, sister. Now, if they don't give me my child, if I told you to give him to me, let him put him under my roof, and you hit him again, abuse him again, now me and him got a problem. And up until then, I ain't got no problem with him. But I'm not going to that man, telling that man that he cannot whip that child inside this house.
It shouldn't be a case where you have to hit the...
Why you have to hit the child?
Yeah, whipping is the first option.
That's never the first option.
Okay.
Sit down.
Talking first.
Nurses said they put you too free, like you.
First option, you talk to him first, and if he's not listening, you talk to the mom.
No,
talk to him first. If he's not listening, talk to the mom, and then the mom.
I gotta talk to the mom. I don't need to.
Bro, no, bro.
I'm the man.
Talk to the mom first.
Yeah.
No, he's not listening.
Yeah.
He's not listening. Talk to the mom first. Then the mom deal with it.
Think about this, man. Think. I go to that child. That child's my responsibility now. I'm taking. So if I go to that child,
What is the father actively?
Hold on, brother. Well, he need to put him in this house then. If he's that active. Let me
What
say
if the
that.
mom don't want to give up custody?
Well, then he got no say so.
A lot of it.
The only thing I can tell you, he got no say so at that point.
They just had a young child. It's right. The
explain to the child.
lady was Asian and he's Jamaican.
Second time he doing it, I'm gonna warn him. The third time he gonna get popped. It's just that simple.
See, a lot of us that are on
Them just have one child? Really?
We all from countries. I won't speak for everybody that has these corporal punishments, even in school. Forget the parent, right? It extended to the community. It was a village that raised us. And if you notice, most foreign men from third world countries, whether it's Kenya, India, Africa, you name it, they all are highly successful, have great character. They are very less likely to commit crimes. So we could look at it in real time and see that the people that are raised with these mechanisms actually are the ones who thrive in society.
So you say whipping is the cause of that? Whipping is the cause of that? Whipping is the cause of that?
I mean,
so what about the ones that are in jail, locked up somewhere? What's the cause of that? The ones they raised like everybody else?
That's hypothetical. I don't want to go into what if. I'm giving you
Let's just say them a shuttle.
Yeah. You are about whipping. Whipping don't make a person successful, bro. It's their mental.
Hold on. One at a time. Alright, really, Adi, your turn. I'm going to start mute when I talk about the turns, you know. Come like order.
The gentleman at the bottom, he said if you look at the other countries and people that got whipped and the community raised them, they became successful and And I bring the issue to him. What about some of these same men that got whipping are in prisons, jails, you know what I mean? So what are you saying? You're saying that whipping is the cause of success because then you get whipped. You become whip success into them? No, bro, you're not making no sense. You whip success into them? Come on now, dude. Whipping is not the cause of nothing, bro.
This is the problem again. So I'm giving you the majority. You're looking at the minority. So again, we can see
majority of men are in prison.
Just 10 seconds. We have like the stats, data that shows that kids raised with a father in a home are highly successful or more likely to be successful. But you're looking at the exception that there are kids who come from 2-family homes, live in a suburb, mom had money, dad had money, and they choose to be criminals. That's not what we're talking about here.
Exactly, natural nonsense in my talk.
Even though you had everything given to you, you didn't grow up with hardship, whatever. You can't look at that and say, well, what about the kids who still go to prison and came from 2-family homes? We're not looking at the whatabouts and what ifs, because that's a small percentage. We're looking at the status quo, the majority. The majority of the kids who grow up in corporal punishment, countries, cities, whatever, schools, parents, I'm a product of that, right? But if you look at the next generation, do your research on Gen Z. They're bums, they live with their parents, they don't want to work, they're entitled, they're mama's boys, you still have to wash their clothes, change their diapers, feed them. This is what has been raised when you change the dynamic of how to parent. And I'm gonna land with this.
And the American
Even
man, them do them something the majority of the time.
Frank, what's up?
A case where your cops are interrogating, right? They use a mechanism where there's a good cop and bad cop. This is how parenting works. This is how it is with me and my wife. When they hear my bass, guess what? They scramble. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to touch them. And they say, "Oh, now you want to behave now that your dad is home, right? Because when I'm not here,
you see what you just said? You said you don't have to touch them. You don't have to touch them.
But they realize I'm the disciplinarian here. You understand me?
Beloved, let me ask you one thing, brother. Where you from?
Yeah. I'm Kenyan, but I'm married to Jamaican. I'm Kenyan.
Oh, so you know. I was going to tell you. You must know about Jamaica. You don't touch their picnic.
Yeah, so I mean,
we don't say no, we don't say you can't touch with picnic, but you can't just get up and say you want. Let me tell you so. You see, majority of the man, you see, one of them are the breadwinner.
Say it again. Yes.
For your picnic. And that's why we woman, if we do it, if we work, if we own money, because guess what? Him that talk like say, him come in and he say them are living our poverty life and then him come put food on the table. So nobody nothing up in their mouth.
Right. Him are the boss round here.
You understand? Anything you want to say, go. Hey, go there. Go sit there.
I saw them do. Me agree with your general.
Society was built by man for man. So when man are going into society, we understand where we are going at. In our household, we understand so we're prepared, we're picking them for go there in our society, right? Understand so a woman we want her to conform and not for say we run things, but she need to conform because we understand how society run. So if me coming out your household, I hear picking them just start to raise up when me reaching
then
I have a right.
What's up?
I'm not for ask permission, I have a right as a man in order to discipline your youth them.
Thank you.
Yeah, biologically and a mind, but I have a right to discipline them as long as I take up the mother. I'm not prepared. You're picking them to go in a society and become something in a society.
Discipline is not whipping though. That's the thing.
By any means.
It's a part of it.
Beloved said, when I'm talking, I want talking.
Me draw the line in the sun.
You know, you feel like say, you get to that point.
Me draw the line.
Wait, if me coming out your household and realize that yo, you're picking them, they're not start raising it because they have their way with you. As a, I don't know if he's a single mother or whatever, right? But in that scenario, right, I could say he's a single mother because she's up on the market, right? I don't know how, I'm not putting an age group to it. Me personally, you reach 14, 15, you feel like say a mother that come off 5 months. That's me personally.
Wait, say that again?
But,
What did you say?
No, but
13, 14, you can't
say what you say again.
They never come off of the market, but that person is not for you.
Who's to come off the market?
Yeah, if they're not supposed to come off the market, that person is not for you.
Exactly.
wait, our man have a benefit that woman.
Listen, when
So hold on.
You not determine the benefits of every relationship.
That's wrong.
Before we go on that, let me finish my thought, right?
One thing.
No, before I got somewhere. Before we go on that, let me just finish my thought. So, I'm coming out your household, right? I'm off at least you pick me one time. You pick me understand, say.
Pick me a boot.
Look, son.
Listen to me, man.
The term, the way I use the term, see, I go lace my pitney. It tells me that you are not going to discipline my child with love. I am not going to trust you with my child. Because that kind of language.
You're missing the
No.
in your house then.
No, you know what I mean?
Responsible man.
Every time you pick me get out of line. Every time you pick me get out of line, my feel, you know, because you pick me, I go get that one.
A question. One question more ask. I make my shut up my mouth, yo. None of you two wanna have kids. Do you guys have kids?
Yeah, I have 4 pick them up.
Dr. Jamaica, what's up?
Are they with you?
I have 4 baby mother and Juice get it.
That's why.
Exactly.
That is why.
That is why. Yeah, that makes sense though. That's why.
Stepfather man, you want them.
Makes sense.
Your stepfather man, you want them. No, stepfather.
All right, hold on. All right, relax. Hold on, no general turn. What you gonna say, general? Maybe you're general. Say.
Your stepfather man.
I don't understand why you
Your stepfather.
4 women, 4 different picnic, 4 women.
Why?
That's why I see
Stepfather boss your picnic ass and they can't say
Listen what I'm saying. And he said, once the picnic them reach 14, the woman them feel off the map.
right.
That means that all of them baby man, once the woman them reach, the picnic them reach 14, then they have no man.
Jamrock, what's up?
Come off my market, right? Stepfather is my picnic and big man.
Let me say this.
So you have the 4 baby mother in one house with the children? You say no step.
No,
the mom stay single after you're done with them?
You look so.
No, watch out. Myself.
Somebody got to get back out of
Answer man, make me answer what.
I'm gonna consider myself a village man. So my picnic them not get that certain way because I'm here 4 baby man. All of them have a good relationship. So all of them spend weekend together. If I'm not this week, I'm all in communication with them one another. Just so happens to happen.
You do it, man.
How much of them you have?
I'm gonna tell you something else ain't gonna happen. The father ain't coming to my house. Pick up his kids. He want to stand out there at the curb. He can't come in my house, my yard.
What?
No,
So don't come in my yard. Stand at the curb with the kids up. Don't come in my yard.
Money spent on the yard. I'm mad, man.
Real Yachty, you have any kids?
Bro, I got 2 kids and I got 10 kids, yo. So I know.
Okay.
And then one of my child is not in my house. But I just said father, yo.
So let me say this, right? So again, every parent has their own methods. It's whatever works for you. But what we can say is clearly this reinvented method, which comes from this timeouts and love. It has no balance, right? Because in reality, there has to be a balance.
I'm not against whipping, but I'm saying that should not be the first option. That shouldn't be the first go-to.
Bro, you're not like say you're not take advantage of picking them, you know. You give them one good ass and then from that use raise them. They understand themselves.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Big.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, the people. Let me hear what Danary I got say. Where you say, Danary?
Mr. Biggs, I want to ask you one question. One single question. What kind of fault you find with all of them 4 baby mothers? That's you couldn't stick with none of them. You have 4 different women. And you still, I got to think about take up another woman with another man, people that you have to go put lashing on them. Tell me, talk to me.
It's so unfair.
What do you mean by we unfair?
No, unfair. If it was a woman up on the live right now, I'm asking her that question there. I'm sure say a whole owner that come to back her. So the question that kind of.
How you go back a woman and say you go beat one next man pick me?
Boy, if a woman have 4 baby father with a yeah,
no, but are you come up with the beat then?
Are you?
No,
with the lashing.
With the lashing.
I was
the lacing.
From a standpoint, so maybe you don't have no kids. You know, so you don't know what it is to be a parent. So that's why I have to get in your mind to see, yo, if this youth have kids, you know what, him know what it feel like to be a father, you know what it feel like to go in a hospital and cut a navel string, bro. You know how it feel like when you hold a youth for the first time, how that feel? And you tell me, say, you go watch a next man beat your picnic. You're crazy, man.
Let me learn from you guys for a second here.
Clive, what's up?
Disgruntled child who's rude, won't listen, they yell at you. They even in some cases might even put their hands on you. How do you deal with that?
As a punishment. No. We have to, as a father or a stepfather. As a father or a stepfather.
How do you deal with that?
As a father or a stepfather.
Hold
That's the
on.
man of the house.
Stepfather. Real as a stepfather. As a stepfather.
As a stepfather or a father.
Yeah, as a stepfather. As a stepfather.
We got to go from both standpoint, bro. First, I talk to the mom. You know what I mean?
No,
I talk to the child. I talk to the child first, bro. I talk to the child first. And the child, which I don't have that. No. Which I don't have that problem because once we talk, once we talk,
Let him finish, please.
what? Because I would in that case, which I don't have that problem, but I would talk to the mom first. But in my case, once I talk, they listen. That's the difference, bro. I don't have to do all that because I show them respect. I show them respect just like I need respect. And if I love and just as much as I am a grown up, bro, if me know say yo me do something wrong, me step on them too, me not gonna say yo you pick me go and say me say yo I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to step on your toe. Let me see your toe. You know what I mean? That's not baby. You show respect and you get the respect back. You know what I mean? Instead of you coming off as a bully, yo, I mean, man, listen what me I said. Sit on this up. Go one side.
Yes. Right, delicious. I go on like big bad bully. Yeah. I saw some of my stepfather them go on.
Asking.
Delicious one.
Discipline they don't. But he's not responding to a child.
Will, man.
It's based on a child. You've spoken to the parents, they won't listen. They're still being rude. They always
then you talk to the mom. You talk to the mom. You talk to the mom and the mom. No, listen. You talk to the mom and the mom and the dad. The mom and the dad come up with an agreement. So yo, maybe he needs to go spend some time with his dad for a minute. You know? So, I mean, and then figure it out. Yes, bro.
You see that Papa, worthless Papa, enough involved in my household at all. Me a very picky area.
Mr. B, all you need to do is just follow the rhythm and take for yourself.
Simple as that.
Mr. Big.
Hold on.
Let me say this. If there's something
house in come back in
Mr. Big.
Hold on the big. Let me hear really how they say.
Mr. Big, as a man we have 4 baby mother with 4 different kids. You know to say a man worthless. Child worthless man, talk about a worthless man. Not because they're not together. That don't mean the man is not playing his part in the child's life.
No, I'm saying enough no talking in my house. Yes,
what you mean? Not in the house, in his child's life. In his child's life, not in the house.
What's the worst part of the picnic is?
Bro, but if you're having an issue with the child,
if you want to talk in my house, you come back in my house. I'm just take on myself as me say.
You know, what I'm saying to real yard is there's nowhere in society that you will find that type of approach anywhere. If you don't listen, you get a verbal warning, even if it's a job or society. Then the next thing you know, there's punishment. Every society has the same system. You're trying to invent something that clearly you don't care to see that it doesn't work. So I just talk to them. I just talk to them. If they commit a crime and cops say, don't do it again, are they going to, the cops going to say, I spoke to him and I'm going to just keep speaking to him? No, there's jails for that reason.
Yeah, and then some of them man still go back to jail. That jail and still go back.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen if you do that. If your kid think you the only one can spank them, when they ain't around, when you ain't around, they think they can do what they want to do. Society don't work that way. They got to learn that there's consequences for the things you do in society. And sometimes it ain't gonna be mama and dad punishing. It's gonna be somebody else, like the police. So they got to get that in their head. If you do anything, there's consequences. Now, let me say this. If I move in with a woman, she got teenage kids, 13 to 14. I'm not putting my hands on them kids.
Yeah, man, spank them too, man. Spank them too.
Spank who?
Let me get mine in. I haven't built a rapport with them. Now, if I raise them from like a toddler on up, yeah, I built a rapport with them. They know I'm still there. I got to love them or have some type of love or something for them.
Right.
At least love their mom or something. So they might give me that respect. But just coming in the house, they 13 or 14, you can't put your hand on them because they're going to hit you back and you're going to have to defend yourself. You're going to end up hurting them. You're going to end up going to jail. So there I go talk to the mom. Get them under control or I'm leaving. The only other option you got is pack your stuff and leave. And that's what I would do. If she can't get them under control, if they continue to be disrespectful, then I'm going to leave. And another thing, if you got a stepdaughter, and like I say, if you don't raise her from a toddler, don't put your hand on her.
I agree.
All she got to do is go to school and say you touched her inappropriate. You going to jail. I'm just giving you these things, what's going to happen to you if you're not careful.
You don't have no reason to put your hand on the picnic them. Worse if on a year
That's why I'm saying it's really difficult being a stepfather. It's really, really difficult because your hands are tied. And like I said, if I can't just with them kids, I'm gone. It's just that short.
So why you can't use the same approach as you use the teenager approach? You
didn't raise them. You haven't raised them.
Yes, but you just got in a relationship with a young lady. She got kids. They're not listening, bro. Pack your bag and go.
Hold on, brother.
Amen.
I'm saying when you get in first get in that relationship, you got to get to know them kids. Let them kids get to know you. You just can't jump in there and start putting your hand on teenage kids. Because some of them might be taller than you. Then who this man right here all of a sudden come in my mama's house?
All of a sudden you come discipline them. No, sir. Me don't know that.
You're going to have a fight. Then you end up hurting that kid. You going to jail.
But small kids are like that too.
Hold on, brother. You start jumping
but small kids.
You start jumping on that kid, beating that kid, the mother going to put something in your back. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm just giving you a warning.
I don't care what y'all say. I don't think the stepfather, especially some of my stepfather, them, you know, only thing they have to offer the children is licks. That's all. Yes, my stepfather, them only thing them have to offer.
She thought I hit him, and all hell broke out in that house. So I'm trying to tell you now, be careful, brother. Be careful.
Oh, but in a scenario, but it can happen with small kids too, Mr. John-Paul. You go in a relationship, they used to see their mom and their dad together. There's going to be some form of pushback. So you got to know if you're going to know if you're willing to deal with that. And if you're not, instead of trying to whip them into shape, bro, just pack your bags and go.
That part I agree. They like anywhere from 3 on up to about, I'll say 10. You can still go in there and spank them and do, you know, if you have to.
But why not eager to do the spanking business?
Somebody need to give a good spanking.
Yeah, why you into the spanking? Why there's no other way you can discipline somebody else's child? You have to spank. What's up with this?
Cookies away from them. I ain't taking the game away from them. I'm not negotiating with no kid. I'm not. I'm the authority of that house. It's my way. It's going to happen. Go down this way.
They're not your kids, right? They're your stepchildren? Is that what it is?
I'm taking care of them. They my kids, but I'm taking care of them.
So the mom is not working. She's just home doing nothing.
No, she working too. We both provide.
So how is it you, sir?
But then she don't need me in the house then. She can take
then go find yourself somebody else.
That's it right there.
Raise them yourself. Raise them yourself.
But I love
you. Pack your bag and go. That's what I'm saying.
Pack up your bag. Follow the rhythm and take for yourself. Follow the rhythm and take for yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pack my bags.
The mindset, bro. The mindset.
Nah, man, you can't put that responsibility on somebody. Then I want them to discipline the kids. You forget about that. Guess what? Them kids in my care. If I got your kid in my care and I can't tell them what to do, they run out in front of in the street.
But listen, you keep saying.
Who you gonna blame?
You keep saying.
Who you gonna blame?
Joe,
who you gonna blame?
Joe, you keep saying. Joe, you keep saying. Oh, I'm not supposed.
You should have did this.
But
you should have done that.
Joe, you keep saying, oh, I can't go in that relationship and be spending my money and whatever. You choose to go in that relationship and spend the money.
And you don't have to. What for single women out there?
Listen,
you don't have
to. I didn't go in a relationship to whip the kids. I'm not going to go in the house, I'm going to whip these kids as soon as I get in. No, but if them kids, if I'm taking up responsibility of them, I have to maintain order in my house. I have to maintain order. And some kids are strong-willed. Some kids you can talk to.
Listen.
I was a strong-willed kid.
Some men.
Let me ask you one question. What if? Okay, let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe. What if it is vice versa, where you have your kids and you're bringing that woman, and your kids are being disrespectful to your woman?
Right. She can spank them. She got all the
fire. I said no. Because that's gonna bring my baby man a drama when time you look and this people call him and say, oh, so and so hit me, and the whole point of it, you're not gonna pick the stepmom side. You're not.
Donna, you know, say you hammer in the nail a while ago. That me just said, enough step in the relationship. I don't know set ground rules. So for all our ladies for the panel, right? Where I say, yeah, Ray, no man can discipline my picking them, no man can beat my picking them.
I mean, so. No squirt round it, I mean, so. No man now lick my pitney, I don't talk.
Lick we are talking about the lick. The lick we are talking about. We're not talking about the discipline. And discipline
that is a part of.
Listen.
Not what's up.
Remember, discipline, verbal words hotter than something, you keep hitting them, Alright, listen now. You talk to them and they not hear. Look here, I'm here to take care of you, You put on that, do not see you. No. That's not discipline. You understand? And most of the time, that's how we talk to, we step into them. That's how we talk to, we step into them. And I see you talk to the woman too. If the woman open her mouth and say, no, you're not here to talk, so yes, you're wrong, but whatever. Hey, I'm here to look up.
I'm here to pay the bills.
Understand me? I said, that's not discipline either. And it's even worse than you, they lick the pitney too. Because you beat the pitney mentally, emotionally, when they say, he poop on all this, and he move on all this, and he this, and he that, and he that.
Exactly.
That is not discipline.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're coming in the relationship and it don't work, go on with your business. Let him make him and pick them so far.
But now, because I pick that,
men need to determine. No, you have to determine. Hold on there. Men need to determine what will work for them and what will not. There are some men who are not cut out to be fathers, and there are some who are not cut out to be stepfathers.
Right.
Leave the woman alone with her children and don't go in her life to cause problems.
Exactly.
You shouldn't have a man in your house if he's not responsible to begin with. Now, if I'm a responsible man, then I should be allowed to discipline because I'm a disciplinary in a responsible way. And if I can't do that, then I don't need to be responsible for him. Simple as that.
But
that will come back to your point slide.
If in that responsibility you believe a part of that responsibility is to lick my pitney when it belongs to you, then you have another guest coming. That will never be part of your responsibility.
Never.
So okay then.
No, then I put your hand on my pitney then.
You might want to consider getting rid of all the prisons, all these punishments we have in society. Even jobs shouldn't fire people.
No, I'm not.
Just talk to your employee. I won't want anyone in my company. I'm just going to talk to the disgruntled employee. I'm just going to talk and talk and talk. But this is the thing. The product. This is what we see as a result of this. We see these kids suicidal. I mean, no one cares about it.
Beloved,
they're suicidal.
You can't change the whole world. You have to just change your own little bubble and make it work for you.
I make a change from inside.
Yeah.
From inside your woman, make a change.
Yes, any change you want to make it in a year home. Now worry about the rest of the world.
You know what I'm saying? Contaminating my kids who are well behaved.
They shouldn't be able to contaminate your kids. That is the thing. Your kids should be able to help those people to modify their behavior. They shouldn't be able to contaminate, using your word, to contaminate your kids. Somebody can come out of prison and come contaminate me to make me do anything that's going to send me to prison. Exactly.
You can't control that. You have control what's within the household, but once they leave outside of the house and they interact with kids who have no discipline and have been taught that they could be rude and there's no punishment, there's no consequences. The whole point of discipline is to teach a child that every negative action has a severe.
Go teach your one pitney them and allow the woman pitney them.
If you play with fire, you get burned. Fire doesn't speak to you and say, "I'm going to give you a bunch of warnings." It's just going to burn you. It's simple. Go ahead, John. So this is, I mean, you guys are trying to reinvent the wheel, and I'm not going to tell anybody how to parent, but the reality is that there is results in his parenting, and we can see it in society.
Discipline,
the generation that's called
definitely got a bad rap over the years.
We can see how they disgruntled. We can see how they're rude. No one wants to hire them. Do a Google search. You will see employers don't even want to hire them for that reason. So they're stuck at home with the mother who raised them to be mothers.
Hold on, but what?
You gotta raise a man.
What your potential? Wait, no. What the way you were raised have to do with any potential employment? What do you mean by somebody don't want to hire them?
So the main thing that the Gen Zs and millennials have a difference is that we were raised with these type of punishments.
Exactly, Dean. Now that me say, go teach you one thing. That's what me say, and that's what me mean.
And we don't have mental issues. We don't have these mental breakdowns. We're not suicidal.
Ooh.
We're able to keep jobs.
Who is we?
Own properties and have businesses.
Who is we?
They don't even have a way to even maintain employment because everything is, my mental health. I can't deal with this. It's my mental health. Mental health.
You have created excuses for them. All this trauma, all this foolishness.
And listen.
General, so we Jack, what's up?
In the USA. No other country they have no mental breakdown and no mental breakdown.
Damn right. You know why?
Kelly say I'm mental breakdown.
We don't have this. We don't have no other country that have no mental breakdown like a Uno.
You know why?
You know
why? You know why?
Gotta go over and get them money for mental breakdown.
You're going away from your
because
you're right, you know, General.
Just talk to them.
Government get them money for mental breakdown. And they know that.
They get PFE. Say, why not play part?
That's why they said that.
Aqua movie, I must play my part. Oh, my mental health.
Listen.
Get that check.
Over there, some gossip people they have mental breakdown. Over there, some gossip people do some something.
14 they have mental breakdown.
I turn on gun pan picking in a school.
Shoot the boy was
so we go see all kind of something.
They don't want
So the mental breakdown come from the USA because of the liberty where Uno have over there. Jamaica no mental breakdown.
Over there. Tell them they have mistakes over there.
Well, I make myself look at tea.
Y'all pay therapists $200 to tell y'all something that.
They're right, so them fake it to get the free money. They're right.
No, listen, they rather.
Hold on, brother.
One at a time.
Just to tell you to be honest with yourself. That's all the therapists do. All this ADHD stuff, they ain't nothing but a money racket. That's all it is. Ain't nothing.
No,
you know what? Grandma had
a blast of therapist and mental breakdown.
Sugar cane.
Yeah, they come back.
Sugar cane was a cure for all of it. That's what you
get on the
backside.
It come back to this, right? Instead of paying a therapist to talk to your child, talk to the child yourself. Instead of one put a whip behind the back. The first option shouldn't be that.
Ain't about a scheme to make money off of it. Ain't nothing wrong with them kids. Nothing wrong.
Yeah, but I think he need therapy.
You know what they used to do back in the days over here? My dad told me. Like I said, my dad was old enough to be my granddaddy. He said when he was coming up, when you went to the city, you act up. They would send you back to the country and work all that energy off of you. When you came back to that city again, you set your ass down because you didn't want to go back to that farm again. And that's the problem. They got too much energy. Burn it off. Take them to the countryside, make them work.
There's all the high fructose corn syrup and the nonsense.
ADHD, ain't no such thing. People put that stuff in your head. Once you start to believe it, as a man thinking, so is he. Once you start thinking that crap, you start becoming it.
Real, but I ask you a question. Can I ask me if you? So, if me have no you and
Butterfly, what's up?
Pick up a woman and she have a young picnic in her house, you tell me some I can't not no right for raise her picnic raise her picnic.
You say you're gonna lace the picnic with some licks.
Yeah.
That you know like the mentality there.
Alright.
So what are you in the household for?
I come like that part that's sweet, you know. I don't understand how my discipline picnic.
You love me too much, Mr. B.
Your money and
You love me
money
too much.
That you
Mr. B, you love me too much.
Yes, you want to discipline them.
Let us ask one question, Mr. B. You be too much.
Where did you man before picnic? In other words, are you
Mr.
mad?
B.
yeah, now you have done.
Are you not have none? Where you have no, sir.
Answer my question. Answer my question. If she have one, she good.
Not four. General, ask me the question again. Ask me the question again. The first part of the question.
The hell you doing in there with a woman of 4 picnic? You gone to that yard? You mad for something wrong with
Are
you?
you not have done?
And you know how none?
One.
You know give not even one? You give not even one and you gone there? Trust me, if me do go there, and me get one, me still not live there. Your man picnic, but me not living there.
Look how much time man take up a man with our picnic and him not have none. I feel like every man can get you.
Because
Yes, he can't get none. If he can't get none, that's fine. But which man
you
you
know the circumstance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he can't get none. Oh, you know, he can't get
Why
none.
man say can't get none?
Man like a juice years and can't get none.
something
And because in a potable with them, the woman there.
But another
I know every man can get kids.
soul, and the woman have
That woman don't want you to do this with her kids. Do the right thing.
the child.
I get one.
It doesn't have a right for this.
Bye, what's up?
I will go get one.
Pack your bags and leave.
That woman did no match. That woman did no match.
So what benefit a man then?
Mr. Biggs, nobody lace nobody fit me. All you need to do, Mr. Biggs, you talk to them and them now want to hear you, Mr. Biggs, just leave. Nobody lace nobody fit
Listen to me. Me them not talk to pity them. Me them not talk to pity. I don't pity them. Me go to art. Me them not gonna say no pity them.
So my girl, right?
Me not gonna go grow them. Me not grow them. I don't mind them.
Listen to him, I forgot listen to water.
I don't mind them, man. They not listen to a word where you say. Trust me. You see, for the past 12 7-year-old, father, but you say not to them.
Let me see. Me I grew up, my father said, me not listen to him. I'm gonna listen to water and
Yeah, me say, Juggies, me I listen, you know. Me I listen. The man say the woman have how much, you know? The man say the woman. What I know? Me I listen to the man them a talking. The man say the woman have how much pitney and him go there and him give her one, him still not stay there. So him a go leave her with another pitney. Why? Why you don't want to do that? Why you don't want to do that?
Number 5.
So all you see her as is just a baby machine. It's just a baby machine. So you, yes, she good enough for your God go give her another one, but she not good enough for you stay with. But you leave for your pitney then now. For she go find one another man for raise, for contribute to the upbringing of your child. You see how no man are wicked? You know wicked.
don't come from TikTok and talk like something perfect or something.
Me far from perfect. Nobody know the fire talk like them perfect.
Me if you
Wrap up the argument there. Wrap up the argument there. Wrap up the argument there.
Alright. But sure, what I tell myself, if my woman I sleep with my woman and I use contraceptives.
Wait, now somebody have nice. Somebody have one nice what give me headache. Fufa nice that. Turn it down or turn it off. Where you say now shipment? Where you say? Leon, don't be confused, my love. What did you say? I want to hear what you said.
Me now my woman and I sleep with my woman and I use contraceptive. I mean no so I'm not gonna tie up my pathway. So something I forgot work.
No, but my thing is, the person in the chat say they would have another child with the woman, but they would not stay with the woman because the woman had children before. And me, I said that's a wickedness. You are saying if you're there with the woman, you're not going to be using protection. That tells me that you are not just going to have a one night stand. You want to establish a relationship with this person. But what is your objective? What is your plan? Do you just want to say, okay, yeah, I'm a woman, we're not going to use nothing. Or if she get pregnant, she get pregnant. But this a baby number. Jesus Christ, somebody have one nice and give me headache.
I think I can.
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, so you're gonna just go, you're just gonna go in this woman's life. You see her with 4 kids, you say, oh, you don't mind that she has 4 kids. Are you gonna be with her? You say you're not gonna be using any protection. If she get pregnant, she get pregnant. She gets pregnant, she has your child. I know you say, oh, that woman have too much pitney, I don't wanna be with her. And then you hightail and you go, now you have left another single mother, now with 5 children to raise.
You said a thing a while ago, right? I might be come off wrong, right?
What you say?
I'm gonna put it that way, right? Ideally, we have something in our way where we don't want, right? But it don't always work out that way, right?
Exactly, Nato.
I'm going like a perfect life, no work out how we don't want it. It's not a perfect life. Yeah, I'm not gonna bash no man and she have a youth, but if it don't work out, it just don't work out.
Right.
A life. I don't like something about bash no man, but if I'm going in a relationship with her, I have a right to help discipline the youth.
Thank you, Miss Thing.
Step up as a man.
And I want to say this.
Mr. Bates, we don't have a problem with you that discipline kids, you know, but you just say you're going to lash them. But at what point you going to reach a lashing? Because if, can't say reach a point of lashing because you're the talk.
Yes, delicious. 4 was too much, but then you leave 1 more.
And in our workout, you just go and left you and pity them. The worst if she not put no talking to them and make it look like say she had tried to even help you to get the child them in the way where you want the child them to be. You know,
Ramsey.
you just them and go on instead of you have planned to lash them and stay. Here to never grow up for you anyway you take it.
Exactly.
Teenager and they can lick back your backside.
Alright, how much I would plan on now getting beaten one way?
Was the person I wanted to say something.
When we were growing up, let me tell you now. Listen.
What a biological parent or step parents? How much are we here then?
Me never get beaten with no step. I know my mother and my father still there. 5 we are from 16 then they until now. So me don't know about that part. So
I've never had a stepfather, a stepmother.
No,
man. Stepfather. I know me a stepfather. Me know me a father.
What a biological or whatever step or what have you, right?
Listen.
How much are we here then?
Stay with who you have kids with and avoid the situations. Exactly. Stay with the mother of your children. Find 1 person, have your kids all on the shipment. You're going to find 1 person, have your kids with 1 person, stay there, so treat that woman well. Treat the children well and turn right there and raise your children.
That's not. The woman got to treat him well too. Now,
Well, do whatever you gotta do, but you find that 1 woman and you have your kids and you stay 1 place. No man can't hold me down.
As a stepfather,
the reason why that's not. John, let me say this. The reason why that has never happened is men, we have been gifted with 1,000,000 seeds in our nut sacks.
No, I disagree with that, brother.
Do we not always plant on the land? So like the man Biggs was saying, sometimes we get with these women. Let me just say something, John. Sometimes we get with these women, and physically they might be attractive, but morally and how they act, they're not necessarily wifey material, and accidents, mistakes, things happen.
That's no excuse. Don't give me that.
You know, right? And this is how the whole big culture comes about, right?
No. Me don't know what you talk about them something there, about on a wife material. Using your term, this wife material. How long should it take you to determine whether or not this is the woman you want to have your child with and settle with?
That's one answer.
Ramsey Stamp, what's up?
BS. I'm gonna tell you why what he said is BS. See, one of the biggest misconceptions that marriage started with religion, and that's one of the biggest misconceptions. If you go back, marriage is older than any religion you could think of. Hold up, people getting old married before Christianity, before Islam. The purpose of marriage was this: to establish a bloodline, so you know who your legacy is. So your kids wouldn't be sleeping with everybody. And wouldn't be sleeping with each other and producing a deformed society. That was the original purpose of marriage. And later on, religion got thrown on top of it. Because think about it. So if that case of what he's saying was the case, then you have a bunch of men running around just knocking up every woman. Next thing you know, they children sleep with each other.
happens.
Jack Sparrow.
I shut up for you, brother. I shut up for you. I shut up for you, brother. I shut up.
Don't make up. Cite yourself.
I shut up for you, brother. I shut up for you, brother. If it wasn't for marriage,
one at a time.
if it wasn't for marriage, you have a bunch of people, kids. If I'm just running around making baby by this woman, pretty soon my kids ain't gonna know who's who, cause they don't have no legacy, they don't have no name. Next thing you know, my children gonna be sleeping with their brothers and sisters. You have a bunch of deformed kids running around. That was the purpose of marriage, to establish a bloodline, so you'll know who's family and who's not. And so with that argument you saying that man's supposed to run around and do that, nah, he don't. He can't. Even nature tells you that it's gonna lead to trouble. If we just run around, knock up every woman we see, family gonna be sleeping with family.
John,
So
are you married? Are you
No,
married?
I'm not married. Nope.
So stop being a hypocrite.
Hold on.
What I said.
Hold on.
You're not married, but you saying marriage, but you're not married. At least I'm married. I can speak on that.
Let me ask you something.
Because you just made up for love. Go ahead.
Hold on. Was your wife a virgin when you married her?
Here you go now.
No. Was she a virgin when you married her? Did she want to go down that road?
I see what I was saying.
Because she wasn't a virgin, she wasn't worthy of marriage. Finish your point there, marriage. Because marriage is for virgins. So you want to go down that road, go down that road, brother.
Show me where you're getting this information from so I can go look it up. Because this is news to me. I mean, you're educated.
Why do you wear white? To show purity.
Where did you?
So she wasn't pure.
What historical? Where do I go find this information?
Come on,
John.
If you want to go down that road,
John Paul Deep. Where do I find this information? In your head.
Every society that ever existed, we
In your
find women
head.
to be a virgin.
It doesn't exist. Let me educate you then, sir. If you can't cite me to any scholarly
Let me ask somebody else on
sources,
the panel, since you can't take out of
One
the
at a
box.
time, please.
Since you can't take out of the box,
let me say
let
something
me
real
ask
quick,
one of the
John.
other brothers up there.
Let me say something, John.
Every
John.
society that ever existed.
One at a time, guys. One at a time, man.
Every society that ever existed required that you be a virgin before you get married. Every society. Even
Show
before
me
you
where you're getting your information from. You're expert
every
on
civilization.
society.
So
Give me one
Which society that require you to be a virgin before you get married? Which society?
Every society.
Every society?
Hold on, let me finish. You're not listening to me. According to the sacredness of marriage, throughout history, you will find now society that did not require you to be a virgin.
John, you're just saying things. You're not citing. John, tell us where we can find this.
Because you don't want to hear the truth.
But you're not telling us where we can find it.
Let me finish.
Tell me where I can find this. I don't trust you as a scholar. Tell me. I don't trust you either.
Let me finish. Name me one society who practice marriage.
Name me one.
Did not require you to be a virgin.
Name me one.
Name me one. You can't do it.
You can't tell
You married. Bottom line.
What's your background, John? You a married scholar?
What is fornication? What is fornication? What is fornication?
You married a woman that was used. That's all it is. You got used goods.
Let me say
You got
something.
to face that.
What is
John, are you done? Can I respond
Yes, I'm
real quick?
done.
All right, so this is the thing. If
I use goods too.
you're gonna make this
I'm used goods.
But here, yeah.
I use goods. You use goods.
But John are 45 and John not married. And John have the audacity if you come talk about used goods.
Why you don't want you man take up a use goods?
John, you're not married. You're not married. I know you're not a virgin. So, how that go?
That's why I'm not going to get married.
Can you use goods? Well, don't take the use goods then. Stay straight
This
again.
is not called, Mr. General, it's not called used goods, it's called damaged goods. It's on
You
damage.
can call it what you want to call it, however it's used. Listen, I'm not going to no altar line with no white on. I'm taking no woman down no altar with white on like she pure. She been used already. That's what white symbolizes.
Why you use the word used? I mean, what do you mean by used?
According to the sacredness of marriage, You're supposed to be a virgin. You're not a virgin.
So why don't well get you?
All right, Trev.
You're not a kind of you are 45. Hold on. You are 45. You expect to find one virgin. That's why your mind upon the little pitney them. That's why y'all talk about the little pitney them ID. Because at 45 you expect to find a virgin. That means you should have been married from your 15, 16. That would be an opportune time for your mate to be a virgin. But 45, no wonder y'all look at the them ID and I talk about, oh, you don't know their age. I said, what about business?
You won't find no virgin over 18.
Where is it, Donna?
You sure? I don't think you sure age, because further down in the comment, me here want somebody say a 3 year, no, I might see a age. A 3 year. Pull down the comment and look on it. Pull down the comment and look.
That the man said 3 years ago,
a 3 year, no, I might see a
If you're gonna make claims, make
it's all love, John. I mean, it's all love, John. It's all love. We don't know, John.
He brought up the synchronism of marriage, which clearly he's given us his concept of it, right? He did not cite where he got the information, where he learned it. Every culture.
Exactly delicious. Culture. It's take it or leave it.
Name me one culture that don't say that. Name me one.
Let me help you.
Name me one. Since you're going against me, name me one.
Philip, me can't talk about Muslim religion. Come not going to Muslim religion.
No, name me one that says you don't have to. It's not required.
And I don't think John is either.
The burden of proof is on your end because you made the claim, not me. But let me just say this, please.
That's an excuse.
Village liar, what?
Reality. Brother, you married a woman that was not a virgin. You're a fool. Bottom line.
I tried to keep quiet when you were speaking. I was only asking you to tell us where you got the information from. That's it. The burden of proof is on your end because you're making a claim about marriage. So this is the thing. Historically, marriage itself is a Roman Gregorian law that was implemented. Before that, marriage was not. It was a man and a woman.
Me not have no empty box,
yes,
Ramsey.
And cultures that
Ramsey, me run out of box.
And all type of things.
Trevor can't take me down and put him up.
Who that's going to take them down? Danary?
Give thanks. Welcome down. Big up. Thanks everybody for your conversation.
Oh, all right, big shipment. Sister, what's up?
Good conversation, man.
All right, send me request, Ramsey. Let me hear what you have to say. Watch, I'm going to put on the tea. I forgot the tea.
Man, you from Africa. You have to pay a dowry price. They require you to be a virgin. They require you to be a virgin, bro.
This is why we have scholars.
Come on, man. Education make you stupid, brother. I tell you, black folks go out and get education. Y'all get downright stupid. You
can't back up the claim. Now you're using
Joe and Mr. Bell, we don't have to go that far about where we come from and where each other come from. We don't have to go that far. But I am thinking that he's referring to maybe back in Bible days, in the commandment where they say you should not fornicate. And fornicate means having sex, right? Before marriage, so maybe that's where he's coming from. But the whole of it,
it's not just Christianity.
You understand?
Traditional marriages around the world all require the woman to be a virgin, pure. Every last one of them that I have studied, from so-called Native American to African tradition to Asian tradition, all of them require them to be a virgin. So if you marry a woman that's not a virgin, you got cheated. You're a sucker. Bottom line.
This dude's making up. Let me tell y'all something real quick. So Chinese,
brother.
Let me tell you, Chinese have, at the age of 25, they have what's called Qingyu, which means leftover. That's the only society I've seen historically that has such a term, leftover, for women who are unmarried that are older than 25. This dude is making claims. He can tell you where he got his information from. What I'm saying, you guys go look up, right? The Chinese culture.
Look up. I told you, education. He can't think outside a book. He can't think outside a book.
John,
go ahead, talk.
He can't think outside a book. He's an educated fool.
Joe, let him talk, Joe. Let him talk. Let him talk first. Let him talk. Let me get a full understanding.
All right, I'm come back.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm
not responding.
Because a whole heap of concubines in the Bible. Exactly, Sparrow. What heap of concubines in the Bible? So you can't quote the Bible to me in that term, because what heap of concubines in the Bible and the man them never married to them.
Thank you.
The man them never married to them.
He never said that. That's the thing. He's not giving you any sources, so you can't even tell where he's getting his information from to correctly even try to rebuttal it.
Ramsey, what's up?
I said they didn't get married. I didn't say you didn't have to stay. You couldn't stay with them.
This is not a man.
I'm saying, according to the
Not a
sacraments of
man
marriage.
speaking. No. He might talk about some virgin Bible. He's quoting to some Bible that white man wrote for this.
What did I say? What did I say?
This is like virgin and they're not supposed. Like,
what did I say? I said, according to all societies who practice.
I wish.
I didn't say the Bible.
The only
I didn't
thing
just say the
pure,
Bible.
that means you like young kids.
I just didn't say the Bible. I said, according to all traditions, it require you to be a virgin to get married. Name me one.
I don't know what the fuck.
You can't insult me, brother, because people who talk like that be the main one that's doing it.
Yes,
I am. The main one, that's what children, the one who saw claiming everybody else doing it, so they want to get the attention off of them.
Respectfully do it.
Every time a person
one at a time, you sound confused.
One at a time.
Yeah,
all right. I'm trying. This nigga ain't saying shit. I'm not trying to come at you. You're insult. You like young kids, nigga. Cause only a 15 are like, who is pure. 18-year-old, they want to have sex. They're gonna go do that.
See how he think?
Yeah. See how I think I got kids, ho.
Let's listen to him.
You just say you don't
always tell you he's an idiot. If you listen long enough, an idiot will always tell you he's an idiot. Just listen to him. Go ahead. Keep going.
I'm an idiot when I got young kids raising.
So you tell your daughters it's okay for them to go ahead on and do what they want to do?
No.
That's what you saying. That's what you
spinning.
You saying
that's
that?
You spinning some shit.
No, that's what you doing with me. So I'm spinning it back at you.
Oh, motherfucker, just shut the fuck up, man.
You're an idiot.
You ain't go. You sound like Trump.
You're an idiot.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know disrespect, guys. No, but everybody jumping in over here.
We just a reason.
All right, beloved, your turn.
Criticism, constructive criticism.
Beloved, your turn. You may work with right now.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. You know, some people make me feel like I don't walk down that classroom, down the ramp with all the special kids, you know? And, you know, it's hard to track in that instance because I'm like, man, what did I walk into?
The education anyway, he's stupid. He's a prime example.
So the idea of marriage, first and foremost, and I'm glad somebody brought up the term concubine because that brings up a great point because not every woman that was married was in that situation that's being described, right? Historically, we're not going to find any, unless it's the mother of Christ, right? We're not going to find too many instances where this is actually factual, right? Now, I'm giving you guys the only society that I know of, because he's talking about every culture. I'm giving you guys the only culture that I'm aware of that even has the term leftover, and it's not based on the woman's innocence or his being a V, right? It's based on her not being married past the age of 25, and the word they have for those women is
it's 30.
As you know,
some green tea.
30 is 25.
It's 30.
You didn't cite any source. Dude,
look it up. It's 30.
30 is 30 what?
He's stupid, man. He's out of school, man. Some of y'all don't go to school.
The main thing here is that as humans, right? This is a
Can we just stop using insulting words, please?
Yeah, he can't help himself. Ad hominems is his specialty. But what I'm saying is that as men, as the male species, we are given 1 million in our biological development design, right? The woman, 1 every 9 months, or however it goes. Often you get some whatever. Boom. So based on this, God does not make mistakes, right? We are designed in a way that we could leave seeds in lands we want to be a part of, and sometimes we end up putting a seed in a land that we didn't necessarily intend to move into, right? And this is where we have kids born out of wedlock, right? The term kids the bastard child. This is where these terms come from.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's not so much that it was intentional. It's that
I don't care. This is kids internationally, motherfucker. It's not just our kid. I'm talking about kids worldwide. Oh.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that I'm a product of that. My dad got with my mom, which I believe my mom was just a side dish, you know what I mean? And by the grace of God, I came forth, me and my brother. You know, my mother never was married to my dad, but my dad was populating and being fruitful, you know what I'm saying? And thanks to his fruitfulness, I'm here today. So I'm not condoning that men should be absent in their kids' lives, but I'm saying that these circumstances happen. Whether we know it, agree to it or not, it happens. A lot of us are a product of that. Not everybody grew up with a two-family home, mother and dad were married and lived in a two-picket fence home, whatever the case is, a white picket fence home. That's not the case. The reality is that some kids come from a man getting with the woman, a man being physical, and the man who's physical is physically
back.
In our land. Thanks for having me, host.
Hey, host, let me ask you something. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Have you ever known in the society who practice marriage that didn't require the woman to be a virgin? Let me say this. I'm not saying you can't get married and not being a virgin, but you know in a society that didn't require you to be a virgin. Can you name me one, host?
No, I can't name any.
And how would you test that, John? Can you expound on that? I don't know about this. How do you test if a woman is a V? Is there a test that they do?
Listen, not even, let me tell you something. Not even in the Bible didn't get it right. Well, I know. Not even in the Bible didn't get it right about women being virgins. Because Moses did come up with one piece of law and claim that a woman must be a virgin. But if you read the Bible and go it through, you will see how many women in the Bible were not virgins. All right? Abraham pimp out Sarah. Cause Sarah is his wife. Sarah was his sister. He pimp out Sarah. Did you see anybody throw a stone after Abraham in the Bible? Nobody, right? If you look at the same Jacob was with Leah. He was with Rachel. He had Bilhah. He had Zilpah. You see anybody in the Bible was condemning them, saying that they were not virgins or they were concubines, they were not worthy of being married to him and all these things. We don't always look for the most degrading thing to say about women. When you come up with all these things about, oh, women gotta be a virgin if they're not a virgin, whatever, that got nothing to do with anything. It don't have nothing to do with anything. Because every woman is going to get her first experience from a man. Every man is going to get his first experience from a woman, I would hope. So what? Anybody questioning the man's virginity? Anybody questioning the man's virginity?
I'm saying according to the sacredness, you're not listening to comprehend. What I'm saying, according to the sacredness of marriage, you are required to be a virgin. I ain't saying you can't.
No, there's no law that says you have got to be a virgin to be married. Tell me one. You tell me. You making the claim. You defend it.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna tell you where to go. Where he from? Go to Africa and try to marry a woman, and if she's not a virgin,
go and go sit down and stop chat rubbish. Stop chat rubbish.
See what the dowry price gonna be. See what the dowry price gonna be. Come on now.
Lovely, what's up? Me don't know where make up in store them from.
Hold on. He has an African on the panel, and he says, "Go to Africa." Do you even know anything about Africa, dude? I mean, you said synchronism. We telling you the Bible is not teaching.
I know more about Africa than you do, bro.
What's synchronism?
That's why you come over here to learn about Africa.
It's not biblical.
Why you come over here to learn?
Let me say something, please. Let me say something. Joe, I believe that, you study a lot, because I can listen to you study a lot. And I think a lot of people, especially females, they study a lot just like you do. And that is how they come up with this belief that I'm saving myself for my husband. So guess what? I'm not going to let a man have sex with me in my vagina, but he can do it in my buttocks and he can do it in my mouth. Isn't that sin just the same? Sorry if I pass the limit, but no, for real.
It's the same. Same to me. You disgraced yourself. You're not worthy of marriage no more.
Yeah.
You can get married.
You want this worthy of marriage. You want this worthy of marriage, but you're not married. What?
Exactly.
You can find a fool to marry you like he did. You can find a fool. There's a fool born every day. It just won't be me.
No, better me that's married with a wife and a few concubines than you. You know what I mean? You know, but this is the point. You're not telling us how they would test this virginity of this woman. Teach us about this marriage. Tell us
you talking stupid. You trying to deflect now.
I mean, I'm not deflecting. You're saying she has to be a virgin.
You got a woman that's been around, brother.
How does
you sucking up the marriage.
test the woman? Are you the one
being around? You was a sucker to marry. Just
who's doing the test, my guy?
You want some tea, Andre? My dad drink like a green tea.
Dumber than rocks, man. If you can't tell us how the test is done, but you claim that they all have to be, you're making claims that you can't even back up. You can't substantiate it. You say sacredness of marriage. It's not Christianity. It's not Judaism.
I'm not saying
it's
you
not
can't
Islam.
be deceived.
It's
Slow
not Buddhism. It's not the Eastern beliefs. So what
I'm not saying you can't be deceived by her claiming to be a virgin. I'm not saying you can't be deceived, but according to the sacredness of all marriages that I know of, that you have to be, you're required to be a virgin.
John, stop repeating that. Cause I don't go so.
So what I'm saying wrong?
He says sacredness of a marriage. That's what according to the sacredness of a marriage, he keeps repeating that. But he's not saying
this guy went to school and got some education that turned into a fool. He got to own up to it. You're a fool.
You have to have something to reference, dude. You're teaching us your beliefs, but your beliefs are not documented anywhere we could go look it up. And it's not a major belief, obviously, because you're not even married. So you can't even practice what you're preaching.
90% of the people who go to school and get a degree become an idiot. And it's a fact. 90% of them. That's why most people that never went to school.
Yo, please, let not.
Seth, what's up? Andre.
Please.
Are you a virgin?
Let's not go there.
Are you a virgin?
Be a fool.
Are you a virgin?
You're a virgin, yeah.
Are you a goddamn virgin? Martin, the question. Are you a goddamn virgin?
Who you talking to, me?
Of course, you're not a damn
I told
virgin.
you I wasn't no virgin. I told you a woman would be stupid to marry me.
Yeah.
Okay, you are not a virgin.
So why you don't leave this alone, this man? Just stupid from you.
I hold myself accountable.
But yeah, you have already messed with women. Those women are not virgin. Even if they were when you messed with them, they are not virgins anymore. So now you're gonna say that.
Why I ain't married.
That's why
That's why I didn't marry. Yeah.
You're chat nothing but fart.
You sleep with them and not. So according to the sacredness of marriage, if you sleep with a woman, you ought to make her a wife. I'm gonna make up my own rules right now. So why did you not marry her? Why don't you sleep?
He said not have none Jack Sparrow. He not have no pitney.
So you just used her and had sex with her because
just like the man used your wife, advocating. Just like the man who used your wife and you was fooling up to marry.
Exactly, sister.
Bigger fool to marry.
You crazy, John. John, you're crazy. Anybody use nobody. People have their experiences.
I got good sense. Everybody talk to me know I got good sense.
You have no good sense. People have their experiences.
You just don't want to acknowledge the truth. You just don't want to acknowledge the truth.
What kind of truth?
People won't hold themselves accountable. You're always lying to yourself. Quit lying to yourself.
I'm not lying to myself. It is the truth. A woman.
You're not a virgin. You're not worthy of marriage. I'm not saying you can't find a fool to marry you. There's one right there beside me.
You're talking nonsense. You talking nonsense. If you even look in the Bible, you notice that if anybody will read the Bible, you notice in the Bible they say that if you married a woman and she not bleed on her wedding night, you have to carry her back to her parents and then to stone her to, you know what? Listen, because if they don't bleed on the wedding night, it tells that they were not a virgin. But let me tell you, not every woman. Stop it, eyes, John, because you're crazy, in a sense. Not every woman bleed her first time having sex. So even in the Bible, them never get that right because they did not have the scientific evidence to prove that. Not every woman bleeds the first time. So imagine who don't believe the first time when you have sex, and I'm going to take you and stone you because the blood not upon the sheet. Really? Okay.
You cannot bully me out of it. You call me all kind of names, whatever you want to call me. I stand on it. If you're not
I don't care what you want to stand on or I don't care what you...
A man is a fool for marrying you. I stand on that. He's a fool for marrying you if you're not a virgin. I
you is a bigger fool. For going around and sleeping with women and then leaving them for somebody else to marry them, and then you say, oh, that person is a fool for marrying them after me don't leave them. Nobody shouldn't be with nobody after you be with them anyway.
She wasn't no virgin when I met her. She wasn't innocent when I met her.
So why you going to, so why you gonna partake then?
Why should I marry somebody else and use that? Make sense out of that. Just like you going to Walmart, buy a drill. The whole Walmart.
Andres, so the man said, no, I get your ring. Nobody don't want your ring. And you said,
repackage your drill and sell it to you as a new drill, and you buy it. You a fool.
I look at tea me a drinking a Frank. Look at tea for bust the gas. I look at tea. Rose, what's up? The man said, no, I get your ring.
She's pure. She's lying to you. Simple as that.
Listen, John, I suggest that you take a seat in a corner very often and re-examine yourself and re-examine your stance on life and the contribution that you are not making to humanity, and evaluate it and ask yourself if this,
that's why the world's what it is right now.
Because of people like you,
make up lies and excuses to go on doing negativity. That's why the world
to go on doing negativity.
Right. That's why so many baby mamas out here now, because women who think like that.
Because of men like you. You see, you say you're going around, you fulfilling your desires. You fulfilling your desires with women, but they are not good enough to be to be a wife. And that is why you keep. That's why you keep talking about those little girls with IDs. You want to see IDs on little girls because in your mind, even as a grown man, in your mind, you still believe that you will not. Hold on, based on your own argument. Well, Anna John, are you around this army? Listen, coming on a time to argue with you and this. Me not argue with you now. That is why in John's mind, in his grown mind, he is thinking, listen, I am this old. The only way I'm going to get a virgin to marry is if I marry a little girl. And that is why he's so obsessed, I should say, so obsessed with getting little girl's ID. He got to get an ID to see. And you hear him talking about all these hypotheticals. Oh, what if she shows you an ID and the ID says that she is older than she really is? That is because a man like him is fishing. He is fishing for a virgin child to call his quote-unquote own. Because all that he has done in his lifetime, he has come to this ripe old age, he sees that he's not going to... The possibility of a 45-year-old man finding a 45-year-old woman who has never had sex is next to nil. So that is why I'm fishing for the little children and accommodating hypotheticals, talking about, oh, if she give you ID, should I go to jail? You ask to go to jail. Prison, you forgot. All right. And you don't have to marry to know about things. Exactly. Sister, what's up? The man come here this morning, come get me cross. Oh, Andre, that question was a spin-off. Was a spin-off from a part of the conversation earlier. That is why General had asked him if he was a virgin. That was why. Yeah, I know. I remember when you asked that question. Him not have no pitney, Sparrow. Him not have no pitney. You can't see. You know them man, then time them run loosely. Them always, when they reach a certain age, they take on this moral armor, and all of a sudden they want to say that, oh, women are not pure enough for them because women are not virgins, yada, 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 yada. But all their teenage years, their early adult years, they have been sleeping with women, having relations with women all this time, having relationship, all that trail that he has left behind. You're telling me all those women now, we gonna call them used? You gonna call them used goods and all of this? You see them kind of money that deserve for there. Move from here, sir. Me not entertain you and your rubbish. Anyway, time to calm. Let's move right along, lovely people. Forward-thinking people. Let us move on. Kadoy. What happened?
Yeah, all over there arguing with a fool, and all he doing is dragging you down with the experience and beating.
With the foolishness. He do a multiply and can't find no man. That's why I'm talking about little pitney. If little pitney show your ID, foolishness. If little pitney show your ID and they are older than the ID where they show you, they are younger than the ID where them show you if you have to go to prison, if you have to go to jail, if you have to get charged. I knew he was up to something that was no good. And that set you come tell me about stop tell lie on the Bible set. You are the most dishonest person you ever book up on the internet in a set. Especially when you come on to the Bible. Yeah, man, you're my friend, but you're the most dishonest person you ever book up. Because everything in the Bible, yeah, where you come say yesterday, you said the Holy Spirit write the Bible. And said, you tell me somebody with a head on their shoulder is a waste of a head on your shoulder. If you come open your mouth in a big public and say something like that. I know you come talk about me if you stop tell lie on the Bible, because me say the Bible say if a woman married and she not bleed on her wedding night, the man was supposed to bring her back to her family and they're supposed to store her to the, and I me say so, you know. And I me say so. And then you go tell me what me stop tell lie on the Bible. Everybody over here, so by now, me not have to tell a lie on the Bible. Because me take it up right, me take it up and read it. And read it, make your ear, but you don't like to hear the truth. Yeah, say I like to hear the truth. And especially when it comes to the Bible. When you read the story them in the Bible, and the story them are so violent, so cruel and something, it's set turn on and tell you, say, oh, you don't have any understanding. You're not reading with understanding. You need to go pray, go down the sackcloth and ashes, and make God lead you to understanding what you're reading. Like the people stupid. Exactly, Jack. John Paul Edna right. You have to stay with him. The man. Rose, what's up? How you doing? He said, no virgin, no ring.
Y'all can't recognize a cry for help.
When you see it, that's true. Trace him up 10 ring by now. Libra Queen, what's up? All right, let me see if I go swing by somebody. I was swing by somebody comment them because me pass. Sister, me just take him down. Me couldn't even bother to mute him because when me mute him, he unmute himself and come back. Every time me mute him, he unmute himself.
You take him down or me? Maybe me and you press.
Me look at me press at the same time. Because I kept muting him and I just couldn't. She dropped me so she can't control the narrative. John Paul, move from here. So. Yes, Jack. You got that right. Yeah, true. No one ever come, go on and they talk about, oh, it's not me I'm talking. I'm just talking hypothetically. If a girl show you their ID and it was a fake ID, should you be charged? And and then give away yourself to talk about if woman are no virgin. Like at 45, you go
picture of that ID that she gave you.
Please, Jeff.
When I tuned in, that's what he had said, and I didn't know what you guys were talking about. But everything now is clear, because why else would you ask a woman who looks like an adult for ID and all these other things? So clearly, it's some young.
Exactly.
families to go get married, and this is a sick mindset that comes from these. And he's exposed himself because, again, I get it. In a perfect world, any man would want to marry a woman who has not been, you know what I mean? But
right.
that's not reality,
in a perfect world. But the world not perfect.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah. The world is not perfect. You have experience.
I agree with it, but it's how he was pushing it.
Yeah.
Every culture, every this, every that, and every that. One, you're not married, and then he downplays women who are not married.
Did anybody ask him if his mother was married?
He must have said mother. Me no know. I think he said his mother wasn't married. His father was 40 and his mother was 20 when they got together. I have him. Or something like that. So, something of the sort. But he never gonna stop. He gonna continue typing all kind of nonsense in the chat. I can't be bothered with John Paul. John Paul too much. Let me skip over these 50 comments here. Let me skip through them so I can catch up. He's a sick person. Nothing to do with him. Watch out, bend over. You come back. How you doing? All right. Me not gonna see how I chat them. Here we come. All right, let's continue. Yes, sister. Sister said mostly those arranged marriages. Yes.
It's very prominent.
Very prominent because these old washed out men, them don't want to find woman their age. They want the little pitney them. Yeah, so that's why you find these big old 40-year-old men messing with the little pitney them 10. As soon as the pitney them start bust breasts. 10-year-old, 9-year-old, them want to marry, and then them use culture for cover up the cruelty.
My wife just looked it up. 12 million annually child marriages happen. 12 million.
Boy. Yeah, as soon as the little pitney them start bud, them want them. Where's the Trev? Card Frankie say hello. I will say what going down. Card Frankie say what going down. Sharnet, good morning. How you doing, Sharnet? You see me go to post office yesterday, go stand off you something. You see me go to post office yesterday, Sharnet?
Tell him nothing ain't going down over here. Everything always going up on my side, not down.
All right, you hear that, Frank? I'm glad to hear for yourself. Crip, good morning, Crip. How you doing? Crip, you missed the heat of the argument. Them born with handgun, not rifle. What that mean, Andre? Them born with handgun, not rifle. Or what that? No, me didn't run go post office Sharnet, go post see. And I think it was just acting up. Exactly, Jack Sparrow. He's a small-minded man. He's a small-minded man. If every man starts saying to themselves, I'm not going to marry a woman unless she's a virgin, then what is this world going to become? Because you're going to find one of the man them going after the little pitney them. A jail enough to go. What DJ Potter says, rent a juke in the building? Huh? What that mean?
That's the dumbest reason to say why you won't get married, right? Oh, because she has to be this. And she
have to be a virgin. And you a big old 45-year-old man and your woman have to be a virgin before you marry to her.
To find a virgin and sleep with non-virgins then either. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I pitney them love, Andre. Yeah. Yeah, I pitney them love. Card, one name Balanger.
Yeah, did he run off because you got right to him? Is that why he ran off?
No, me put him down. Him down in I chat pure rubbish. I talk about all washed up women now.
You know what I said, Trev?
Mother, I will washed up woman.
I see him so. With him rude self. Where's the card?
I said eggplant is Balanger.
Oh, eggplant, really?
I can guarantee you still live home with his mother or grandmother. I could put money on that. I know this kind of character of men.
Yeah, usually. Usually. DJ Potter, what's up? Nurses say I'm mama. Him don't want to get a good Jamaican cussing in the morning, you know.
I'm mad at you all washed up, man.
General.
Washed up, man. Yeah, him mad and was you all washed up, man, in the mic in Papa. But they head wrong with him.
When I asked him, how do you test if a woman is a V? And who would do the test? He
Vaughn,
respond to that.
Because even in the Bible, we go back to the Bible. Their test in the Bible was the blood on the sheet. That was their test. And a woman don't have to bleed when on her first time. So can you imagine how many little girls, because remember, say back then, little girls, they were little pitney, them care about go home and go stone them just because there was no blood on the sheet. Mighty God. In Ramsey, what? Ay. Ah, boy. Him know why them I be done. Sharonette, we not. I'm no. The blood him know by the ID. Since I come to USA, I can't eat Bollinger no more. It blister up my mouth. Okay, that's one different story. Spar says so it easy. She pour some lamb blood on the sheet and she's good. She not gonna get a chance to do that. She not gonna get a chance to do that in a Ramsey. Because remember, you know, the man they, according to the stories, hovered over those little children. You know, they hovered over them. They couldn't go anywhere. They never carried no lamb with them going at the marital bed on the marital night. Yeah, she wasn't going to be able to sneak something like that. How old was Mary when she had Jesus? She didn't want teenager, Phil. She didn't want the pitney. No, let me start talking about the part of the story upon this Good Friday, yeah, because I have a lot of issues with that. Because my thing is, if it was law on earth that was made by mankind, that these older men would marry these young children, why would God come to be a part of that? Why would he not have brought about a more wholesome situation for humans to emulate? Why he would have come conform to the ways of mankind, the gruesome ways of mankind? Why would have come conform to that? Me just ask. Me write it. Spar said back then them never have no electricity, so them could have trick it. About 13, Phil. About 13, yes, according to about 13. It doesn't say how old Mary was. Jack Spar, Mary was about 13. Mary was not 30. But then they didn't marry people. A man didn't marry a woman that was 30. A 30-year-old woman would have already had several children. And been married long time. Okay? So she couldn't weigh more than about 13. So no try to come sanitize it, to come say, oh, she was an adult. Remember, it is our modern standards now that says 18 is an adult. Remember, historically, it was not 18. All right? And considering the fact that the Bible has been used for generations to be, I'm going to say, the foundation of the laws of mankind, yeah, it 30 would have been old. Yeah, God would have considered, if Mary was 30, God would have considered her to be too old to be Jesus' mother. All right. Where I said Jesus in him 30s when him after Jesus never married. And not according to what I've read. Me never hear say Jesus ever married. Where you get that from? So every bride won't have I may not be a virgin. Exactly, Frank. Jesus. Exactly, nurse baby. 30 a old maid. 30 would have been considered to be an old woman. She would have already even been a grandmother at 30. So she wouldn't be ideal for marriage according to the Bible. I true, he may do the finger test. Yeah. He may do the finger test. Yes, they would have been a grandmother at 30 because remember, they would have had children since they were like 13. They would have started to have children at 13. And then that child would have started to have children at 13 too. So of course, yes, before they're 30, they would have been grandmothers. Yeah. So my thing would be if God was going to come down and have a woman on earth to have his child, why would he have come down and conform to the orders that were already established by men? Exactly, Philip. Exactly. In some religions and in some societies, that's how it is. They think that as soon as a girl starts having her period, then she is good to start having children. You know, it's not something that is, unheard of or far-fetched, but that's how it was. See, historically, it's just now that we are, scientifically it has been proven that the little girl's body is not mature enough. Is not mature enough for childbearing at that age. They are not mature enough mentally for mothering at that age. So now we are sanitizing it. But historically, that was the practice. That was it. Timeless. What's up? How you doing, sugar? What you say? What my family do for Easter? Me not do nothing for Easter. Yeah, me not do nothing at all for Easter. Me just come here, come chat to the know. So once a boy start producing sperm, he should start having kids. Listen, remember saying a man continues to make sperm. A woman is born with as many eggs as she's ever going to have. A girl is born with as many eggs as she's ever going to have. Once she reaches puberty, she starts releasing an egg or two a month. They mature. When it's done, it's done. But a man can continue. A man can get kids all the way up until I'm all 80 years old. Not a woman. A woman, your egg them done. Some people egg done from them off 30, 40, 50. Yeah, when your egg done, right, DT, boss? When your egg done, it done. I just saw it go. If you never scramble them, if you never boil them, if you never, whatever you didn't do, that's it for you. It's over, my friend. It's over. But men can continue making sperm and continue having children. Okay, see, JW say our cousin had her first child at 15 and became a grandmother at 30. Yeah, it's possible. And that's something that used to happen quite frequently back in the day. And it was not a big deal. But because in modern society, we have sort of sanitized childbearing somewhat. We sort of frown up and turn up our nose at it now because of what we have adopted to at this time. Right, Gil? Me not get what you say right there, so. Me not get what you said, so. Detail boss, what's up? Xander, some women eggs are finish. You know some have one girlfriend who had her first child when she was 16. Had her first child at 16. She has never used birth control. She has always been trying to have another child. She has never gotten pregnant again. Never gotten pregnant again. And all the time, I trouble her and say, I must be the one they get egg you did have. because there is no way. Yeah, she not get pregnant again. Never use birth control. I've always been trying to have more children. I never have. So a woman doesn't know. You just assume that while you are in childbearing age, you're going to get pregnant if you have sex, but you may not. You may not. The egg them done. And that's why you see some people wait until they are 30 and they say, well, I've gone to college, I have my degree, so now is the time that I'm going to try to get pregnant. And them try, and them can't get pregnant. And them try, and then can't get pregnant. Go to the fertility clinic, do testing there on egg left. None of them have to buy egg, beg egg, borrow egg. I mean, it is what it is. And everybody's journey and everybody's experience is going to be different. Yeah. I wish I could have it still have, but I can't have no more in a look so. A long time now. My sister already is road runway gone. My mother had me from when she was 13. Xander, I don't join that conversation when people try to put others down to say, oh, you did fast and they have no guidance. Nothing like that. That's not where the conversation is supposed to go. That's not where the conversation is supposed to go. On a fast, people fast and stuff like that, because we don't know people's circumstances. And it may not have happened to you, and you say, oh, well, yes, I am immune to it. I wasn't fast, or I wasn't whatever. You don't use that to degrade people. Not call people fast and talk about them never have guidance or whatever. My parents married at 9. It's better to have them young. Jack Sparrow said better to have them young. I don't know about the better. I don't know about the better, but I don't have anything against the variety of the varieties that exist in life. I don't have anything against it. If it comes to the children, if somebody molesting the children, I got a big problem with that. But like somebody said in the chat earlier, that coming from back in the day, the thought process was that as soon as you start having your period, you are ready to have a baby. That was the thought process from back then. And I said, but now we know that we don't want our little girls to be having baby. They're not ready physically. They are not ready mentally. Their little bodies have not yet been mature enough to take on the stress and the burden of childbearing. And we have seen a lot of young girls end up dying in childbirth because they're just too young. Their little bodies are not yet ready, not prepared for it, and mentally they are not. Financially they are not. Psychologically they are not. They're oftentimes not ready to be a parent. So not only are they not ready, but that child also is at a great disadvantage. Because if that child doesn't have a village behind him, doesn't have, family members who are willing to take care of them and sacrifice and help to raise them, they're going to fall through the cracks. And what do you want? Do you want a mother fall through the cracks, then the child falls through the crack? What are the odds that this is going to continue generation after generation? Everybody going to be falling through the cracks, and we don't want that. Philip said, "Mom become grandmother." Some don't have none. A true cause. Some people just not have no. Some people not have none. Then try and try and try and try and try. No have none. You understand? For whatever reason. Back in the day, there weren't doctors who studied the woman's anatomy to see why they didn't have any children. They just say, oh, she a eunuch, she can't breed. And just write them off, like write off women like that, because they weren't using science. They weren't using science. They were just going by what was common amongst them. That's what they were going by. There was no science. And just come make up some story. Say, oh, if you don't get pregnant, it's because you're eunuch. It's because you're cursed. It's because we now know that nothing like that. I have a friend who has been trying to get pregnant. She always laugh at them and say, Trev, from me a teenager. Me I try to get pregnant. Me can't get pregnant. She could not get pregnant. And it wasn't until she went to a fertility clinic, a fertility doctor, who did all kinds of tests on her. You know what they found out? Her ovary was just a few centimeters too far. Just a little bit too far from the fimbriae on her fallopian tubes. So every time her ovaries release a mature egg, the fimbriae could not catch it. It dropped right in her abdominal cavity. She couldn't get pregnant. It was not until she was able to harvest her eggs that she was able to have a child. Back in the days, in the Bible days, they would have story and say she a eunuch. In the Bible, they would have story and call her a eunuch. Right, now people can freeze their eggs. Now people can do all these things. Yeah, science has taken us a long way. Yeah, now we can freeze egg, we can freeze embryo, we can do all these things and have our babies when we want to. Yeah, science has taken us a long way. And some women are very fertile. Some women, you look upon them and boom, them pregnant. That what I'm talking about, the variety in life, the way how nature presents itself to us with such unpredictability. Some women can get pregnant, have 2 kids in 1 year. Exactly, sister say most oftentimes, not most, but oftentimes when you choose to get pregnant at a later age, you run the risk of your child coming with congenital problems. Yes, science have proven that. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen sometimes, and that is why a lot of people are getting their eggs frozen when they are younger, because they think the younger eggs are more vibrant than the ones than the ones that mature when you are older. Yeah, sister said, let me say thank you for that rebuttal, especially when you don't know. Exactly, Jado. Exactly. I'm not a part of this culture where you know, you're going to put people down only because their experience was not like yours. And people like to think that, oh, their experience was so pure and they can present their experience in such a palatable fashion that, you know, everybody should accept it and lap it up. But they will present somebody else's experience like dog food. Not even dog food, for dogs eating better than humans these days. You know, I don't like that. It's a variety of life, and everybody's experience is worth something. It may not be your experience. You never had that experience. Good for you. It's like I hear people talk about their experiences with a stepfather. I hear people talking about having a stepfather molest them, stepfather this, that. I would never put them down because they had that experience. All I can say is I never had that experience. I didn't have that experience. My mother was the woman who stood up and said, you know what? That is dead. No man not coming in here. Because he's going to say he's working, he's providing, and because he's providing, he's going to believe that should give him unfettered access to you all, and you all are girls. And my mother never married until I was 34 years old. And every day I thank her for it, because looking back, in my mid-50s now, and looking back at who I was as a little girl, I'm a fussy mother molest. Trust me, even when I did have one man, brought a man into the household, I'm a fussy mother molest. And every day I tell mama, I thank her so much. Because I never lose myself until I decided. To lose myself. Yeah. Yeah. But me I tell you the honest truth. Me I was always this little girl who, especially adults, try to please adults. I don't want to beaten. Me don't want adults get angry at me. Yes. Always a people pleaser. And now that I realize that got me nowhere more than get me freaking used. Me realize, but you get older, you learn, you grow, yeah, and you move away from the things that you used to do as a child, yeah. And now I'm an adult, nobody can come use me no more. I've learned to say no. It took me late in life as an adult to learn to say no, but nowadays I say no, and I don't feel bad. Back in the day, even up to say less than 20 years ago, I would feel bad if you come to me and say to Mr. Trev, lend me $1,000. And at the beginning of the month, I'm a rent due, my light due, my phone due, my water due, my car not due, my insurance due, whatever. Me probably I borrow it, come give you. That was me. Because, oh my God, I can't believe that you need it and I am not able to help you. That was me. That was me. So I always tell my mother, me appreciate the fact that she never bring them another house. I swear to God, if she bring a man another house and the man was them kind of man there. My mother was going to end up in prison because the man was going to trouble me. Me, I tell you no. My friend, every time she got pregnant, she had a miscarriage. Oh my God. See, she said her friend at 96. She said every time she get pregnant, she you know, so when I get back home, I know this lady, and the lady have 12 pitney. 12 pitney. None of them no live. None of them no live. She either have a miscarriage or she have stillbirth. The two last pitney them decide say them a go Them are going to do C-section just to see if them could have saved the kids. And then she do C-section with the last two and them still dead. I mean, I say, I don't know what kind of phenomena. I know people say, obey people, obey. I mean, that's the last conclusion. So I finish it, none of them no live. So imagine your body go through all of that 12 times and you don't have a picnic for show for it. Mighty God. You know, in reality, back then, their mindset was crazy towards women. You know, it's true, sister. Back then, they only saw a woman's value in the number of children she could have, how much dirty clothes she can wash. Yeah. Or she can go milk cow or go do whatever she can do to make the man wealthy. But they never saw the woman for more than that. That is true. Livingston, what's up? How you doing, my love? I true. Me say, sister, I trust me. I'm for see. It's the father. Dari. For my sister, them. I true, Miss Thing. I true. Me not tell no lie. My sister, them rough, brap. And nobody can ramp with my sister, them. I just know, I'll hear me, till I'm mommy, I said to me, but Trev, I've never heard you talk like, well, I know me have to put on the old armor right now. Me have to put on the old armor because my sister them always bra. Yeah, me always mild and friendly and, you know, and extra kind and, you know, me don't want to see nobody hurt. Me don't want your hurt to be because of me. Just even now I look back at myself from this making them lay down in them bed. Me want to come fix up them bed for them. You understand? So honestly, Miss Thing, I'm glad some mommy never check. My mommy said she not nobody. No man now coming here. Mommy never married me at 34. If you ever hear me, Daphne, what's up? How you doing, my love? How you doing? OG and daughters. How you doing? Natural. Daphne said they never have no TV, so they go to bed early, so pure breedings. Of course, that like what else were they supposed to do? I remember back then, you know, Daphne, wives couldn't say no to their husband. So imagine if that husband was like one of them domineering man, where I'm me the man, and when me say lift up frock, you better lift it up. Imagine. And she can't say no because she can't go back home to her parents. Her father, they go run her back and say, go on back to your husband. You determine when I was a child, we always hear them use the term and say, but woman have body come down. That would have been something that my parents would have been familiar with. Because they would have heard this term repeatedly. Because you can imagine how many women had body come and a body come down, you know. Their womb prolapse. Because I have too much pitney. I remember some of them weren't even having these children while they were under medical care. Them just turn up a yard and one midwife, Miss G, and from over there or wherever, come help them deliver the child. You know? Sometimes them get sick, sepsis, whatever. Them get unalive, whatever, during childbirth. Any complications. They don't know what to do. They die. Ryan, what's up? You see that your grandmother had 13. Yeah, a lot of those women from back then had a whole heap of children. They're gonna tell grandpa no. Tell grandpa no what? Yeah, Zeki, what's up? Sister, the African movie. They were like property. Exactly. They could not say no. Say no what? You can't say no. You can't say no. And that before this, Anna, Grandpa say, oh, yeah, come tell no. You can't tell me no. No go so. No go so. Let me see me have any room.
Hello.
Daphne, what's up?
Not much. How you doing?
You know, some day here chill.
The lack of flocking. Look at it. It's growing. Yeah, my grandfather working another district. Can hear this. Where he was working, him have another family there. I have 3 more kids with that woman.
Yeah. But it's the same thing. My father, you see my father look Chinese, right? My father half Chinese. But my father's father come from Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth. Somewhere down there, so. Either Westmoreland or St. Elizabeth, somewhere down there, so.
Yeah.
And come at Chilani, come work sugar factory. And boom. He was a big man. My grandmother was a teenager. Boom. Boom, him get my grandmother pregnant. The man have him wife and a whole different family.
That's
the man have pitney here, so pitney there, so pitney there. But that's even also back in them day, they saw Jamaican. I saw the Chinese man them did a go on a Jamaica.
But my grandfather was half white as well.
I saw the Chinese man them did a go on, you know.
So
they never did a
just
joke.
That when they, you know,
absolute.
When they have little color, then they have little money. You know how you go.
Okay.
And yes, so he went to another district and was working, and he stayed with some woman and give kids over the year.
Yeah, that's about that. Watch out. Absolute say she wish she have. You wish you had 13 children. Stop it. Not at this their age. Not at this their age.
We can't afford one now, much less.
Nobody,
you know,
things have gotten too expensive.
And plant up your farm.
And not even that. HRH, what's up? And not even that. So the way how society is nowadays, is you know, childbearing to me nowadays doesn't seem inviting. It doesn't seem like it's something you want to participate in. I don't know if you all feel the same way. The whole environment surrounding child's birth is questionable and gory and all of that. I mean, the laws that exist right now. Did you see that lady? Where was that? Was that in Georgia? Sister, did you see that lady? She's a midwife. She went into labor and they wanted to give her a C-section. She said if she has to get a C-section, she wants a doctor of color. She wants a surgeon of color. They said they didn't have a surgeon of color. She said, well, she wants to have her baby naturally. She don't want no C-section from them if it's not from a doctor of color. And the people at the hospital carry the woman a court for her own body.
That's because they wanted this stuff that the afterbirth
for her own body. And you take her to court and the woman is in labor in the hospital and you have an iPad up in her face and have a judge making a decision about her own body. I'm like, what?
This is where it comes in that we have to have
that's why
attorney. You have to do medical power of attorney. So you with this stress like
no, listen, the woman was not incapacitated, Daphne. She's not incapacitated where she would need somebody to make the decision for her. She's still capable of making decisions. But you go and call lawyer and sue the woman? Yes, Nursey. With the judge on the Zoom to say the woman needs to give them permission. The woman have a right to make a decision. It's her body. So let me tell you, say, childbearing these days is not inviting. It's not welcoming.
Yeah, you have to have the baby. We need more midwives. We need to do midwives.
We need to boycott having babies at this time until things change. Yes.
It's true.
Women of childbearing age. Yes, on a top breed.
You don't make yours?
You know.
Where say?
You don't make yours?
This Sarah look dog. If she look down the quiet.
But not a whole lot. But that's why I said.
What? Okay. Go ahead, Miss. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We need our own hospitals.
Even so, we are going to have to abide by these laws that they are making. So we're not going to escape it.
I don't think we need to boycott the having babies.
And that's what we do.
Whoever can have babies need to go out and have their kids.
No.
But
I encourage them.
You need to have, like the lady said she need, you know why she said she need that type, the doctor? Because she feel more safe.
Right.
Because the black birth rate, the minority birth rate of giving birth and keeping you alive is so high. It is so high. More black people pass away giving birth than the other races. That's why.
Yeah, but sometimes the black one, they go right along with it. It's just like in the pow.
Because medical apartheid is real.
When they doing wrong, the black ones them go along with it because they're gonna
the other girl there who they use the body as yes, Nursey. That other girl, it was in Georgia too. And last year, and they held the corpse until June, I think it was, from February to June, to take out the baby out of the rotting corpse. Those people are, Jesus God. Yeah, I remember that one. That was so painful to watch. So painful.
Yeah, all of them, because they wouldn't take a care.
I
don't know.
Let me see. Somebody said all them.
My daughter did not leave the hospital after she gave birth. I have her 3-year-old son here with me.
She didn't leave the hospital?
No, she did not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We need to do birth of children back at home. Like, we need to eat healthy, and we need to get midwives. We need to have midwives.
Don, what's up?
Doctors that's willing to do house visit and stuff like that. My cousin in Jamaica is a doctor, and he does house visit, and he have some of his colleagues start doing that as well. Doing house visit.
Natural say him born at home. Natural, look how much years ago that you born a yard.
Me born home too.
Natural, look how long ago you born a yard.
Charlotte said she had her first baby at home. Dead people's doing it here. We just have to we need more people to train for midwives, to be midwives and stuff, and have, what we can do is have a facility. We can, I guess, chip in and get a building, get the equipment we need, have doctors and nurses that's gonna donate their time, and have midwives and come in, and then we go there and have our children.
Tall up, so me try get pregnant with you and it no work. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry. And that turn up one ear, you know. And that turn up one ear. Turn up, they're going to try again.
Imagine that.
Watch yourself, really, Hardy.
My grandmother have a kid of 55. I think she was about 54, 55 when she had her last kid.
All right.
And I'm older than my aunt. Two of my aunts, I'm older than them.
Okay. See, beloved, say, then if you start having the children home, what you going to deal with the excessive bleeding afterwards? I was saying there are lots of complications that can happen. So it's a risk as well.
But that's why I said we need a facility. We get the equipment, have some doctors that's willing to give, give back to the community.
Never try again this weekend, Carlo. This weekend, never try again.
And when someone is about, he'd be on call and stand by if they need to have emergency surgery.
So why?
Hey, Gabby. Subsidized.
Good morning.
And they wouldn't subsidize a hospital like that because they know what our intentions are.
Right.
But that is why I said we need to do it. We're not gonna count on the government. We're gonna count on ourselves.
Beloved, it's a third dose into a maternity house.
Let's not go to Jamaica no time soon though. Not with a shortage. You have shortage of doctors now. Now that they send me the Cuban doctors.
I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they did that.
Not happened to me.
All right, we know why that happened. Listen.
Yeah, we know why.
Yeah, not last forever. There's going to be a change, and things will at least go back close to normal one day.
What we need to do,
Gabriel, what's up? Politics, exactly, Philip.
What we need to do, guys, everybody that's abroad, I'm saying, I did do this for a couple kids. We can adopt a child. Hear me out. No, hear me out. How I mean adopt. Adopt a child, meaning you're gonna help them with their education. So we can do, maybe we could come up with probably like a community, like some type of organization, let's say that, and we put in the organization, we're gonna put
big up yourself, Airborne.
We're gonna give a certain amount, and we're gonna choose, say we choose 5 kids or so that say they want to be a doctor, and we help pay their fee, and then we move on to the next 5, and so on and so on.
Noel, what's up?
Wait, I got a call, so I did miss a little bit. What not talk about?
Girl, you miss a whole heap. You miss whole heap, sis.
With the years.
Oh, just catch on right just so.
School children. That's what we're talking about. Funding.
I got a solution. Just make it work. Everybody that's in the diaspora, we pack up and just go back to Jamaica or the country.
You're a madman.
You ready?
Yeah, what's the money? Borang, what's the Oh, it's 10.
That's fine with me. That's what me born. So no problem with that.
Gabriel, what's up? Have a good one, Borang. Have a good one, my love. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, one at a time. You guys go ahead and I'll go after.
Okay, let me go ahead. So what we need to do in each district, we need to I don't know, here probably
Natural said Jamaica can't hold, and that is true because there are more Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica than in Jamaica. So it can't go all, true. Now go put pressure upon the resources.
What happened to all in the bush when I house there?
We're not going to put too much pressure upon the system. No health care no down there. Water a problem.
I'm saying that we need to fund some of the kids in school to be doctors and nurses, and that's where we could go back home and have good health care if we
them not go stay, Daphne. As long as there are opportunities abroad for them to earn more, them not go stay.
I'm listening.
We train. Jamaica does not have a shortage of doctors and nurses. We train enough doctors and nurses each year to meet our needs in the public sector. The problem is the public sector pay crap, and you don't. And for doctors, they don't have the means to get on courses to become residents and consultants and stuff like that. So what they do, all right. So here, let me explain what happens.
But that's
doctors, right? Let me explain what Daphne with me. You're gonna make me lose my train of thought. Let me explain.
Go ahead.
So them have 5 years of medical school in Jamaica and then a year of internship, right? They have to find places for the UE trained doctors for internship. Overseas doctors who get scholarships to like Cuba and China, them get second preference, right? Or they are called locum interns. Locum intern spaces, the Cuban trained ones have preference as well. So persons who train elsewhere and go back home, they have a problem finding spaces as interns. And you can Google it. There was an article that explored it recently. So when them finish their 1 year of internship, them do another year as a SH or a senior house officer. That is still another training year where them do half of it in hospital and half of it in community or clinic, right? And then after your SHO year, you're supposed to move up to a resident year or a SH or a SO1 or something now, a senior house officer or a resident, right? The problem is now when them reach to that point, the government restrict how much they hire, right? And that's the problem. So what a lot of them do at that point is that they step out into the private sector and they open their own practices or they work in another doctor's practice. So that is why you have so much private doctor in Jamaica popping up, right? So, and then of course, once they go private and then start taste the money that you can make working for yourself, a lot of them just do not go back in the public sector, right? So, it's not that the space is not there. The people them not there.
So, right. This is the tail end that you got.
Let me catch me talk because my brain all to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen to this now. So, just said. So the people them who go you and all that.
Wait. Whose background that is?
Sister background love.
Who for background that? Me need to hear the person who is talking. Me not hear the person.
Sister background.
No. I'm going to sit up on the porch. Nobody in the house.
Somebody background love.
Are your connection then?
No, man. I'm alone to them.
If it's a laughing picnic on my background.
Oh, let me hear your sister.
Okay, so what I'm asking, because I left Jamaica years ago, and I'm glad for the platform here, so I understand and get the narrative of what's going on. So, the people them who go UE and all that stuff and train and stuff, did the government help them?
Is partially funded.
Okay.
So UE is partially funded by several countries known as contributing countries, right? So Jamaica is one of the countries that partially.
I know, because I can't speak few of me know, because I don't know.
A percentage of the school fee is quote unquote funded for some courses, right? And so you have some of the courses, part of the school fee is funded. For medicine, only a percentage of the students access the oh Lord, I don't remember
what they call it, subsidized fee. The rest have to pay the full 100% of the school fee. For those who access the subsidized fee, they pay, I think, I don't remember what is when I was on campus. For some courses, it went up to 80%. Nursing was never subsidized. Yeah, you just have some of the new courses were not subsidized, but for a large part, a lot of the fees are subsidized. But it is not per se from Jamaica government, but all the contributing countries that fund you.
Okay, and this year it coming now. I'm gonna say this. I don't know if it's gonna sound fair or unfair, but all the countries that come in and help these people, our people, to get this formal education, even though Jamaica should have hold them to like a 2 year or a year. You have to work back in the hospital, giving back for a year or 2 years at a time. And the reason why I say this, I think it's Rwanda. Don't quote me wrong. I forget the Africa country. They send people from their country every year to Michigan to study in the medical field. They pay for it and send them here. But you see, when they finish, these people can't run off. They got to go back to Africa and go work and help take care of people. So I'm not saying they should get their career and just live from hand to mouth with it. But what I'm saying is like
great solution.
They should have been able to go back and say, okay, when we help you do this, when other countries help you do this, because remember now, other countries help you. You're not taking this money from your pocket. Other country help you. So this is where you contribute, where you come back and help Jamaica.
A certain amount of hours a week.
But Sister and Daphne, have you guys forgotten? Didn't you guys hear the part where me say internship is mandatory after them finish the 5 years, and that internship is still part of their training? Government not keep them on because the government don't have enough space to hire. So it is not that they are not. It's not that they are not there. It's that the spaces for hire them not did it. So the government now hire them, and there is no shortage of doctors per se.
Absolutely. Here's the solution I said earlier. This is the solution I said earlier.
I just have one question for absolutely. So do you think it will change knowing that the Cuban doctors are gone now? Do you think you should see a shift in all of this?
They should have more spaces for residents now. Yes, they should have more spaces.
Okay.
But here is the flip side now. It is well enough for the persons who are SHO now, right? Because then it means when them finish them SHO year, they are more likely to get a job this year versus last year, because the space didn't know, because the Cuba bands are gone. But you think that them all can attract those who they could not, they did not hire last year and the year before, who had to find something else and gone in a private practice and make them more money, then I'll come back.
No.
It's not, but if you're thinking of healthcare and saving life, it should attract you.
You can't say that. You can't say that. You cannot say that. Saving lives and giving back to country cannot when
I agree with you absolutely.
When my landlord come for him rent, or the bank come for him mortgage, or I go to the supermarket to feed my child, we cannot say, oh, I'm a healthcare worker, I save life. No, money them want. Stop. Don't do that.
Yes, we understand absolutely. Don't take it wrong. I understand.
Our job is our job. We do it because we love it, and we love to help people. But if we not get paid how we need to get paid
to sustain our life and our pity them life, we're going to dead for hungry and we're going to suffer. And nobody who will suffer to take care of, now going to look upon we because your Jesus Christ, she a big doctor and she a take taxi. Them same one are going to say a work list.
That is true. That is true because I know some people.
Why we need
if the government want to attract doctors.
The government not working with us. So this is what I'm saying. People abroad, us Jamaican, we
just
need
go back home and go around the country.
We need to come up with like a non-profit organization, build some hospital, and there you go with some hiring some doctors, and we also have a hospital to go to. That is what I'm saying. That is why I was saying that we need to adopt a child and help them with their education. So we have doctors and nurses and midwives and all those things. You know. And then everybody need to plant up their yard. I have come and fall into their yard and go. We don't know what happened to all that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But you're not going to be able to plant up a yard here. We got to go back to do all of that.
And the grapefruit.
So what you saying?
You know that's us. You know that.
Get your point. Get your point.
We also do not have a lack of private hospitals in Jamaica, and every minute one more pop up. The newest one pop up now is in.
So why not?
So public hospital you want to build, Daphne?
You want to build hospital for the people.
But you know what a public hospital? So I want to pay the staff. So you have to build the public hospital and then hand it over to the government.
When we don't
No.
before. Yeah, chip
So
shop.
how are you going?
You want to put it
We're going to fund it. We're going to fund it.
That is my question because how is it going to be funded?
I guess it falls under private then. I guess it falls under that. Because I said organization, a non-profit organization, we as a foreigners, we're going to fund the hospital. Because we're going to go and open different things. We need to know how we're going to continue making money. We learn a lot of things here, so we need to bring back some of the value that we learn and go back there and do.
Daphne, as a broke foreigner, me go message you, cause me need for know how as a foreigner me can make all of that the money there, that me can be part of a non-profit organization that I go build a whole hospital in Jamaica that I go be non-profit.
Can I ask you this, Miss Daphne? Do you think you'll be able to go to Jamaica and open a whole hospital without the government have some form of hand in it?
No, man, they have to have hand in there because they need some
Have to, exactly.
Well, you know what? We gotta figure out the laws, and we gotta go through with a fine-tooth comb and find loopholes and all those things.
So what one hospital?
Yeah, she said the diaspora.
So contribute to the hospitals that are there already to make them better. You want just go one hospital and ignore the ones that are already there?
No,
a doctor ward. That is a lot easier.
Yeah.
A doctor ward or a doctor hospital.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Whichever way, but we need to come together and do something. Because we want to go back home, and we want to go back home, and that this is part of the problem. Can't go to the hospital.
Healthcare.
It's a big problem. This way, if I should ever get pregnant again and decide to have my baby in Jamaica, I would have my baby at St. Anne's Bay Hospital. You see, the pediatric unit there and the NICU, the neonatal intensive care, is one of the best on the island. It surpassed other institutions that have had a NICU for a lot longer, right?
That's where coming.
And you know how it reached there, so because couples resort adopted it and funded it and
Moses.
Yeah.
Education is a must.
The ward look nice.
Yes,
it looks so good.
That's why
all I need.
Building. We
Yeah,
fix up what is there, and just maintain it. Fix it and maintain it. That is all.
Okay, that is good as well. You know, that's good as well. St. Anne's Hospital, the last time I went there.
Can I be the banker? Can I be the banker?
Me know you want me.
Secretary, me, treasurer. I'm treasurer. Please.
Sharon, what?
Guess what? Guys, it's gonna be board members and our signature board before you.
Son, what's up? How you doing?
We don't let absolute no one here to give bank though.
We're gonna have board members. We're gonna have board members, and
we don't put a no in your money.
Board member before you can move one penny. And we're gonna have.
I just want to be the CEO or the chief nursing officer.
What's up, son? How you doing?
Because she understand what's going on now with TV.
Me will run the clinical side of it. I will run the clinical side of it, the patient safety side of it. I will ensure that the patient care part of it up to par.
Yeah, and
because that is kind of part of what I'm doing now anyway. So we know that we can do that.
The first
son, what's up? We're on live.
We're gonna have a couple classes, and here's the class. Bedside manner, because them nurses think them damn shit don't stink and them rude in the hospital.
I didn't know we did that.
Yeah. And the doctor them think them are God, some of them, but not my cousin, because he do good.
So how come when the same nurses them migrate, all of a sudden them have bedside manners?
It's a peer difference.
You know why? Because
peer difference.
Same bullcrapping. You can't do that bullcrapping here. You can't do that bullcrapping other people's country. That is why you can't.
Yeah, accountability too. Yeah, but
is it accountability? Yes. Accountability.
Yes.
And additionally too, how you are treated as staff, how you are, because the level of abuse I endured as a staff nurse in Jamaica, I have not endured it anywhere else.
And who do
Nobody not talk about all the patients and the relatives them treat we, you know.
Over here.
Well, maybe because they had bad experience.
Over here in I think last year, earlier up in last year, one of them patients been rude to one of them nurse, very rude, and the governor come out with a law. Yes, they are holding them accountable.
You can't be rude and then but you know what? This is how I look at it. Them stupid.
Let me tell you.
That's why I think
wait a minute.
Wait, one at a time.
You're gonna be rude to a nurse and a doctor, and then they can give you injection. No foolish.
One body injection, man. One body injection.
Nobody now do that.
When you pay peanuts, you attract monkeys.
Me rotted.
When you pay peanuts, you attract monkeys. So I say that to say this. If the people and the nurses, the doctors, whoever they are, the healthcare workers, right, they're not getting paid enough, right? They're not really, number one, they got stress on their mind. They're just like the ordinary man that didn't go to school, struggling on the road with all, sorts of emotional baggage they carrying around. This late, this rent late, that bill late. I still got to catch the bus or whatever.
Yeah.
Work. Right? When you're over here, you're held to, number one, you're held to a higher standard. Number two, you're being paid the money that, you look at it and say, oh my God, is it worth for me to do this?
We should have a transportation bus for nurses.
You're not going to risk that kind of money.
You need a car.
Yeah. You're not going to risk that kind of money.
But I had a car as an RN one in Jamaica, and the pay then versus the pay now. The pay now is
I would work in Jamaica for that. Entry level straight out of school, a nurse is taking home 3.2 mil per year, plus $100 and something thousand per year for uniform allowances, and also you have your taxi and your meals for your late night shift. Them.
Which hospital that? Which hospital?
That is what the government pays. Entry level with the Ministry of Health now for a RN under the public sector reconstruction, public sector whatever Nigel did the other day, restructuring, whatever.
Oh, right.
He redid the pay scales. Yeah, that's the entry.
It sounds good. It sounds good now.
Well, hopefully they have better attitude now that they're getting better.
And that is also the entry point for a trained grad teacher. 3.2 mil straight out of school.
Okay, that's good. So what they do for the officer? They need to do something for those officers as well.
That the pay scales are published. If you look it up on the Ministry of Finance website, it is published. Search for public sector restructuring or public sector salaries. You'll see it.
Well, hopefully they have some people are robbing the people them while they're going about their business.
Libert, I ain't seen you in a long time. Libert, where you been?
They raise the officers them pay too.
Yes,
so that's what I'm saying. So we can all go back around the country now.
Good to see you, Libert.
Everybody's salary moved to a decent
Sharon said, later Sharon.
I think you just say if we
I've been here, sugar. I've been here.
Had that hurricane last year.
Me know you don't see me.
If we never had that hurricane last year, we'd have take off more this year. But that's how it go.
It's okay. Well, guys, Trevi, I'm gonna leave you and leave these nice people here on the platform.
Okay, sugar. No problem. I appreciate you guys. You know, I appreciate you.
Okay, everyone, have a great day.
All right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. One nurse said, me ready, me tired of America's stress. Me want to go home, go farm.
Me too.
Who else want to go?
Come on now.
You want to go down go farm? I want to go down go farm.
Right now.
I mean, I want to wait until me turn 70 or 80 and me old and broke down. Me want to go.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, me want to go right now when me can still carry wood and something.
This is the age to go back home. When you actually can do something.
Yes, when me can carry wood. When me can't carry me one wood and me one wine. A true man.
From my mind too.
Watch your mouth.
We want to come home, HR. We do want to come home.
Kenneth, family, what's up?
All them roads and all them things, they need to work on those roads as well.
Dry Herbs, what's up? What you doing, sugar?
So let me ask
you, even the roads, let me tell you something. A lot of things have changed in Jamaica over the past couple of years. That thing when last you go home, you talk about all them roads.
2019, I was there.
Me want
What's the last one?
why that one road? I'm on wine.
My brother go down 2-3 times.
Some of the roads are bad for real. Some of them are terrible.
No, I've been down there with the highway and all that stuff. I've been there.
Daphne, coming from somebody who has lived in 7 parishes, settle on the north coast. St. Anne, St. Mary.
I'm from St. Anne, and my mom's house is right there in Discovery Bay. So my brother goes like 3-4 times a year. I myself haven't gone because
live along the coast.
Yeah, a couple, but I like to be up in the hills where my dad is, where I was born, up in the hill.
And that's why now you're going to have bad road because you're going to the hill.
I know, but I love it because it's more quiet.
Trust me, I need to Libert.
And
sometimes when I come on Libert, you are in bed. Sometimes I come on 2 o'clock in the morning, you asleep. That's why you don't see me.
I have a question. I have a question for you guys.
Shoot.
So which is more concerning for you guys? Is it the crime? Is it healthcare, or is it cost of living?
All of the above.
Crime and healthcare.
All of them. All of them.
All three.
All of them.
So none ranked higher in your book?
No, sir. None ranked higher. All of them important.
Cost of living is...
Me can't survive at Jamaica. Me can't survive.
Yeah. But...
No matter how the cost of living, me can't survive.
You're saying that you can?
I can, no matter what the cost of living in Jamaica. Number one, me not afraid to go pick whatnot. Me not afraid to go pick whatnot. Me not afraid to go cook up Guinea and eat. Yeah, me not afraid of them something there. Exactly. Right. Me not afraid of the land.
There's a season for everything.
Right.
And for the healthcare isn't bad for a repot. Just as long as you can keep and pay overseas insurance. A lot of them cover in Jamaica as well. You just go private. It's not a big deal. You go private and pay away.
Peacemaker, what's up?
I don't really worry too much about that. As I said, one of my cousins is a doctor there, and he has his...
But you can just come to the US for the healthcare then, if it's not a problem.
It's doctor friends and all this.
Yeah, what if herbs that you drink? Go drink herbs.
Emergency care,
every bush
they will do a wonderful job. The long-term care, just get yourself Medivac. Just make sure you have your insurance to pay for it.
When your time come, it matters that. Exactly, nurse baby. When your time come, what a pretty bird. Yeah, when your time come, it no matter.
Sometimes it's not your time.
It's not your time.
That's right.
You say sometimes it's not your time.
Sometimes it's not your time.
Exactly. But those are the two main things for me. Is the healthcare and the crime. But me can't fight back too, cause me can't get.
I just got Trinidad.
We can also get me not ban them, me ban a Jamaica. That's what me people there. That's what them.
That's where neighbor string there.
Them pass on and them down there. So that's when yes.
Me stand up here, I think if me did live a healthier life in Jamaica, nurse baby said we live a healthier life in Jamaica. Let me see. The water was purer. I'll give them that. And my skin like the vitamin D, I'll give them that. But food was a lot more expensive. Food, no, the food is not. 80% of the things. No, me shop a supermarket, 80% of the things from the supermarket shelf are imported food.
We live back countryside like, we raise one chicken, raise one goat, flour,
food, everything. Like once a month we go market, but everything else a supermarket, my girl.
If me here plant up yam in America, we can plant it in
Jamaica, exactly.
Plant your own food,
and Trev, we survive good. We never have a way to plant. Planting people that rented yard.
You
can plant in a bucket, me plant out a door.
You can talk to them, and that you would give them a portion of what you plant up. You know what I'm saying?
The last place I lived in a semi-gated community.
No matter where you live, you can plant something. On a balcony.
And the woman paved her yard. Where we go plant?
On a balcony.
I think she's not happy with that. I think she's not happy at all.
That's why me not go to Jamaica go live in let me live in America in a segregated. So what? When me can catch one old man and ask if he can chop out the yard.
Safety. I never felt unsafe at my house. Safety.
Me go feel safe because I have a couple of me too.
Trev, my name's Siak. What's up?
and camera and the property. So you
heard about the nurse who was the returning resident the other day, who she built a house in a gated community.
Upper watching.
At home and fix up her house. Ordered from the hardware store, and the same persons them who delivered
event.
The same persons who delivered her things them.
Upper watching that happened last year before. Upper watching
from the hardware store.
That's terrible.
If I get all and sit here.
On them down like a
target on them back.
All right. Nurses says if I get sick over here, I cannot afford to pay someone to take care of me, but I can afford to pay someone in Jamaica. That's one case. That's true.
Nursey baby, me can tell you 3 more cases. I can tell you 3 more cases and me a one person. There was
What's
a
up,
lady
Yvette?
that was very, very popular on TikTok too. Makiba something. She was a lawyer. She lived above me in Tower Isles too as a returning resident. One man who she used to help out, who used to help our farmer yard.
The one who was from England, the hairdresser? No?
No, one lawyer lady.
Absolutely. We can
come on Facebook.
Absolutely, we can mention a lot of cases. Like that, holy.
Nursey baby say one case, a holy nursey
holy,
a lot.
Absolute. So when you say you would never return and go to Jamaica?
No, me not say so. Me say crime is a problem, and that returning residents.
But it's normally somebody that these people is somebody that they know are close.
Johnson, what's up?
Yeah.
Dylan, how are you doing? Happy Friday to you, my love.
Don't trust nobody.
Listen, I have said it. Hold on.
I live in England. Where I live, my county for the entire
Tala, what's up?
Last year,
Fisher.
There was one homicide in a population of 300 and something thousand people, and it was domestic in nature. We don't really have house break-ins either. Yeah. So
bloody hell,
if we compare.
Yeah, me I don't have no much fish. Me have 2 pieces of tilapia me I go fry for my daughter. You have to make festival now, sir. She don't want a festival. She said she want caramel porridge. So she said she want caramel porridge. So I'm gonna make the caramel porridge fish and I'm gonna make her one bun. And and
porridge, fish and bun.
And that she want.
What a combination.
She want caramel porridge, fish and buns.
Yeah, that's a combination.
Tala, what's up? So that's what me gonna make fear. But what I was saying is, me tell you all the time, say.
Me I go to London Sunday, so me we buy a bun. That's the downside about living up here, so you can't find them things there.
Oh, so you have to go down to London.
Yeah, you not have to buy bun.
2 hours.
You just have to have one man. If you have one man, you get bun all day long.
You're saying have to buy a bun.
If you have one man, you have bun all day long, all year round. But Christine, what's up? Yeah, but
Send me a wheel today.
What airborne I say? Fish and caramel porridge to Ras. Me can't bother with you, know.
Later, guys, you
have send me a wheel.
Okay, Daph. All right, Daphne, you have yourself a good one, sugar. Talk to you later.
All right.
Watch out, dry herbs. I say no farm raised fish. Where else me fi do? I will be in England in 3 weeks. You go to England, yeah. Uno really go up in an aeroplane in a them day age where I kind of sit and fly up in the sky there. Me not go up in an aeroplane right now.
Hey, watch yourself there.
The aeroplane have to come up in a me. Me not go up in an aeroplane.
Trev, singing enough.
Oh
my God! The fact that you think that that's possible is very scary.
It depends on what me I call hurricane. What me call hurricane and what you call hurricane are two different things. What? I'm here stop with the Adi. Oi.
Trev, since you're land plane, for the crash landing position, you know, put the crash landing position.
Me don't know about that. Christine, what's up? Me don't know about that. I am not. Oh, see, nurse says she not live her life in fear. She says she not live her life in fear. Peacemaker, what mean by me rude? Love me now. Love me the star. Cho, a girl can't even have a good Friday. You know come and mash it up. Cho.
Happy Easter.
Where's?
Happy Friday.
Hey, watch Liebert say want to be that the airplane.
We're flying somewhere too.
Tala.
I get enough bun for Easter too.
Cheese and peas. Just scribe what's up. You're not the Easter yeah. Who find cheap bun somewhere? You not find bun and cheese. Miss Thing.
How much what's a good price to buy bun and cheese for?
Me don't know that. It all depends on which part you're there.
Depends on the quality.
Supply and demand.
Yeah, the quality and which part you're there. Because which part me there now, Jamaicans are here. Maybe like if my drive 30 minutes go a Fayetteville, maybe somewhere down there them will have places where maybe can. Me don't know. But if I go to the Caribbean store, that is not. Me make my own bun. When man now give me bun, me make my own.
Yeah, man. Every corner.
Yeah.
Me see
one bun.
Me share it.
I grew up with my mother in her own bun, so me not really care if you buy a bun. Me make me one bun. Good, nice, and delicious. You don't want a bun? Me see one girl on TikTok day before yesterday I make her own cheese. One piece of sitting here. You want to see she make her own cheese?
Cottage cheese.
Me say what? See her make her own cheese. She said the cheese too dear, brother. So you want to see her make her own cheese? No, sir.
As Tala mentioned cottage cheese, that is one food I have never had and can never have nursing to me.
Not crutches, cottage cheese. What's wrong with you about cottage cheese? Crutches. Cottage cheese. Nobody don't want no cottage cheese with bun. Not you just scribe. We don't want that. We want it cheese too expensive. Me can't afford it. Me love. Where's the drive the bun?
Move your rice and peas. Like I know what you say. We want bun and cheese.
Exactly, bun and cheese we want. But me can't buy the bun too. The cheese too dear. Me can't make the bun, but the cheese too dear. Me can't afford it.
No, me no see no honey. Me no see no honey.
No,
me no see no bees.
Run that by me, Natala.
Christmas a come on, rice and peas. Eh?
Run that by me now.
Where you at?
Eh?
Where you at?
Me right there, sir.
In Georgia?
No, me not there, Georgia.
Where you live? Where you at?
Eh, me not North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. Yeah, there's some kind of fun.
You're not too far. You're too far.
What mean so me not too far? 5 hours it take me from myself to go to Georgia. Go to Atlanta.
Yeah, 5 hours drive or walk this time. That's time to sleep.
5 hours it take me. I have enough drive that.
I left party in Georgia and I be like, I'm going to Asheville. Or we up in the mountain.
Oh,
After party.
You just go Charlotte way this and go cross?
Biltmore Estate.
Okay. That's what they're far from me. But the 3 hours from Charlotte. 3 hours more or more. Where say?
Taking it south to the dirty. New York niggas, you want to hurt me. I'm up in the club and everything looks dirty. My word is banned, my word is worthy. If I make a one stop in New Jersey, pay some toll where you got to spend some money. If I make another one, see the high grade weed, nothing Billy, nothing smoky. Beach for Pennsylvania, Island town, man, no funny. Washington, D.C., I'm coming for my money. If I make another one in a Maryland, I'm hunting for that Ireland. I'm taking it south to the dirty. New York people, the boy, you heard me. Up in the club and everything looks sturdy. My bird is banned, my bird is ready. If I make another one in a Virginia, cause I'm looking for that good vagina. Now Carolina with the girl kind of finer. So me have to move on to South Carolina. In Atlanta where me drop me anchor, Georgia where the girl me sponsor. Hey, so tell St. Louis, yo, this are the newest, and let them know what all about this. I'm taking it out to the dirty New York.
Yes, Tala. Yeah, east and I'll run that by me again. Lord God, me tired of get bun. All my life me been getting bun. All my adult life me been getting bun. At 10 years now me not get no bun.
That's why Tala is open. Tala is open. You want married and settle down?
Me no want married and settle down, brother. 10 years now me not get no bun. That's the sweetest life. Yeah, nobody can give me no bun. Not true, Dana. Nobody can give me no bun.
Live the nice life.
Anybody I get bun right now, me I give them. Nobody not give me none. But anywho, as I was saying, Dougie was
asked about my fish fry picture.
What kind of fish fry that I go on there so?
You know, I treat myself this week. I want my TikTok friends. This guy I met on TikTok that lives close enough. It's a 1 hour drive away. He might have a fish fry. I know him can cook real good because I've been to a party that him host. Go on himself, man.
Oh, so you're gonna buy fish? Me couldn't afford to buy the fish. The fish too dear. The fish too dear. Me couldn't afford. The fish too dear, man. Why them have the fish them too dear?
We got links for fish.
Well, me not have it. What kind of bun? If me get HTB bun, HTB bun, and me get every day. Hope that you didn't get no butter bun. Love me no dry herbs. Love me no. You see, I'm proud of myself. All right, 10 years me nobody not give me no bun. Good thing. That's a good thing. Right, Junior Garza. Where's the Trev said she not gonna fish fry? If you know porridge now go on. Me I gonna make the porridge. When you see the things, me I gonna stay up and gill off a pea soup, don't know. Me I gonna make it porridge.
Fish and cabbage porridge.
Trev, let me ask you.
Shoot.
So you fish not there?
My fish?
You fish not there?
Me need somebody to come fry it for me. But me not gonna get no night.
That's not my question.
Where said Dylan have in mind the fish talk. Yeah, me need somebody to come fry it for me. But I know me not gonna get none for it. And that's the thing. So me I go make the porridge. Me I gonna make the little cornmeal porridge for the picnic. And the little fish. And make her one bun. Yeah, that's what me I gonna do. But me not do it panda live here. Me have to cut off the live here and go all fresh and then forward back. If you come do that. Uno want come in the kitchen me to come make the porridge and the bun and the sitting? Uno come?
All fresh.
You want to see when the fish frying?
I go all fresh, then you go fry the fish.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, that's what me I go do. Me I go all fresh and then come back, come fry the fish make the porridge, and bake the bun. Yeah.
That sounds good.
Good plan for the evening. And we spend the evening together.
I'll watch.
What? Yeah. That we are gonna do.
Learn to be a bun.
Yeah.
Anybody can see the image?
Me not gonna ask about the image. How much? What mean, Dylan? What mean that sounds sketchy? Why if it sounds sketchy?
That's the salary scale, level 1, level 2, level 3 government.
Me can't see what they go on this.
But it's too little.
Yeah, what on there? What on there? What on me see what you show me?
Oh, and it's still not short.
It's still not short. Not show this
entry
side.
Entry level. Yeah.
Yeah, not show this side.
Entry level for each band. Let me see if me can move it over. Hold on there.
Yes, you want to see me nail the kitchen. What you say? No, Edgar, what happened? Don't worry yourself. Nothing like a fresh fish fryer. Wanna make me feel like some want go down a store, go buy the 2 fish. Go buy the 2 look half dead fish.
Not my wish. Not in my dish. Me no want no hacky with no saltfish. Not
You want sauce of saltfish?
Not it, not.
Dylan, little more. You be safe out there.
Nowadays me here, man.
Just scribe. My mom back fry so much we'll be eating for the whole month. Really? What kind of fish you fry? Snapper?
Your basket. When you go down to the Coronation Market.
Me can't see it, absolute.
May I try fix it? Hold on.
So me don't know if you read your patois. You're right. Me there. Me I read it. Trev don't know how to read my patois. Me I go on, man. Me I go and read your how to read your patois. Me I learn. but me can't.
I say haki and pork. Me no want no
see
rice.
now,
you eat pork, Tala?
So that's the scale.
After me can't see it.
I say haki and pork. Me no want no rice fish. Watch what you put in the basket. When you go down to Coronation Market.
Backside.
Yeah, mix.
What? Hold on there, Tala. Which part that? England or Jamaica?
I know for them have food.
No, Jamaica. That's the Jamaican salary scale. So your level 1.
Me cannot get excited. Me think I'm in a pounds. Cause right away me come to England.
No, that's the Jamaican scale. So 3.2 mil. Your level 2 start at 4.3 mil, and your level 3, your ward sister start at 5 mil a year. Pay no bad.
No bad at all.
So your specialist nurse are gonna be a 4.3. Your nurse straight out of school at 3.2.
That no bad.
So you have break it down for me when you never got a math class. So that's equivalent to how much a month?
Fully done.
If you divide it down and take out NHT and tax and all of that out of it, currently for level 1 we take home like 260 something, 270,000 a month.
But imagine if you have imagine if you have a car, because enough of them a car payment and rent.
I had a car payment when the salary in 2000 and the salary in 2000 and when I left here, 2020, the salary I left, I was taking home 80 something thousand as a month as my base.
Yeah, but
I had a car payment. May I compare that to now? This is a 5-year difference. Yeah. 80,000 versus 270,000.
Yeah, it's an improve, but
straight out of school. Why you not gonna survive off it? Remember say, okay, that are the base. That is your base. You also
like
have 100
and 22,000 US.
Yeah. Me no know how to convert it. I haven't converted it to US. Remember, cost of living in Jamaica and cost of living in the United States is different.
270,000. Now that's like $2,000 something a month.
In no matter, you can't convert it. If you're alright, could you live in Jamaica on 2,000 US a month?
2,000 US a month?
180 US a month, yeah. After tax.
$180
$2,000 US dollars. Could you?
2,000.
2,000 US. Would you be able to survive?
A house, on the bill alone. But if people have to pay rent and him something there, yeah.
If you had to pay rent, you couldn't live on that?
Rent by food,
how much you gonna pay for? Of course, how much you gonna pay for rent? So in Jamaica,
like I put him for rent. All depends on where you're living to because you go.
All right. Before I moved, right? I tell you, I lived in a semi-gated community. I had a huge 2-bedroom flat, and I was paying $40,000 a month.
All right, $40,000
Currently, yes.
How much you can't pay me? You can't pay me.
My car was 26,000.
26. That's 60 something thousand. Money. Oh, we have to have light bill, right?
But
I have food. I have kids. I have
real yardy. Yeah. Real yardy. That is why I must say you can't look on the base alone. That is the base. We also have our non-taxables. Right? And them still have those non-taxables. For example, back then, for my 20 shifts per month, them used to do straight shift. So I would do 20 shifts of evening and night, and then night and evening, and then 20 shifts of morning, and then rotate. But my 20 shifts for evening, night and evening, right? Just for going to work evening and night shift, I took home $40,000 extra, non-tax. I was also in ED, so I got my on-call. My on-call was the next $30,000, non-tax. And then, additionally, I also did my sessions. So even when my basic pay was 80-something thousand, I now take home less than $160,000.
Oh, okay. That make more sense when you say that, but we not. So
come now. So even if my basic pay now I go be the $2,000, that's your basic pay. That's what gonna happen if you do straight morning shift, or you depend sick leave and you get sick pay, or you just feel say you go just do a 7 to 3 and go your yard and you're not business with nothing else. No night, no weekend, no nothing else. I just that you do. That's how you take home.
Oh, okay.
So it bad now?
Tight. Tight. Still tight though.
You can live off it and not have to do no. You can live off it on a 40-hour work week and nothing else. That's the difference. We there parring and a struggle on a 40-hour work week, let alone me a struggle now. Me a suffer because right about now at 30 hours a week me work because me have school and me have picnic. How much people abroad can say them can only do them their one job alone?
I know one job and survive, but you have to work hard. Like it's the thing.
Willie is a nurse. She's a girl. We're ready to go home, and she is abroad. We know the comparison, you know. We turn it in a nursing argument now, Trev.
Me can't bother with you that airborne. You miss me big old face or something.
We can't come at Trinidad.
It's not Trinidad, it's Guyana. Good guess.
Willie, you are not alone. Me sit down right here, so me I look through. Me I look through all of my bills, all of my pay gone in our bills. Bills.
Everybody is having the same problem. Because we come here and get caught in our system. It's a system. You know what I mean?
Really, this is the nurse.
And me and somebody who spend no whole heap of money or something, you know.
In America, in a foreign who earn more money, I respond. Well, Willie not there, America. I came on, you there, though, Willie?
No, Andrine. Yeah.
I will say it's all about your lifestyle. Well, all that too, you know. But my lifestyle, I not even say lifestyle, because you see them set up the system. You see the way them set the system?
Yeah, the system, yeah.
Them set up the system where if you don't have a 2-income household, you have to modify your lifestyle significantly to stay above water.
Yep.
That's how them set up the system.
And if you ever have pitney, you get joke.
Because dog, name your supper.
Pan me $80,000 basic pay. I also was paying $80,000 a week to stay with my son.
Dog, name your supper, me I tell you.
Oh, you did manage. Oh, you did manage.
I tell you, his father used to pay a fight.
Peacemaker, so I live in Jamaica and 300,000 can more than help me. Neil, what's up?
Yeah, see there? I worked a 60-hour work week.
Alright, so in order to survive, can I ask this question? How much percentage of your income should be rent? How much percentage?
Don't they say no, they're not supposed to be say 1/3.
Yeah, 1/3.
30%. So if you're paying,
your peace of mind.
In no, how much people in this world can say that 30% of them income is rent, living in any country? That's the problem now. Them tell you rich people tell you how they survive on their income that you make a fraction of in the economy that you both share.
Exactly. Yep.
And said that at the farm, that could never have been your formula because mommy and daddy never did give you no trust fund or did left nothing give you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, that's one of our problems too.
I mean, like you have to find your own formula in this life, yeah?
Exactly.
Right
about now, where you can save. Even if you rent a 90% of your pay, just make sure so you can put on a little bit and you have a pension. Save and have a pension. And now work yourself to the point where you're sick. Because then everything will go into the sickness.
We come here with the notion that we're coming here to chase the American dream or the England dream or whatever dream or nightmare this is. Because this is some form of nightmare. Because this can't be dream. And you know what I do? I blame the people that came before us. I blame them. Because when me there Jamaica, me used to see family member come down and them push to the bone and them this and them come and you climb the breadfruit tree for them and them come out piece of shoes come here and you say, yo, me want to back foreign. And you're dropping at the hell hole.
Here, boy, Mary Mac a nightmare.
And they create this, they create this notion that, yo, can't come a foreign man is nice. Get rich.
Lord.
Get rich. At the beginning of the month, now to wait till next.
Or die trying.
This is that is what you have to look for in a capitalist country. Exactly, Jair. Willie, what's up? Welcome.
And then now you have people that visit you and they will say you're foreign nice, but me always tell people, yo,
it's not a dream like before. No, it's a nightmare. Exactly, Yvette. Exactly. Once upon a time it was a dream. Now it is a nightmare.
I tell people living in America and visiting America is two different things. Two different scenarios.
Hey, really are they? But you have to remember, my friend Andrine in a real life.
Yeah, remember say a true really hard. Remember say a true America change now, you know. Because when America did America, enough of we people them never want to come America.
Yeah, well, that's what we have to learn to adjust to.
America hard.
Yeah.
Now when America hard, you know when enough of them I say, I wish me did buy something back a yard because I can't manage, ready to go home.
Not true.
But what are they gonna go home to if they're not?
They ain't buy nothing a yard. They have nothing to go home to.
That is it. When them did I tell we America hard, I really come. No for them never want we to come. You understand me? Them never want share enough. Them they just want come to Jamaica. Them they just want come to Jamaica with them 3-4 suitcase full of clothes up a tag and make you feel like you're less than.
Yeah man. When they come at the airport and wait like crazy. Nowadays they got Jamaica now, but now come to airport here. You better try to find out where we are going.
Come at airport way.
Yeah. About that.
You better find your way home.
Yeah. Enough of them when you there yard and you say you take vacation and you go America. When them come, when you first thing, look here, me and tell us me have some story about America. Me. Enough of them bad mind. First thing them I tell you, oh, you can afford to take 2 weeks vacation to come to America to shop. That's why I work hard. I work so I can do that.
Guys, how you doing?
Hello.
Alright, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. That's why I'm saying good afternoon. But you could go ahead. I'll add to it later. So I didn't interrupt.
Good afternoon, Badabit.
Good afternoon.
Badabit.
Say dear Badabit, brother.
You know, we have a little Badabit, you know.
You start off with a good habit. At least he coming out and do bad night. That's a good habit.
Yeah, man.
What's up?
Honestly speaking, a lot of these places they're telling us to go home. They're honestly telling us to go home.
Yes, I think
going home sounds good, yes, but some of we not nothing to go home.
And all of them policies and stuff, they may not be saying it directly to us, but what they are really telling us is gone yard. We don't want to hear.
Oh, you pronounce your name Trevessence?
Just call me Trev, no bite your tongue.
Trev. Where I am now, they just come in with this new law that persons on work permit, you're not entitled to this what they call treatment abroad program. So if you're here and you take sick and they have to fly you overseas for treatment, they will not cover you. Initially, you were covered. Now you're no longer covered.
So that means that's a discouragement for people to come there. Like, don't come then if you...
All right. Your health insurance still cover you to get whatever treatment on island, but whether to go to Jamaica, Cayman, wherever, I guess your company have to foot the bill or you have to foot the bill.
If you buck your toe, it have to go fall off.
You buck your toe, and I like I've got tan book. A lot of things these companies, if you look, I don't know if anybody on here is in Cayman, but Cayman brought in a lot of laws last year, a lot of regulations. Cayman increased a lot of the fees for expats.
Oh yeah.
So if you used to get your driver's license for $250, I think or something like, them increase it by almost about 150%.
Oh.
So basically they're telling you, go to your yard, go your yard.
To understand is that they can't do without us.
That is the thing.
Yeah, they can't do without us.
They must fight you and then can't do without you. They must fight you because how can you be fighting all the persons that are making up your society? The majority of your working class persons are expats.
No, fit the aesthetics. That's why.
The thing about it is that you guys were talking earlier about the case in the hospital where the girl didn't want somebody to perform a C-section on her, and the hospital sued her, called the judge, and had the judge on Zoom, and all these things. So at what point is enough for us to say, well, you know what, I'm done with this shit? Yeah, because the direction that this is heading in, this is not getting better.
Nope.
Yeah. It's not getting better.
And then what a lot of these countries don't realize is that we are, especially us Jamaicans, we are ambitious people and we not come out of squalor. We not come out of squalor. So when you come at them country, them want to treat you like you store with your banana boat. I said they want to treat you.
Yes.
I came here with 16 plus years experience. 16 years plus. I left Jamaica a nurse, manager. And I come here start over from a level 1. You understand? But me tell my HR, I say, look here, the deck a shuffle, so any card end up on top, and there's some there.
Simple. Simple as that.
Yeah, man. You might have to go back and start over. But
I mean, every island right now is encouraging their people to come home. But the question is, what is the incentive? What are you doing to encourage us?
To encourage me to want to come and to stay.
Yeah.
It's not so bad. Jamaica look like them have a good package. It's just that can we hold them to their word?
Oh.
Will they stand up to what they promise? Because them have promised you the cow and in calf. And when you go, you get the cow back leg.
In Guyana, they give you, once you're an expat, they give you you get land faster, you get some investment package, any bids that come out, they give it to you. They have cash grants that they give out once a year, 150,000, 100,000, whatever, stuff like that. But yet, there in Guyana, the rent and the housing is as much as here. No joke.
The nurses say she don't need no encouragement nor discouragement. Once she ready, gone, she gone.
Don't have anything. if you don't have anything to return to, then you're cooked.
I same thing, Mr. Nurse, baby.
Yeah.
Right now we can start over. We're not too bad. We're not too
you talking about a house lot in Guyana for $140,000 a house lot. I'm not telling you no acre, no half an acre, nothing like that.
You're talking about Guyana. In Jamaica, they're selling the houses. The houses in Jamaica are being sold in US.
If you ever see them.
Yes.
If you're not buy house here already, I don't know how you're gonna afford it.
It's US money I'm telling you about.
Yes. Look at them about $30,000 Phoenix past 29 million now, Phoenix past 29 million now.
And wait, what you getting for 29 million? God bless you.
One little boat tree. And then they're selling the houses for this money. How much is NHG gonna approve you for?
Don't you have to contribute into NHG?
Yeah, man. You have to contribute into NHG.
Some people will not even contribute nothing.
No, but you can't contribute to NHG
voluntary contributions.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You can contribute. You can, but some people even penetrate that.
Privately.
How much are we have penetrate that?
But not only that, be real. You go and you see one little place put up and you go apply for it. And when you finalize everything, you pay $200,000+ for mortgage. Where you forget it from?
Where you forget it from? Every month. Every 30 days.
$200,000 for mortgage. You tell me how much civil servant in Jamaica are carrying $500,000? Because you need to be bringing home at least $500,000 to pay that mortgage.
And you see how them do that now. So now you feel as though you have to have a partner that is making at least comparable money so that the two of you can put together to pay this mortgage. And now you see why people don't want to leave those sour relationships, because money depend their mind. How am I going to survive? Because if you and a husband or a boyfriend put together and pay that bill, that $200,000 a month, because he making $250,000, you making $250,000, together and bring home $500,000, you use half of that to pay a mortgage, you use the other half to survive. How is one person going to be able to afford that one by themselves? They're not going to be able to. Not going to be able to.
And then they might come tell you about, say, the population is not breeding up. Breed up
what?
Let still a baby.
So what happened to the broke man them? I suck up the broke man them now go get no screw. Cause nobody now screw no broke man. Tell them to go sit on one side. Where them I go? Move up.
Look at it this way. Trev, you said earlier on that foreign makes the couples
revive.
Like the cost of living force.
Yes, the way of them do it.
The same thing happen in Jamaica. Jamaica now. The same thing happen back home now.
So that me I talk about real vibe. So if you and the partner break up, no dog name your supper because you alone cannot pay this mortgage and pay your other bills. You are forced to hurriedly find another partner or everything goes into default.
I already got to can on a back road.
Hey.
And back road now keep for some of we.
Backside wall. Somehow we back road days gone.
That's right.
Back road no one see we.
Somehow we back road is not for we gender.
Yo. You're right. See, Juggy say that I come like life in New York. You have a couple up for serve. Acho, man. Acho. My girlfriend in New York, I say when she and her husband are together, them buy a house. Me say the house nice. The house nice, you know, man. And when they divorce, mighty God, she have to sell the house. She ball. Because she alone couldn't manage the mortgage. Yeah, she have to sell it. Have to sell it and downsize. And when you look on it, a few little $100 less, her rent is a few little $100 less than the mortgage. But she couldn't keep up the house.
She couldn't keep it. Yeah, she couldn't find any viewers at 100.
Right, she have to sell it. So I tell us that the system is rigged that way.
Good thing we buy when we buy.
Exactly. Cause what I would have thought, dog name we supper.
What I pay for my mortgage right now, I can't even find a 1-bedroom for that.
Can't even,
I might not even find a room for that.
What
I pay in mortgage right now.
Foresight, what's up? Bless up yourself. That's why I bought my own house without a part. Well, that are you real vibes. That are you. You understand? Yeah, some people are lucky like that and some people are not. You understand? When me can honestly say when me did marry, me could have saved more. I could have saved more because we could have shared the bills. But it's been me alone by myself for the last.
The foresight if you add me.
He's up.
Okay.
For the last 10 years, he give me a good solid ass every month. You understand? Good solid ass.
A lot of people stay in a marriage and relationship because of this reason.
Because for the same reason. But me I tell you say, me would have worked 10 jobs.
Nobody for them have.
But it's either you lose physically or you lose emotionally.
Exactly. You have to pick up your mind.
Is it worth your peace
Is it worth it?
And mentally, correct.
And sometimes you lose yourself too, even though you don't want to, because imagine you're divorced and now you have to go pay rent. You know, say rent nowadays, some places dearer than your mortgage. So imagine I still going to be you alone. You have to go pay all of these bills by yourself. You're worse off than when you did married. And them something make people mad out sometimes. Yeah, them something make people mad out. Juggies. Swift one, are you for carry the cheese come? You give me bun all year. A time for you give me some cheese now.
Jesus.
Because
my daughter was down that side, Trev.
Yeah,
2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. And
register
or rent down there is twice what I pay up.
Twice for the mortgage. Look at that.
She have to go on the system.
And then them no want you on the system. Them no see, you know have no help. You understand me? You go get help. Them tell us say you're young and hearty and healthy. You can't go work. You go work 2 jobs. You them I tell you, oh, you need to have picnic because we don't have enough children. We don't have enough human beings. No, you figure have picnic.
Dependent, yeah.
Yeah, you figure pay the.
When tax time,
Okay.
when tax time, you don't get bad nothing. And you see this person over there, so with 4 or 5 picnic, them tax time them meant for them. While you as a single man or whatever, no kids, be dependent, you're dead.
Dog name your supper. Okay. People have to go learn how to love and treat themselves.
You know, back in the days, people have a child with each other and one left and gone its way, and the woman would say, oh, you know, I won't even run behind him for child support. You can't even afford to do that now.
You can't even. You can't even. You have to say, well, I have to go have time for child support because I cannot survive.
Look here, I've been doing it. Next week is gonna be 14 years. Not $1.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, me not do child support
either.
Lot of
them know that. Not $1.
Me not do child support either. My daughter go back and forth. No child support. You just go.
Time for that.
Me not have no time for
Can I
that.
just weigh in though?
Yeah, go ahead, Forsyth.
Come in with your scale.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation about the house and the housing prices.
Yeah.
I think it was Willie that was saying something about a $200,000 mortgage and a $29 million house.
Yeah, I think somebody was saying that about like in Jamaica, so the house then, yeah.
$29 million house. Right. So you have a lot of private developers out here who are selling at really high prices, right? Because they know that the demand is there. You know, so I get the point that Willie was making about the $29 million house, and she's right. In some instances, you have mortgages. You have mortgages that will amount to about even $200,000, $300,000. Because if you're purchasing a $45 million house now, your mortgage can be as high as $300,000 per month, right? But the point I want to make, though, those are not NHE houses, though, Willie. The houses that she was talking about is not NHE houses. Those are houses that are being constructed by private developers, right?
Forsyth, question to you. Is Phoenix NHD?
No.
Oh, Phoenix NHD. The thing is, Phoenix is 4.
Yeah, and that is what people.
The funding is they can purchase it through NHD.
You can't purchase any house through NHD. You can purchase houses on the open market. You call those houses on the open market, right? And you have houses that are being built by NHD. NHD is not building any house for $29 million. The project that they built for $29 million was controversial. Was the one at Roosevelt Towers, right? Yeah, but they don't usually build houses that expensive, because remember, NHD has a mandate to build houses within a certain price range. It's really mostly for and this is where the problem comes in, and this is why people need to try to have understanding of what is happening in the market. Because when NHA had built the Roosevelt Towers, it was very controversial, because people were saying that NHC was using funds to build expensive houses, right? But their argument was that they have obligations to contributors at different levels. So the frontline staff, which is, right, the minimum wage earner is a contributor to the NHT, right? The frontline worker or the desk clerk is also a contributor to NHT. But middle managers, upper middle managers, directors, right, are also contributors to NHT. So their argument was that NHT really has obligation to your contributors, because not everybody wants a cheap house. You also have contributors for years who wanted a house in that particular era, upper middle class, right? And they were saying that they were being left out. And that is why the houses go so fast, because NHT had that pent-up demand among that group that wasn't being served, right? And by right, they are also paying contributions to NHT. So when people say that, it's not only the poor people that is paying contributions to NHT. People at different levels are also paying contributions. So when you only make low-income houses that a middle manager or a director wouldn't want, then they are going to ask, then what about us? Because we are also paying contributions. Shouldn't
That's
we
fair. That's fair.
Well? Right. So that is why sometimes in conversations like these, a lot of persons really don't understand. They don't take the time to understand what is happening. Right? Now, yes, house prices are high, but one of the things that is driving up the house prices, not the NHT, you know, and that is what, right? One of the things that the government said the other day, and the PMA put in a policy the other day, to cap the price on NHT houses. So it's said going forward, no NHT house must exceed 15 million. So NHT is given a mandate to not build houses higher than 15 million on the market, right? That's the cap that he put, because he realizes that every time that he increases the loan limit, right, then the prices of the houses always go up. And the private developers do that. So he doesn't have any control over the private developers, but he has control over NHE. So he said, look here, we are going to increase the loan limit, but don't increase the house prices, because all the time, every time you raise the loan limit, right, the house prices always increase as well. And then so it's like you raise the loan limit and it doesn't fulfill the purpose, because the house prices are also pushed upwards, right? And sometimes they push it out of the reach of the same person that the policy is intended to help, which are the contributors, right? So that policy is now in place. So going forward now, NHE will not be able to build houses above a certain price, right? Another thing now is that there is also a policy that if you earn less than $30,000 a week, you can access loans. You can access interest-free loans through NHT. So that's another policy that the government put in. So any contributor is now contributing to the NHT that earns less than $30,000 a week. They can access a loan without paying interest on that loan through NHT, right? Now, the private developers now, what is driving up the house prices is the demand, because there are more persons with money to buy houses, right, than there are houses available for people to buy. So you have more people with one house to buy. That number far exceeds the number of houses that are being built. So you know demand and supply. If you have the demand higher than the supply, then the house prices go, right? So it's not really NHT doing that. That's a separate, different thing now between buyer and seller. Because
I was just going to ask that question.
Right, as persons' lives improve. Because the house prices is as a result of when you pay people more, right? More people are getting higher income now. And when people have more money, they're going to demand more and they're going to demand better things. So the standard of living is raising now, right? So one time when a man used to just have a little police job, a little teacher job, and second for live in a little scheme, right? Now these people are becoming more ambitious now, and they want to demand houses on the open market. They might want to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in a gated complex. Another thing, crime was high the other day, so more persons were demanding gated communities, gated complex, right? They were not as willing to live in a regular community, right? They want the security, they want the amenities, they want park and all of that. So they will. The demand for these kind of communities got higher over time, right? So that when push the price now out of the reach of the average man, right? Because now more people have money to buy a house. So if more people want a house, right? If you have fewer houses than the number of persons who have money to buy houses, then the demand will go. It's like a bidding, you know. If you have a car mart, you have 100 man come to buy a car and 10 car today. You can't make the 100 man build. The 10 car, they can get more for the 10 car. But if you have 10 car upon the lot, right, and only 6 man come, then you probably have to drop the price. You understand? For the next 4 sell, because only 6 man there. So it's the same thing with anything at all. You know? Demand. So that is why, you know, you hear the government say, look here, for NHD, we're going to have to find a way for NHD to build more houses and build them faster. Because the contractors here, they don't have the capacity to build the number of houses to meet the demand that is there for houses. But here the catch-22 now, because Jamaicans people, you know, they ask for one thing, right? And then they turn and criticize it, right? None of the local contractors here have the capacity to build the number of houses. Yes, you have a man can build a 50 house, and it won't take long to do it. And a man, an ex-contractor probably can build 180 house or 100 house. But that is not enough to meet the demand, because thousands of people want house, right? So the government, no, if the government were to say, all right, since there is no local contractor who can build that number of houses to meet the existing demand, right? We're going to have to look outside of the country. We're going to probably look at a Chinese company who has that capacity to do it. But you know what the criticism are going to be? Oh, the government has sell out to Chinese. But we can't have it both ways, because if the local contractors them cannot do it and build low-cost houses and build them in the large numbers to meet the existing demand, then you might have to look outside. And if the Chinese can do it and you get the Chinese to do it, then the same Jamaicans will criticize and say, look here, the government has sell out to the Chinese, but the local contractors don't have the capacity to build it. Is it Chinese probably, or a Chinese company who probably can build 3,000 houses one time and build it at a price that will be affordable to the average man to buy? So that is the dilemma now that the government has, right? So understanding, when you understand what is happening, right, then it shapes a different type of a point of view. But a lot of Jamaicans don't take time to understand what is happening in the market. They have opinions that they come, and they share opinions without trying to understand what the real challenges are.
Foresight. A piece of land me I look, you know, but Lord God, the land them a beat you same way, man. Treevessence. The investors them just drive the price of land.
Right. Because people in the diaspora returning home. You compete with people in this diaspora, you know, where buy out the house and the land, them, you know, and you compare with people locally where earn more in terms of income, right? So you really have to grow with society. People just have to grow with society, right? Because the truth is, we have a tendency in Jamaica to feel say everybody broke. Jamaica not that broke as we think. Because even in let me tell you how Jamaica is. Let me tell you how Jamaica is. You don't know a man. Let me tell you something. Everybody in Jamaica broke, you know. Because even if you look on a man who make money and say, well, go on, you say, boy, I look on you a better one. That's the culture. All of them have money, you know. Right? Yep. But when they come on to acquiring assets and land, people do them thing. And that is the issue with Jamaicans. You understand? Because we feel like because everybody pretend broke life.
Let me cut you 1 minute. You know, just about 2 weeks ago, I talked to my dad, right? And I explained to them, I said, oh, Jamaican people hungry. I said, listen to me. When you come out for that notion, Jamaicans not hungry, Jamaicans not broke. You know what we take pleasure in doing as a nation? Take up your phone and call somebody and say, boy, I'm not no money, send me $50 now. Send me
exactly.
$100.
So
you send them your $100 where you have. And you know which part of them go? Go join KFC line.
Everybody pretends that everybody, right, pretends that they're broker than they are.
Yep.
Yep. Right. I'm not broke. A lot of poor people in Jamaica, you know. But when I say you have a lot of people who are do them things and make money and you don't know, they are the ones that are driving up the prices. People, all right, put it this way. You think that if people couldn't buy a house in Jamaica, houses would not sell so high? People both in Jamaica and the diaspora. If you go, all right, just look at Jamaica alone. Low demand era, lower prices. High demand era, higher prices. That is why in the ghetto, you can get a house cheaper than uptown. Because people are leaving the ghetto, nobody now Nobody now look house in the ghetto for buy it. That is lower demand. People have to get out of the ghetto. Right? So that is why you can find houses cheaper in the ghetto. You don't have to compare Jamaica with a country outside Jamaica. You can't even compare an area in Jamaica with different type of geographic areas in Jamaica to know what we are talking about. So when you see house prices going up, right, is the demand for houses are higher. So the way to really bring the prices down now is to increase the supply. That is why you hear the government has said they must increase the supply of NHT houses. NHT have to go find a way to build more houses. Right? Because the more houses you have, that's the way you bring down price. You have to increase the supply.
Just the thing is, no, it's not really the houses, you know. It's like now, like I look at it like this. It's like the location. You know what I'm saying? That got a lot to do with it too. Where you're buying a house, that the location and who live there and stuff.
Yeah,
like
man, that's what I just said. Say, if you're going in the ghetto, you're going to get a house cheaper, right? If you're purchasing, but nobody now go. The demand for buy a house in the ghetto is going to be lower than the demand for buy houses in more residential upscale communities. Mm-hmm. So the more residential upscale communities, as more and more persons access those communities, as more and more persons demand, and when I say demand, I mean not just want to buy a house there, I mean the desire to buy a house backed by purchasing power. That's what demand is. When you have the money to buy it, right, the prices are going to go up. Then you have the Airbnb now. People buying to invest. Because some persons are a second house buyer, right? They are a repeat buyer. Them buy one Airbnb and buy two Airbnb and then raise money from that. Now them have the money now to buy a third Airbnb. And you have a lot of persons like that who are buying houses for investment. Because Airbnb helps to drive up the prices of houses too. Mm-hmm. Because as people are buying to make money now, the developer them take advantage of that. And it increases the demand because once people can buy a house and rent and go on Airbnb and get US dollar earnings and all of that, right? The potential earnings from an Airbnb gonna have more persons who want to enter into that, and then hence a higher demand, hence higher house prices. So you have to know where you compete against. But the people that we are bad with, you know, for them to do that, the people that we are bad and I say nothing go on. A lot of them I find them way to go buy them house too.
People don't understand, and I would look at it like this. I see people buying houses back home, right? Building houses back home, and I'm saying all that money you take buying a house back home. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I'm saying all that money you take in buying a house back home. Why not just buy a house in America, right? And then rent out the rooms or whatever, and use that money to build a house back home so you already have US coming in, make it a little more easier. Because that house that you have back home, it ain't gonna make no use because you're not gonna get the income that you want, as in you would have got it here when you build it here. You see what I'm saying?
Where that? US?
Yeah. So like for instance, like I bought my house here, right? And I bought it foreclosure. And I just had to do some fixing on it to make it, you know? And I rent out the rooms and everything like that. And that room that I rent out for that house, they paying the mortgage plus I'm making extra on it. I build my house back home. You know what I mean?
What is that mortgage though, if you don't mind? Yeah, I see.
That's glad. 6,500, 6,500.
Potential rental income you get from a one bedroom there that you say will be higher than what you earn here.
All right, so man, when I thought okay. So when I bought the house for 9.5. All right, which is 905. Right, and then with the renovation that I had to do on it and fix a lot of stuff, you can say everything run out to about 1.5 or 1.6. Right. Putting in just the pool alone that I put in, that I had to fix it in. It makes sense to fix the pool. I just put in a whole new pool. That cost me $40.
Decade, what's up?
A whole new pool. And then the pool house, I kind of renovate that, and it's like another room where you have a living room, you have a kitchen, and you have a bedroom, a master bedroom. And then over the garage, the house already had an apartment with itself over the garage. And then downstairs, they already had one bedroom, but I put in another bedroom downstairs, which is 2 bedroom with their own bathroom. And then I just rent out the house, so 2-person downstairs.
No, you're talking about 9.5.
No, not million. No. So let's just say
900 and something thousand US dollars you're talking about.
Oh, nearly a million US.
How much money can afford that?
All right.
So,
So
but
when you
Thank you very much.
You don't have to give me all the details.
Oh,
when you rent that house though, it's what you're renting a what? A 2-bedroom? That's our 4-bedroom house you're renting?
no, it's a 7-bedroom. Everything is rented out.
Okay, and what's the income? That's a part of one. That's the income, like you say.
So basically, you can say I'm profiting about a little $3,000 off of it.
Okay, all right.
So after them paying my mortgage.
But hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just going to clarify something.
Okay.
Because you said renting a house is more profitable. No, if you rent a house anywhere above Crossroads, a 7-bedroom house in Jamaica, in Kingston, and Montego Bay, and some parts of Ochi, you won't be getting more than $3,000 US a month for that.
No. What I mean, okay, it's like
the 3,000 is profit. So he is making more than 3,000. He is making enough to pay the mortgage and then profit an additional 3,000 after that. Yeah.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, but you have to. That's a $1 million US.
So the mortgage of 6,000. So that minimum make close to $10,000 a month from it.
Hold on. All right, I'm not getting it because. How much is it that don't tell the profit? Like, what kind of rental income you can get per month from that? That's what I'm asking.
So you can look about $10,000 a month.
Or $10,000 a month. So you rent the house by itself, or you rent it
No, we rent out the room.
You rent out? Okay. Then that's possible. That's quite possible in Jamaica as well.
See?
That's quite possible in Jamaica. Because you can have a 1-bedroom in Jamaica that's rent for $1,000 US.
Yeah.
So that's quite possible. If you're renting one room, it's quite possible that you can get $1,000 a month for a 1-bedroom in Jamaica. Not anywhere.
Location is key.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Not anywhere, but even in America, location is key because you wouldn't be able to get that $1,000 US a month for a 1-bedroom anywhere in US either. Right? So we have to, as I said, we have to understand what is happening in the market, because a lot of times I realize that we as Jamaicans, we speak based on how we feel. We speak based on opinions rather than what we know. You know, we don't take the time to know what is happening to people.
I feel like either way you turn it, it could have worked. It could work. You know, either way, it could work. Yeah.
Because a lot of persons who live, especially for persons in diaspora who live in the US.
You're not coming back home now. You're not planning on coming back home now.
They are not in touch. They're totally out of touch with the Jamaica. They are still thinking about the Jamaica that they left. They are not in touch with the new Jamaica in terms of what is happening now, the potential earnings from income, the real estate prices. Because I've seen it so often where people come and they feel like they can come with $40,000 US to buy a nice 2-bedroom house in Jamaica because they think that, and not knowing that, no, the prices are very comparable. In some instances, more expensive too than houses in some parts of the US. Because when I look at some houses that like people buy in the US for $300,000-400,000 US dollar, right? High ceilings and 3-bedroom and nice houses. You wouldn't be able to get that kind of house in Jamaica for $300,000. Some parts are Mobile, some parts are Ochi, some parts are Kingston. You will never get so much for your $300,000. I can tell you that. For $300,000, some of these houses that are being sold for $300,000 are far more basic than those houses that you will get in US for $300,000. So Jamaica, when they come on to houses, right, the prices are very comparable, and in some cases even higher than the house prices in America. Because the demand, as I said, there's a high demand for houses in Jamaica. So unless you know and you keep in touch with the market of Jamaica, you will understand. But a lot of persons just hear one person say, oh, it's too dear Jamaica, and people can't buy a house, and NHE sell them house there, and them run with it. Without knowing which NHE house different from which houses are private development. Yeah,
Forsyth, look up a little bit. You just say, what you say is comparable between Jamaica and America, the housing prices, rental market, what you said?
No, I'm saying that there are houses in Jamaica that sell for even $400,000, $500,000. You have houses that sell out here for $1 million US. And when you look at some of the houses in America that are selling for $1 million US, right? They are far better than the houses that are selling for $1 million US here in Jamaica. But we know location and all of that we have to take into consideration. Because if we are talking about some part of New York and some part of Miami, you know, say $1 million US. Well, even in Miami, when you spend $1 million US, you can get a nice house at some part of Miami for $1 million US. That right? Much nicer than what you get at Jamaica. So I'm saying, with even more basic houses here are selling sometimes more expensive than the houses that you will see at the same price in America. Because that's a criticism I have, with Jamaica, So sometimes when you go and look at a house that you're getting for like $1 million US, you spend $1 million US to buy a house in Jamaica. And you look at it, sometimes I just think it's a little bit too basic. I could have take my $1 million US and go America, go get something far better than what them are sell here for $1 million US. Many times me see that.
It supports the point that was made earlier on, though, that the housing market in Jamaica is not for Jamaican people who live and earn in Jamaica, though. You debunked it and you spoke about NHT and all of that, but I was in the supermarket at the time, but regardless of all the changes that have been made to the NHT, sorry I said NHS, the NHT houses are still out of the reach of a lot of contributors, especially public sector workers, and they still have to join with a family member or two to buy it. So 6 or 1 half dozen of the other. The housing market in Jamaica is just not made for Jamaicans living in Jamaica at this point.
And I take your point. I wasn't absolutely. Just to be clear,
let me land first. Yes, you spoke about all the changes, and those are quite true. You spoke about the fact that lower income earners are now going to be able to access property interest-free. Very, very good. You also spoke, but you also mentioned all of the things that are standing in the way of persons accessing houses, the supply and demand on the market, and the fact that there just are not as many NHT houses versus the amount of contributors that are needing houses. And I think that is the same point Willie has been trying to make, and that is what forces people to go buy on the housing, the open market, and the houses are just not affordable.
Yeah, you get a good account of what I'm saying, absolutely. But the point I want to raise, though, maybe, where you might have misunderstood me, I'm not disputing the fact that house prices are out of the reach of many Jamaicans, right? I'm not disputing that, What I was clearing up is that, is the mistake that Willie was making to think that this, she's mistaking the private developer houses with NHT houses. So she spoke about a $29 million house as if it was an NHT house and talk about $200,000 mortgage. And I'm saying a lot of these houses are not houses that were built by NHT. So I was just clarifying that for her. Another point that I was making is that it is some of the house price is really out of the reach is out of the control of NHT. So NHT doesn't affect the house prices for private developers. Those prices are affected by the forces of demand and supply. So that's just what I was clarifying. So we have to understand how the housing market works, right? So the demand for houses has nothing to do with NHT, has nothing to do with government policies, right? It's just more people having money to buy houses, and once there's more demand and fewer houses than the demand, then the house prices are going to go. That's what I was just clarifying. And that is the key.
I do agree with that, but I also flipped it to say that the NHT is not fit for purpose either. So anyway, take it as a public, especially as a public sector worker in Jamaica. It is difficult to jump on the housing ladder.
See, really, it's the government to do with it too, because the houses that they're building is not really for Jamaicans. It's for outsiders to come in and buy the houses. Houses or whatever, it's not built for Jamaicans. And the government can stop that too, because they can control the price. Not because you are private owner or not, they can control the price.
But bad habit, that is not unique to Jamaica, you know, because private developers don't really build houses.
I'm just saying like private is like meaning private businesses that come to Jamaica and build the houses and stuff like that. I mean like contractors, whoever outside come in and build it, or they have like a rich person there who have a construction building that build the houses or purchase the land or whatever. The government could adjust the price because the price
they can put a cap on private investors also. So if you're going to come in the country and you're not going to abide by these rules, then you simply don't come. We don't need your investments.
And that's it right there. But the government, it's just all about businesses. You know what I mean? It's just like, for instance, like
the thing with anywhere in the world where private developers don't necessarily build for citizens. They build for buyers wherever they are. Right? So that's not something that's unique to Jamaica. Right? When it comes to private developers, you can't tell a private developer, oh, come, but you can only build for citizens. The government has a program, you know, which is a joint between NHT and private developers. Right? But they are they would have to build their houses within a certain price range. And the take-up is very low. I think the program is not working as effective as it ought to bring house prices down, because private developers will always have the option of acquiring a land privately, building apartments and all of that, and maximize their profits. And I think they are going for that more than they are going for this joint arrangement with NHT to build low-income houses. So,
but foresight.
Wait there, hold on. Can I put an illustration on the point that Bad Habit made just before Willie steps in? All right, in England, right? Private developers, when they get permits to build, right, a percentage of every new development they build have to be quote unquote low income earners, low income houses. So they have to fit a certain income bracket, a percentage of every new development. So it means that me and you can live in the same scheme, but because me earn a certain amount, me pay 100 my house and you pay $1 million, right? Because the government put a cap on how much you can sell at what price. So that is something that we can probably do in Jamaica then. If you can build all the schemes you want to build, but X amount of your houses have to be affordable to locals then. How about that?
How much do they monitor that though?
It is monitored. Yeah. It is law. It has to happen.
All right, what?
And a part of it also has to be council houses as well.
All right, for example.
So low income houses and council houses have to happen.
All right, so hold on. Wait, 1 second.
The sizes and the streets, the houses are going to vary. The sizes and the streets. So it can be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Can be 4 bedrooms. Can have a bigger backyard. Can be studios. But it has to. You have houses that fit a certain income bracket and houses that are
a program. I'm trying to
the open market.
There is a program in place, but you can't
force
developers to stay.
Hold on.
Here is Philip supporting it, and a council has to have a percentage of every scheme in England.
No, man, I'm not denying that, because you might. Just let me say this and give it a mind about it. There is, as I said, there is a program, a giant partnership program between government and private development that the NHE offers, right? There is that. But I'm saying you can't force the developer.
I have never heard of it.
No, man, there is. I don't remember I can't get the name. I don't remember the exact acronym now, but there is a program in place where private developers can partner with the NHT under certain conditions, right? To build low-income houses. They have used it to build many schemes, but the problem is...
But foresight
is different. That is different.
And where?
And that is still different, because partnering with the NHT to build low-income houses is different from a percentage of every house in every scheme has to be for low-income earners or middle-income earners. That is completely different, and it is not forcing them to do it either. It is enacted in law that says a percentage of you are going to build. You are getting a permit to build. However, a percentage of everything you build has to be fit for purpose in my country because I am the government. It's not about force. It's about access and equality.
That's not what she's saying. I don't think she's saying buy house at Tivoli. I think she's saying that if a private developer is building houses in a residential, a nice residential scheme, there should be a law to ensure that they build a percentage of that development will cater to the needs of low-income earners. I think that's what she's saying. Right?
Yeah, are you middle and then low-income?
I want to say something. And I've been just alone.
England is very socialist. Juggies, England is very, very socialist. But there ought to be a middle ground between socialism and capitalism. Jamaica is trying no successful society can be strictly socialist or strictly capitalist and meet the demands of its citizens. You need a middle ground somewhere, a sweet spot that nobody has reached.
Let me talk now.
No, but you see, she's right, Forsyth, because the government, I feel like it's all corrupt because once you're building a house, you got to build it for everybody. So everybody can, not everybody, some are afford more, but in that gated community, you should have houses started from a certain budget, let's say 300,000 to $1 million. Because like where I live at, right, all houses start from 500,000 up. You know what I mean? And it got houses in there for lower people that make, let's say, 80,000 a year, go afford $500,000 houses, and they keep going higher and higher. You know what I mean? And they still live in the gated community where I live in America, right? And that's how houses are built over here. Even though they have the rich over here, it's not divided. The houses start from a budget, from a certain amount to a certain amount in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But in the islands now, they're doing what they want to do. The government is not stopping them and they're not enforcing it. The government don't care, you know?
Give me a time. A lot of racism in Jamaica. Low income, good evening, everybody. Low income house.
Good evening.
It become low income. It become to become a ghetto. You're not gonna get a low income house up in a Beverly Hills. I hope. Nah, bro. Low income house are built down in the ghetto.
And they're gonna ghettoize the scheme.
Yes, because low and then people are poor, so whatever. And he was saying about Jamaican house and American house. They are different. American house, they build a big condo, big out within a month that finished build. And if you lean upon a house, if you might shop it turnover. Because build out
fiberglass and solitex.
Jamaica house have to dig. It have to be from foundation,
steel and cement.
I think
the climate and the weather of our land.
It's gonna be more expensive. Very important. It's gonna be more expensive. You can't cut the cost because steel is very expensive, block is very expensive, cement, labor. So it if you put in as a builder, if you become low income, you're gonna last. I think maybe it's too expensive.
I'm glad you said that, Donovan, because I was going to mention that to absolutely, if you're going to reserve a percentage of houses built by private developer for low income earners, then you're going to have to take into account the culture, right? In Jamaica, the English culture is different from the Jamaican culture.
America, you have to say England and America.
Yeah, England, yes.
No, all right, fine. England and America, but the culture is different, right? Because one of the things that happen in Jamaica is that people from different backgrounds, people in different income bracket have different standards and different values, right? Right? And one of the things, you run the risk of those persons who you let into a very decent scheme where people pay more money for, right? You have them now come with different values to the scheme. So you might have differences how they dispose of garbage. You might have a man now who buy a house or in a certain income bracket who decide that, look here, I want to preserve the community, right? I want to keep my land well manicured and all of that, right? You might have a next man now because he come from a different background. He was able to access the community.
So say it happened in America, you know, in America, a black man can't go to do
exactly. So in order to preserve the community, because the price is also a screening, you know.
Those are the things that feed classism and keep people
it's not classism, you know. It's reality.
It's classism. Those are the things that feed classism.
Absolutely.
You cannot have cultural change. You cannot have cultural change unless you change how you view people. If people are re-socialized, a lot in other social systems or other social class, then you have behavioral changes. You're going to talk about how people dispose their garbage. If you have proper garbage collection within a scheme and a housing association that tells you that this bin is for that and this bin is for that, then even though John used to burn him garbage round him yard back last week, he moved in this scheme, he now knows that that is not how I operate anymore. And then guess what? I am Jamaican, and me tell you about the system. What the things that exist is not the system that keep us back and hold us back.
Example.
It's a them and us culture.
You seen Bold buy a post up house uptown, post apartment, and you know his neighbors give him a fight. He's not supposed to live there because he getting money. It wasn't like he didn't work hard for it. I remember one time when the man buy a lot of communities and then find out his own. And then give him back his money. I have a friend who buy a house in New York here in the Jewish community. And because him complex and dark, he then give him back his money, so they don't want him in the community. So it's a lie.
And that is the same mentality behind the thought that if I have a scheme and 20% of those houses are going to cater to people who are low income, then it will bring down the customized scheme at the same mentality. Yeah, Willie.
Remember that it still fall back, say, you can't take it out time out, but you can't take the mud out time out.
Exactly.
So what we're saying is not wrong. Because the way people that were used to socialize,
people can be
that's what absolute is trying to say, but the reality of it absolutely don't work.
Hold up, one at a time. Corey, what's up?
It's not right. It's not right, but it don't work like what you're saying.
It can and it does. But it takes a while.
Might work for a few persons.
It can and it does, but it takes a while. It takes a while. It can and it does. When Bolt just moved uptown, him was making noise and having party at people in place. It took him a decade or so, but he's a different person now. He has been re-socialized. The same thing with Beanie and Bounty.
No, but the risk.
You live with it because it helps society in the long run.
I hear you.
If you keep downtown and uptown, then downtown, all of the stigma we have about downtown now go change. Downtown and uptown will always be uptown. People have to have the opportunity. People have to have the opportunity for social mobility or society augmenting.
What about the man who buy the house uptown when nobody don't know him because I'm complex and maybe too dark? In complex.
Let me just say this too. Absolutely. Absolutely.
My point, Donovan. May I say the same thing?
Let's say something to you though. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with what you're saying. It's good wishes. And you see, when I speak about certain things, I separate what I would like to happen from what is actually happening, Right? Now, what you're talking about, you're talking how I would like it to work. Right? And I can agree with you. I wish that it worked like that. But unfortunately, when you see sometimes these decisions are made, it's made based on people's experience. No, one of the things I want you to do, and a lot of Jamaicans don't do this enough. A lot of Jamaicans never put themselves in a position or never put on the next shoes and say, what would I want if I were someone who bought that house, work hard, buy a house in a good neighborhood, set up my lawn, right, and have a decent living with my children them. Would I want to live among persons who don't share similar values as I have? That is a question we need to ask.
I do not. First of all, I am speaking about things that have happened in other places. I am not speaking out of what I want to see and emotions. I'm speaking about models that have worked. Models that have worked for other societies, and I have a reference.
Yes, and I know, and that is why you started by.
And secondly, I do not care who live beside of me, who live in a them house, living up in them house. They're not living in my house. I'm not racist.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's more than racism, because I can even talk about the whole racism thing and all of that. But I'm going to that. Let me just stick to the oath, right? Look here. I would like that. And you notice I say work in other societies, and that is why I started out by saying Jamaica has a unique culture. And we always have to remember that. So there are certain things that will work easier in other societies that when you try it in Jamaica, it doesn't work like that, right? And I'm talking now from experience of why you think houses, and a lot of these communities in Jamaica that are now ghetto were once residential communities. A lot of these communities where you say Walton Park and all of that, you know what run them down? The same thing. Where people from different backgrounds were able to gain access to these communities, start living there, come with different values, and the persons who wanted to preserve the community had to leave. Bad man is him. You can't tell me if you park my truck. You give me a fight. When you just a talk for the community, you want to keep dance at your gate. And before you know it, right? And you say to a man, say, no, you can't keep dance at the gate because the community no used to that. And you come here and set up sound back at your gate, and the community that will run down the community. All of a sudden, you're bad mind and you don't want to get to youth, elevate, and the woman you pre me. No man shop, you lose your life. That's the Jamaica reality.
Foresight.
You don't have the culture in Jamaica where people are going to see it for what it is and understand, say, you have to try to preserve a community. No, in
culture
England,
is dynamic and culture
people from
changes.
different background in England, they might share similar values, not in Jamaica. Right?
Is racism or classism in Jamaica?
It's not really classism. It's just really the reality of me have my community, and if certain people come in my community, then the community are going to run down. Right?
So, like, people in England would think that
man a stone sign, this a thing that me see. Man stone sign, lick down sign, text stone, lick out street light. That is not the behavior of English people, regardless of where them come from.
English people had that same pushback to them buying property in England.
Bad habit want to say something.
In Jamaica, you have an anti-farmer culture. You think you can go call police for a man who set up dance and tell him if you dance, you can lose your life. That culture really like that.
You don't need to in a scheme.
Nobody not spring up
because they have your rules.
A man from a lower income person in England is not necessarily going to string up sound. And he's still going to respect the community. There are certain basic values that they will have in Jamaica different. So that's what I'm trying to say. Don't work like that in Jamaica.
Some people have multiple culture, you know. Because when they're foreign, them decent. But when I go to Jamaica, I don't want to get to them go sit down at the sidewalk with the water and all of them food. They not go up to them. They want to, you know, a little, so them have two Like them have two different cultures. So them left for England and
you see me remember for what me see happening, you know.
Yeah, you're talking the truth. You're talking the truth.
I would love it to be like that. But all right, me living a scheme already, you know. Let me tell you something. We come from a scheme.
Hold on there.
And the business there, them dispose of the garbage across the road in the open land. These are things for me see and live.
What's that? You see the thing.
I should tell them say you give them a fight.
Can bad habits talk a little bit?
What's that? You see the thing is why there's so much bad man in Jamaica? Because we as a community, we know that man they bad. We know he do this, we know he do that. But when police come looking for him, they don't want to say nothing.
No, the police are tell the bad man say John calling up.
Yeah, know, but
so you get yourself in that trouble.
You not talk like you know Jamaica. You can't tell the police nothing.
Hold on, man. We as police, you know, because remember Jamaica changed now, you know. So when police come in the scheme now and you say this and you say this or this man, right? That's why I say Jamaica kind of corrupt. You see me? But now it comes with rules and regulations in our neighborhood, right? When you go in the neighborhood, you have rules. Like for instance, when we buy my house, we know the rules. Yeah, your land have a cut. Your house have to be this color, this and this and that. You can't put up certain things. You understand? All right. For example, you see when I show my pool party, right? I lock off at a certain time because I know, you're gonna get in trouble for a certain time. You only can play to a certain time, or else you can get disturbing the peace. You understand? So what you tell me say is, me own my trucking business. Me go buy a house in this neighborhood. You understand? And me know they said this is the rules and this is the rules. I understand the rules. So they say I can't throw a pool party. No, I could throw a pool party to a certain time, and you lock off at that time. You understand? But we as black people now, we don't want to take no order from nobody. We don't want nobody tell we nothing. You understand? We don't want to
run shop from the house.
No, bro, you're not taking a talk from nobody because the police come and you squeeze squad some money. Money run things in bro. You squeeze squad some money and him can't boss in business. In the business all the rest of people them.
No,
you tell you play music till next year.
Corruption.
So there's no law, rules, rules. This is the problem in Jamaica. Why me understand?
Hold on. So what me try to say now is now.
Reality is, would I love it?
Hold on, foresight. So what me try to say is now.
It's not gonna work in Jamaica. It will work elsewhere in Jamaica.
Hold on, the foresight. Everything we can make something work now, and change can be changed, you know. You understand? I just we will change it, you know. You see, they find the rights of the people for putting up power, and the rights of the police them that go uphold the law, right? Things will change, you know. I just really don't want it to change.
No, that's where them people there. Where them people there? Where them real people there?
You want
they hear that
it's not even so much of a political problem. It's a social problem.
They put in the wrong set of people.
So why
the right people them there? What the right people them there?
No,
socialize.
If you have to use law and
things that challenge social norms. This is how you fix social problems. You re-socialize people. You put in things that challenge social norms.
No, you can't just mix people like that and things that are going to re-socialize people. Look here, let me say something to you. Just
one bad apple swallow one of them.
Bad habit. If you have to call the police, right? For a man to respect basic rules to preserve his own community where he live with, you're already defeated. In England, irrespective of the background, there are certain basic values, irrespective of the background. The man who own low income, the man who are middle income, the man who's up there will understand, say, look here, this is how a community should look. This is how I would dispose my garbage. Right? There are certain basic values that they will share. In Jamaica, it's not so. You might go have to call police to tell a man, say, don't dispose of your garbage. If me have to call police, the society is already failing, brother. Right? What you need is a persons on their own to have that kind of appreciation, right? Of the decency to dispose them garbage properly. What you need is a man.
That is an assumption.
Well, what you want is a man, right, who on his own knows that this community, right, you are not allowed to put a stall or a sound box in front of your gate and start make up noise, right? That's what you want. This is not a police matter. It's not. This not supposed to be. It's supposed to be civilized. People just become civilized and know that.
We're putting aside all of that. If you have one
enforcement to get that, you already
level of income. If you have somebody that bought a house for $400,000 because of their income, but then on the second floor or some part of the community, you got somebody who was qualified for $100,000 house based on their income, then if you start having those disparities, what's going to happen is that when the person who bought the house for $400,000 decides to sell it, he can't get that money for it.
Those are issues too.
That is also not true. A lower income house is always a lower income house. It will be flagged as a lower income house. So when I'm selling, I'm telling you how it happens in actuality. When you are upselling, you upsell according to the tax bracket you bought your house in.
You don't understand what I said.
Yeah, I do.
You don't, because I'm saying if you have
the resale value of your house.
No, just listen to what I'm saying.
Just listen to her.
You have 50 houses in a community, right? The government require that 10 of them or 10% of it is sold at $100,000. The rest of them you can ask $400,000 for it because of their the person's income. Because of the ones that are less fortunate or whatever, they make less money, so their house costs $100,000. Now, when the ones that come in and start playing their music, throwing garbage all over the place, parking on the lawn, and when time comes now for the people who bought the house for $400,000 to sell it, the other people coming in and seeing the place in that kind of a condition, not going to want to pay that money for it.
No, why? When I house it gets $400,000. And look here, let me just add something to that too.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, one second. No, you see, this is going to be the thing. If a house is $400,000, right, it's going to be bigger than the next house. So the other house is going to be small. Okay.
But it's not only the size that determine the price, bad habit. What she's saying
is the size and the area, but look, I understand what she's saying. But what
listen.
What she's saying is that the 100,000 people will turn the 400,000 houses in a 100,000 community. So people who purchase houses for 400,000, the people who purchase for 100,000 come in with those kind of difference in values, right? The the community is actually it gets deplored now. I'm saying
with the bad habits.
$100,000 community is going to bring down the value of the community, because you would have had these people now litter. Remember, the people who litter the community, string up sound, shoot out the street lights, whatever they do, right?
It's about aesthetics too.
And a house there will sell for $100,000. Nobody's going to be willing to pay $400,000
$400,000 or $500,000 for that anymore.
That's a community have rules.
Can I answer right? Bad Habit and I are coming from a place where we see it happen and it works, right? Can I finish, right? You are now attributing bad behaviors to a particular social class to say that, if I have persons who are lower income earners, then automatically they are going to come and they're not going to keep the rules, and they're going to be disruptive, and they're going to litter the place, and they're going to be dirty, and they're going to bring down the property value. Ironically, that is how persons in developed countries look at persons from our backgrounds. Because you are from a third world country, it means that you cannot integrate within our society and all of the ills in our society is attributed to you. That is very that is the irony of this. Can I finish though? Can I finish? The irony of it is that in countries and schemes that allow integration and rules within the community, people fall in line. Because then if you don't fall in line, you are going to lose your house. We're speaking about people who go to work every day, who work, who have good enough credit to qualify for a mortgage still, regardless of their income. We now talk about people who now work and sit down on the street corner all day and rob about them and miggle. So now you're going to tell me, say, because me is a security guard, or because my wife, me is a security guard and my wife work in a mother's, that if me move beside you, that me I go bring down the value of your property, because naturally now me I go rowdy, me not go keep the rules of the property that me signed to. Me I go litter, me now go dispose of my garbage properly, and me I go bring down your property values. That you tell me.
Remember, you just said that you in your yard and the people in their house and what they do over there, you don't care.
Yeah, I don't. Right. But we all rent from the same place. We all rent from the same place, so we all have the same rules. All of us say, garbage go right there, so all of us know say, you're parked in an area that is
what you're talking about is a blueprint.
You have to tell me we are adults.
No, hold on.
It's not a blueprint, it happens.
That's how you might think.
It doesn't happen in Jamaica like that.
Yeah, that's how you might think, but that it don't happen in reality.
Because you stigmatize your own people now. You're going to tell me that because me is a downtown or me is a middle earner or a low income Jamaican, then me I go a certain way.
Absolutely. I hear your passion. And I like the dream. And I would like it to work like that. Right? You see, I am guided by reality. Me is a realist. You see me talk?
Reality.
I try to talk what works and what doesn't work. Right? Me know community in Jamaica right now where, as a result of people renting out them houses to people of different backgrounds, the community run down. So while that you think say, okay, that might be the case, and it's a wonderful blueprint.
Hold on.
Hold on, don't cut me yet. It's a wonderful blueprint. But in Jamaica, unfortunately, absolutely, once you start mixing people like that, you run the risk of the communities. People have shared values, and the community can suffer from the result of being a rundown community.
All right.
Right?
I tell you, you see, in America here, you ever seen
Jamaica 50 years ago is not the same Jamaica.
No, we have communities now in Jamaica that the communities in Jamaica.
Let me know what that Donovan.
Yeah, in America here you have a thing they call it Section 8. The government pay half of the rent for you. If any landlord or any owner realize that the person who gonna rent the place, they don't want to rent them the place, they have an issue. The government pay half and you pay, but at the time the government pay them half and the tenant cannot pay. So because of that, nobody now rent them in place.
And that's personal landlord. But watch this now. You see in Baltimore, right? Baltimore is very run down. And what they're doing in Baltimore, right? If you live in Baltimore, you move to Baltimore for a certain number of years, you could buy a house in Baltimore for $1. All right? They buy it for $1, but there's a catch about it now because there's rules and regulation. You can't rent that house out because there's rules. If you rent it out, you can lose your house. You see what I'm saying? When they put rules in place, they stop it from making certain things happen. So you would have to live in that house. You can't rent it out. You see what I'm saying? And you buy it for $1. You buy this for $1, you buy that for $1, and they're doing that to rebuild the community. You see what I'm saying? So like for
100% correct. Yeah.
For a person like me now, if I go down there and buy 10 houses, I would have to live in those 10 houses. I can't rent it out to make money. So that's what they are doing to rebuild it. You see what I'm trying to say now? So in Jamaica now, they have rules and regulation. If they put that in place, and you know this is this neighborhood, and you know you can't do certain things. Once they put that in place, you already know what it's about. You could lose your house, or you gotta move.
Then you're gonna have the problem, my person, saying that kind of restriction. I'm not gonna buy
a I think this topic is there's no wrong or right about it. You know what I'm saying? This topic, I don't think there's no right or no wrong about it, bro. I just think that it's based on an individual, because they can't judge somebody because they come from downtown. They can exactly be a perfect and decent person, not because they're poor. You know what I mean? So it's based on the person, yo. I don't think there's a right or wrong to this, yo. You know what I mean?
All right. I was just
based on the instant.
Right there. You can't restrict access to persons because you think that poor people act a certain way. You put your rules in, you put your regulation in, and you're gonna tell me, say, because me work at KFC and my man is a security guard, that I am less likely to want to keep the rules. No, that is classism right there.
All right, absolutely. I hear you. And again, I'm going to say this to you. You have decent people among every category, right? Low income, middle income, upper income. You have Butu among every level of people. Low income, middle income, upper income, right? What I'm talking about, right, is what happens. Not how me think about people is what usually happens. Because I'm going to tell you this.
Can't say what usually happens because the rules that we are proposing never existed, has never existed. And Jamaica 50 years ago is not Jamaica.
Make him land absolute.
In the way that I don't cut you. Just
let me hear what I'm saying.
Hold on,
you don't need.
Hold on 1 second. Hold the thought.
What about that bit, man?
I love this conversation.
Hold on about that bit. You don't need everybody to run down the committee. You don't need everybody in any category to run down the committee. The reality is, right? It is not uptown people, right? Or middle income people, you see. A war, top road, a war with bottom road. It's not uptown you really find say, top road, a fight with bottom road. It's usually in the inner cities, right? The poorer communities that you find that kind of violence and that kind of volatility more prevalent, right? Now, if that's the reality, we can't ignore the reality and talk about we not judge or we not something there. We can't ignore the reality and say we not judge and we are trying to discriminate against people and all of that. The truth is, are mostly poor people. The violence is usually higher in the poorer communities. That's just the truth, right? That's not what we want to think. That's just the truth, right? And usually when communities are run down, it's usually when people from a different background, which is mostly the lower class and the lower income earners, who comes into these communities with different values and decides, say, the uptown
what
man
you going to do?
Dance uptown.
What you going to do? You can't do nothing.
The uptown man not set up a star line gate.
Hold on, right? I love this conversation.
And it has to do
but I gotta drop off this load, so I'm gonna catch you all later, okay?
to do with
all right, Badabit. We talk later, my love. All right.
Right? So that's the reality. You see, what we would like to do, we like to ignore the reality to sound like we are reasonable and that we are not discriminating. If something happens, it just happen. And if that happen, that happen. I wouldn't want to think of lower income persons as being more violent, but really and truly, they have more violence when they get to the uptown. So what am I going to do? Say, oh, not because they get to me, they are violent. We don't say everybody now get to violent. We don't say that. Take every one of them to violent. But violence is more prevalent in these areas. Top road fight against bottom road and territorial war take place in these lower and poorer communities than they do in uptown communities. That's just the truth.
All right. So are the people?
It's not discrimination. It's just the facts.
So are the people from downtown then who are involved in downtown versus uptown and territory wars and they're violent producers and they're stringing up sounds and they are unruly? Are these the same people going to work every day from 9 to 5 and saving and building credit so much so that they can afford a mortgage and move out of said Are they the same people?
No, but they are the same people who have family members that are going to come to visit them in these communities.
So no, that's a different problem. No, it's not who I am.
Wait, one at a time. One at a time.
Based on your education and your income, usually that's how it is. And that is why I say I have to talk about what is. I have to talk about what I see happen. The value system. That is why you have people who leave out of the ghetto when not even one of them family member come visit them. Because them feel like so them are going to embarrass them up there. These are
and the same people them
England is different.
Now they never want them family come visit them.
Absolutely. This is the Jamaica reality. Not what we would have wanted to be. This is the
Jamaican girl want to say something.
England is not different, you know. England is not different. The difference is what we use to segregate our society. In England,
it's the people's behavior. That's what I wanted to stop saying.
And I'm telling you, I'm not being specific to a person. I'm saying England is not different. What is different is what the two different societies use to segregate itself. In England, it is race and nationality. British, white British versus migrant versus black versus Indian versus all the other cultures. What we use in Jamaica, downtown, uptown, the same conversations happen when they build new schemes too. For them problem is that migrants are gonna come and live in there. We have a problem uptown are gonna come, them feel some migrants are gonna take up the lower income houses.
So why did you say them?
Discrimination, sometimes it's experience. What I'm saying to you, absolutely, it's not all the time. It's discrimination. Sometimes it's people's experience. Well, absolutely. Sometimes it's
but the difference is, even though people feel so, the law say,
I don't feel so. Absolutely. Sometimes it's people's experience. I want you to understand that. Just like how I encourage black people to, not every time a white man, if you try to shake a white man and you see him give you the cold shoulder, it's not every time you can say, because him racist, him do that, because a black man can do that too. Because even among ourselves, you don't like everybody. So if a white man don't like you, you must be kind of racist. Sometimes the white man we have an ex-white man, they don't like too. It is we always see ourselves as victims and always have one reason to explain, right? Decisions or policies. Oh, because in uptown and me downtown and me not really talk to him is because him feel like him better than me. No, people have them experience.
It's my one experience as a white man with a black person.
Absolutely. This is what this nobody no blacker than me. I'm more black conscious than me. Right? I consider myself a very black conscious person. I'm totally against classism. But one of the things we not to do absolute is to jump to conclusions and play the victim. Right? There are many reasons why a person might not want to talk to you. So when I say a white man are more than me. I don't consider a white man. I see him as a man first. Unless him do something blatantly. Unless him blatantly do something to suggest that he's racist. Right? I'm not going to say he's racist. I can approach a black girl and she give me the cold shoulder. Right? Mm-hmm. I can approach a white girl and she give me the cold shoulder. For the same reason that the black girl give me the cold shoulder. Obviously, the black girl never racist because she black too, right? So because the girl white, automatically I'm going to jump to the conclusion to say, because she white, why she reject me? Or she give me the cold shoulder? That's what black people love to do, right?
What do you call the ideology?
No, hold on, absolutely. Just listen first. That white girl, she could have just lose her mother or her loved one and give me the cold shoulder. It might not even have nothing to do with me. But I'm just going to jump to the conclusion. Why so them white people are them racist because you not talk to me? So why you can't? So when a black girl do that now, why you gonna say? You don't have the ability to say because she racist. So when me I try to show you say, not because the man uptown want to preserve him community from people who might share a different value. Mean say, him feel like say boy, him better than the uptown and there's a discrimination and the classism. No, him could have experience already where he had lived in a community with people with shared values and him see how the community turn out. Him could have just run from a community. This same up downtown man, you know. Leave the ghetto for that reason, you know. Because I don't want to live amongst ghetto people. Everybody will live in the ghetto now. I aspire to come out of the ghetto. Most of them. They don't aspire to come out of the ghetto to go in a community where them live among ghetto people again. So what them do? I discriminate them, I discriminate against them own a ghetto where them come from. That's what I'm trying to tell you that. Sometimes
it's value system that is different. But can I ask though?
No, sometimes it's just a value system that is different. It's not that people feel like them better. If they ghetto man come there and conform to the rules, hold on, one thing and then give the mic. If the ghetto man come up and uptown and conform to the rules, no problem with him, you know. No problem. But is that what is happening? No, most times what you find that once you introduce the ghetto, right, are people who have different values in a community with people who share a higher standard of living and all of that, you're going to have that become a threat to those persons who want to preserve the community. That's just the facts. Because
absolutely right.
If you move everybody from Matches Lane and put them up on Narbrook and move everybody from Narbrook and put a Matches Lane, where you think the new ghetto will be?
So
Uptown.
can I say something, yo? We are talking about classism and all of that, but classism exists everywhere. It's in America. For instance, use the credit system as a perfect example. You think if you know you have a good credit score, you can live anywhere? You understand? You can't just get up and live anyway. So they use that to control who is where or where you're capable of doing. You know what I mean?
Some place in America, okay, some place with two black and now live there, because you're the rich, you know, then you know, the score guy will wall leap up, way up. You know, live there.
I love it that both of you just made up the point that I am making. Question: Do you let me pose a question, and I'm posing it to all of you, and I want Foresight to answer to. I want Yardi and Donovan to answer as well. What do you call if a person is prevented from buying a house in a community, regardless of their credit score, regardless of their earnings, or if there is a pushback from a person buying a house in a community, in a developed country, because of the color of that person's skin or because they are an immigrant? What do you call it?
I'm gonna make it very good.
Absolute. I have a question for you also when they're done. Yeah. I have a
classism.
About classism and racism.
Classism more.
If it's solely because the color of the skin is clearly racism. If you don't know it,
no, but you have it can be racism because I saw black people push out black people. That's anything, you know. So the community, you know. So I don't know again.
So that's classism. What is black again?
Guess what? It is driven by the same mentality that if I let one in, all of them are going to move in and they are going to bring down my community. Racism or classism when it is in other societies.
No, if that's their experience, do you know?
Is there somebody named Bad Mind?
But then that is what.
Is there somebody named Bad Mind? Because some people bad mind, you know, they know what they
So question, if question then Foresight, if based on my experience with one, based on a white man's experience with one black person, him said, all you black people are thieves, and treat all black people accordingly. Is that man a racist?
Hold on there.
Generalizing, you're generalizing everybody and painting everybody.
Black man is That would be a racist.
Is it racist?
No, hold on. Allow me to answer now. Absolute. Right. Saying all black man are thief is a little bit of a stretch because all of nobody are not thief. All are Indian, all of nobody are one thing, right? Now, I want to help you now in answering that question. I'm going to ask you a question because a lot of the times we don't put the shoes on our feet, right? If you have a bad experience, let's say I'm going to choose Indians. You rent Indian your place, and you rent one Indian family your place, and they trash the place, right? That's an Indian family, right? After here, you have to do all the renovation, and you're very annoyed because the place trash and all of that, right? You rent another Indian family again, and your experience was horrible, right? Mm-hmm. You rent another Indian family, and when you look, horrible experience again.
I think you don't have to go so far.
All right. Okay, all right, two, all right, good. A third person or a third family come in now to rent your place, and they are Indians.
Would you?
Having had that horrible experience on more than one occasion, more than two occasions with Indian families. If you take a decision based on that, say, I don't want no more Indian, I don't want no more Indian because them trash the place and whatever and so, would that be discrimination?
Yes,
would that be racism?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Really?
Yes, it is.
It's not your experience.
Yes,
it's racism?
You have, that is it. You need to separate race from the person. You rented to John, you rented to Mary, and you rented to Jane, right?
But what Jane and John, what he's trying to say is
because they are the same ethnicity, they are not the same people. They are not the same people. You cannot group and generalize people based on characteristics.
Indian
I already answered. Yes, I already answered. And my answer was yes.
I think you're lying.
They have already answered. Why not? John, Mary, Ezekiel, and Jane are not Peter.
Yeah, but what they are
I am very methodical. Is there race? I bet that there were other things too. It cannot only be because of their race.
Absolutely.
It cannot be only because of their race. I get your point,
absolutely. I'm saying to you, if you have that experience, what they all have in common, right? They are Indian. Whereas if you go and you see the place curry up on the wall, curry up and all of that, right? That's very funny. Would you rent a food? Remember, you know, this is
you see that? Those are racial stereotypes. Curry and the place smell funny. Racial stereotype.
No, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying if you actually see that,
Curry, that's
your reality, your lived reality.
Absolutely.
I have already answered. John, Mary, yes, it is. Likewise, as a woman, I have had experiences where man have dogged me out, and I will never sit and say all men are dogs or there are no men out there because I have had a bad experience. No, it is the same thing. It's the same mentality.
No, because
your experience with one person cannot determine how you feel about an entire race. Likewise, your experience with one person cannot determine how you feel about an entire gender.
Absolutely. You see, the man thing is different because you have different type of man that you can date. You can date a woman.
You have different type of Indian too.
Foresight, I agree.
Indian.
I agree with absolute. There's different kind of Indians, there's different kind of men. Same thing.
No, but hold on. Right? What I'm saying to you, right? You can always get another family that is not Indian. But you can't get another man that is not a man. Right? Man a man. Right? What me I try
you can get a woman. Well,
yeah, but the category is man.
Other women have done that. Other women have moved on to women because of their experiences with man.
The category is man. In your case, we are use a man, right? The category is a subcategory. Indian is a subcategory. You can have Indian family, Chinese family, white family, black family, all of that. You can always get a family outside it being an Indian family. You can't get another man outside it being a man. So what I'm saying to you, absolutely, right?
All right,
what
no,
I want to say to you.
Your comparison. If you go compare via race and subsection,
I didn't ask you for the rent to a family. I asked you for the. Hold on.
You have to compare gender. If you compare people along racial lines, then you're gonna have to compare along gender lines. I can find a Chinese, Bayesian, etc., different race. However, if you're gonna say I cannot find a next man, then you're gonna have to use gender, because then we can find a woman, we can find a trans, we can find a new.
The fact is that you're moving on from your experience. You're moving on from your experience, and that's what he's pointing out.
Right.
Let's add this.
Bargain. I am not moving on from the experience. My point is that my experience with one man or two man or three man does not determine how I feel about all men. Likewise, my experience with one Indian family, two Indian family, three Indian family don't mean say it's not going to tell me how to feel about all Indian family. And that's my point. Bargain never had a follow me, just explain to her.
Yeah.
Absolutely. As long as you're straight as a woman, you don't have the option, right, of dating anything else as a man, other than a man. As long as you're straight as a woman, right? In the situation now, with the rental situation with the Indian, you have an option to rent a family outside of an Indian family.
Black,
right?
Chinese, white.
Exactly. So that comparison with you dating a man, as a straight woman, you just have to go date a man. You know, no other option.
For sides, my point still stands. The point was that my experience with poor men is not going to determine how I feel about all men. Likewise, my experience with four different Indians.
But absolutely, you can determine the type of man. You can deter the type of man.
Why would you stop into India then?
The type of man
you stop into India?
Like I call man, Chinese, Indian, black.
No.
You have
still have a
option not to rent Indian family. You have an option of not to rent another Indian family. Absolute. You're not understanding that.
It does not matter. You are wanting me to answer a certain way, and I am telling you that that is not how I think, and I'm explaining to you how I think. And my explanation to you is that I am not going to judge a fourth person based on my experiences with people just because they have the same background.
Earlier in the chat, like way earlier in the chat, telling us about where you live, right? And you said that you live in a good community, and you said
variety is the spice of life, Peacemaker.
Only a low percent of murder happening unaliving happen in your community and blah blah blah. So, like, why did you choose now to go into that community if you think everybody else is just okay for you to hang around and to live among?
You're going to be selective in the next place you choose to live.
If a family, let me answer bargain. My community is mixed. The difference between where I live and say London, as it relates to crime, is city versus suburban or rural suburb. I live in a rural suburb. I cannot live in a city. I do not do the fast life and the back watching. That is the difference. That is how I chose where I live. I am not. It is not a segregated area. You have all demographics. You have African, you have Caribbean, you have Indian, you have Afghan, you have Iraqi, you have British. Same way. The difference is country. It's not a city. It is very slow.
I'm going to say this and just leave the floor empty for everybody else. I'm just going to end on this, right?
Yeah.
If a white person rents to a black family, and after renting to that black family, they became disappointed and had a horrible experience. They try again with another black family and had a horrible experience, right? And if I go to rent that place with my family as a black man, and that white person should decide not to rent to any more black person, right? Because of the experience that they had, right? to me, that cannot be racism. You know why? Because if they were racist, they wouldn't have rented to a black man in the first place. That now would be they would have made that decision based on their experience with a black person, right? It wouldn't be racism, right? So that is why I use the Indian scenario, because
if they decide how they feel about you as a black person based on their experiences with two other black people, if they had bad experiences and them feel that those two black people are violent and they are nasty, and them look on you as a black person and say and feel that because you black you are also violent and nasty, it is called racism, because they are judging you based on your race.
So how would you explain racism if they rented black people in the first place?
Because I have previously rented to black people, and I did not have thoughts about black people at one point. It means that we cannot change.
All right, Dr. Lou, let me ask Dr. Lou this. Let me ask the question.
Black people in the first.
Let me ask the question. What if it was a black man? What if it was a black man and he rent to two black person before, and he came back and he decided he wanted to rent to a white person?
Colorist. There's a word for it as well. Black people cannot be racist to us, but we can. It is still a decision made. It is still a decision made. It's a prejudice decision. It is a decision made from a prejudice.
Okay, so you moving on. And you moving on from the men that hurt you to start dating women is not the same thing. Said if men hurt you can always move on to a woman.
I never said if men hurt me I will move on to a woman. I said I will never use my experience with 4 or 5 different men to sit down and say all man a dog. That is what I said. I never did say. And
no, but they not say all man a dog.
And then our man a dog, our black man a dog. Me not go say that. I would never, and I have never. That was my point.
But the fact that you said you have an option to move on to a woman or something like that. You said
that was a side that I did a side argument because he was
absolute. Let me
wait, hold on, one at a time.
Let me explain to bargain now. Let me explain to bargain because she totally missed a point, right?
Okay, go ahead.
What I was saying to him, him was saying pretty much man and man, and as a woman. You do not have an option from moving on to man. And me I said that is not exactly true because a lot of women have done it based on the same reasoning that Emma put forward. Because them use them experiences with 3 men to judge all man. That was my point. So people do it. I was not saying that.
So then at what point did you bring in the woman? What did you say about the woman?
I said it a while ago. I just said it. I just explained it.
But absolutely.
I said.
You deciding you're using 2 different situations. You're mixing. You're comparing.
Yeah, I think so too.
With
bargain and you lost because
no. Absolutely. Let me just say this to you. Me making a decision based on my
Trev. What did she say? What did you hear her say, Trev?
So I heard. What? Go on for a sec before you lose your thought.
Absolutely. Me making a decision based on my experience to not
Uncle Joe
to not rent to like the Indians and in the case, right? Again, based on my
Easter,
experience.
my love.
It's not the same as
you eat your banana and cheese already?
We can be prejudiced by our experience in a foresight. People form prejudices. People form prejudices based on their experiences.
I just asked the host to say something and you guys won't let her speak. I am asking her, what did she hear Absolute say a while ago?
Bargain.
All right. Me ear Absolute was saying that if you are with a man, if you've had bad experiences with 3 men, your next experience, you could be with a man or you could be with a woman. It would be your choice. I understand what she's saying, but when Foresight is saying that she completely missed the point, I understand that too, because Foresight wants her to stay on the man part, not switch over to the woman, because that would be veering off the path. The path is for a man to say, you know, if you have been with 3 men and they've treated you poorly, are you going to say, well, you're not going to be with another man at all?
Men again.
Right.
Okay. Now, and another thing I want to add to what Absolutely is saying is that me making a decision based on my experience, or if the white man should decide that when I come as a third black family, they decide not to take me because they have a bad experience with black family. That is not
don't look good. Guys, look at this.
That is not to say that white person is saying that all black family is bad.
Chuck on fire.
Right? That is not to say all black family is bad.
Chuck is on fire.
Yeah, Chuck on fire. It's a Pepsi. Coca-Cola Chuck too. Yeah.
Wow.
And you understand what I'm saying, Barney? Not because you make a decision based on your experience, mean that you're generalizing. You're just.
It doesn't mean that you're. Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't mean that you are discriminating against an entire race.
Exactly.
So white person.
It can be from a business standpoint too. It can be
just not wanting to take the risk, not wanting to. So when you decide that you date a man and it doesn't work out, we can understand that you're not saying that all men is bad. Even if a woman decide to abstain and decide that she won't date.
Believe me, I don't even know how we got here, because that's all we're going to talk about.
She has such a horrible experience, right? That she just scared. She's scared. You know what I mean? So she has.
Have you ever heard people say all men bad and all or a lady they say all men?
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Exactly.
Of course I hear, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Right. That is the same mentality. It's not totally different. It's the same mentality. I am bringing a parallel.
No, you're saying that the decision is racism because they decide not to rent to another black man. I'm saying no, because
what is a prejudice? What is a prejudice?
Absolutely. You have to listen to. You can't just, because one thing, you know, I reason for understanding. I don't reason for winning. I reason for understanding. Right? And I'm just trying to get you to understand something. If I make a decision that when I go to a particular hospital, I get bad service. Every time I go there, I have a horrible experience. And I decide not to go to that hospital or that business place, wherever. It doesn't mean that I'm saying everybody in the hospital horrible. You understand? I'm doing it based on my experience.
What is a prejudice?
Well, no. I can have a prejudice against her experience.
But that is the point I've been trying to make. But that's the point I've been trying to make. Your prejudices are influenced by your experience.
You're saying the prejudice is against the person's skin color. And I'm saying the prejudice might be against the experience. It's different.
If I have a prejudice that is based on my experience with a person of a particular skin color, and I now have a prejudice towards all persons of that skin color, it's called racism.
If it is because solely of your skin color why you're disqualifying a person, then that is the time it is racism. But if it's based on your experience, it is not necessarily racism. It's not racism if it's based on your experience.
Let me say it again. If your prejudices can be based off your own experiences, right? If a white person has a prejudice against all black people based on his experience with one black person or two black people, he has developed a prejudice against all black people. I'm stressing again, based off his experiences with other black people. There is a word for it, and the word for it starts with R.
No, that's what you get wrong. He made that decision.
Your prejudice is your prejudice.
No. that person make a decision based on their experience. It doesn't mean that they are saying all black people are horrible, right? Just like, if you date somebody in your workplace, right? And it don't work out and it's horrible. And you
Ramsey, I'm going to come down and put you in the box.
Right?
Ramsey, I'll come down.
It doesn't work. You make a decision, so I don't date nobody else in my workplace, you know. It don't mean to say...
And that should be, that should be a good decision. You shouldn't be dating in your workplace to begin with. You don't mix business.
It doesn't mean that you are saying that every man will work at your workplace a horrible man and a man a good man. It don't mean that. It means that based on your experience from dating man in your workplace, you don't want to repeat that again.
It was a bad decision to begin with. You shouldn't be dating in your workplace to begin with. That's a bad decision.
And why shouldn't you be dating in your workplace? Why shouldn't you be dating in your workplace?
Because you do not mix business and pleasure.
Alright,
and that is also documented. That is documented.
Alright, so the man deciding not to rent to this black people. To all black people, it's a prejudice. It is a prejudice based on if it is based on your skin color alone, it's racism.
Shut the fuck up, ho. As soon as
no. You
just see your mother. Your mother is not over here. Do you see your mother here? Do you see your mother here? All we know is your mother. Do you see your mother here?
We don't want to hear where officer. Take him down. We don't want to hear nothing where officer.
Very rude.
All right, no problem. But
this is not the platform for it.
I am just
over here. We agree to disagree. We always have opposing views, but we not rude to each other. After this, me and Foresight and everybody good same way. Don't do that.
No disrespect. No disrespect. But what I'm just saying.
You don't do that, bro.
You understand? And I'm just saying that. You know, you can have a decision against a group without discriminating against the group, right? Because of your experience, not because of the group itself, right? Just like, if you decide not to date a man in your workplace because you have had horrible experience doing so, it doesn't mean that you're discriminating against every man in your workplace and saying that, they are not good men in the workplace, right? It's just
and I'm saying that was a bad decision anyway. You can't liken dating in the workplace to having a prejudice. But you can't liken dating in the workplace to prejudicing an entire. You can't prejudice an entire race and liken that working in the workplace.
Remember, the topic is not that we're discussing whether or not people should date in the workplace. That was just used as an example, and I'm just using.
All right, stick to race then. Stick to dating a certain race then. If I have a bad experience dating a black man and I decide say I don't date black men, I'll never date black men. What's that?
Do you know
I have a prejudice against black men. Then I have a prejudice against black men though.
Do you know you have persons who have dated people who come under a certain side, like say them a date a something there. What you call it, a scorpion. Do you know you have even women and females? So women are date no more scorpion man. Right? You have women who say not date no more scorpion man, you know. Right?
Yeah, and it's a prejudice.
Bad experience. But it doesn't mean
and
that.
By definition, it's a prejudice.
Hold on, man. It doesn't mean that they are discriminating against all, man.
By definition, Foresight, it's a prejudice.
It is just.
Them are discriminate against all Scorpio man. It's a prejudice.
No, but hold on.
By definition, all right. Let us establish the definition then. What is a prejudice then?
It's based on your.
What is a prejudice? Yeah, your prejudice, but your prejudices are influenced by your experience. What is a prejudice? Define a prejudice.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to mute my mic. And let us agree to disagree. Alright? I'm just going to mute my mic.
Me go find it for you, but me go screenshot it and see if we can show it in the background and it show. It's a complex of a negative attitude against or a preconceived, your preconceived notion, preconceived idea, preconceived thoughts towards people based on a particular characteristic, right? And it is influenced by how you are socialized and how you grow and your lived experiences.
You know, this is a preconceived.
Yeah.
Once you say preconceived, it's before you even have an experience, and that is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it is not. No, it is not. No, it is not.
What preconceived means?
Your preconceived thoughts, your preconceived mean it's a thought that you have before you meet the person.
Mean that before you even have an encounter with the person, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And I'm saying that's why it's not and that is what proving the point now. I'm saying if you
no, it is not elite. Not elite. Elite.
Here I have to say, I've been trying to say something for a while. In the comment section, Natural says, if my experience make me prejudiced, so be it. Simple. I agree. If my experience make me prejudiced, to hell with it. But prejudice then. If my experience make me prejudiced.
Well, that is it.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being prejudiced that way. I'm fine with being prejudiced that way.
It's different from making a decision.
Let me explain why it is preconceived, right? Or how the preconceived thought come in, right? I have had bad experiences. I have had lived experiences, right? I've read it. I have read it foresight, but you not understand the definition. The definition say you have a preconceived thought or idea of a group of individuals based on your own lived experiences and socialization. That are the part of it that you're leaving out, right? If your preconceived ideas is based on the lived experience, then the lived experience and the lived experience have to come first. But then that is you leave out the half part of it. Me say you have the preconceived idea based on the lived experience. That is rightly so. Before the lived experience, you did not have the preconceived idea. You did not have the prejudice. The prejudice is based on the lived experience or the socialization. It is based on something. So without the lived experience or the socialization, you're not going to have the prejudice.
All right, come back. Let me hear what I say. Noel, what's up?
Absolutely. If the idea is preconceived is
preconceived based on what? It is preconceived based on what? Preconceived based on what? That is it. Based on what?
Will you allow me?
See, Jay is down there trying to explain as well. Your interpretation is inaccurate.
Hold on. Absolutely. If I have a preconceived notion about something, it means that before having any encounter or any experience, that's what I think about the person, right?
No, it is not.
If I'm going let's go back to the red. You're going to allow me to talk like I allow you to talk. Just allow me to talk. Because I say, I don't reason to win, I reason for understanding. What I'm saying to you, if an idea is preconceived, it means before even doing it. If I have a preconceived notion about somebody, it means that I don't even have an experience with the person. If I have a preconceived idea that that girl is horrible or that man is going to be disrespectful. Like people say, some used to think say you stuck up, or some used to think say you're a disrespectful person. When me used to see you, me used to afraid to approach you. That is what is preconceived. When I have no experience with you. That's what preconceived means. Before. Pre means before. Right?
Right.
Hold on.
Can I interject and say something?
If I have experience now with you, and I make a decision based on an actual experience, which I call the reality, that is different now from having a preconceived.
It is not a prejudice.
Foresight. Can I say something based off experience, right? My My father is a landlord. My father is of Indian descent then, or Jamaican Indian. His parents are from India. And my father has only had Spanish tenants. So you're going to say that my father is racist then because he prefers only to rent to Spanish tenants?
No.
Yes?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It's a prejudice. No, I'm going to tell you why it's not. I'm going to tell you why it's not prejudice. In how we socialize and in our norm here, in where we live, it is better financially. It is better for you to rent to a certain type of demographics because you are sure of your money. When you rent other certain demographics, you will have issues.
So then you have a prejudice.
Would he rent to me as a black nurse?
No, people put criteria. Based on the experience and the good experience that they have with Spanish tenants, they just stick to renting Spanish tenants.
Exactly. And that's a prejudice.
That's not a prejudice. Oh, that would be prejudice.
It is a prejudice.
Based on your experience.
It is a prejudice. It is a prejudice because you have a preconceived notion of other people based on your lived experience.
Okay, when you put the house on the market, right? And you ask for a list of reference or whatever, what is needed for you to rent his property. The majority of people that qualify are Spanish.
All right, so
you understand that it's not based on race, it's probably where we live and probably how the climate is. You understand?
The vulture. If I as a black nurse, I apply and I check all the boxes, and financially I am better off than all the other applicants, even though they are Spanish. Based on yes, financially I am better off, and I have superb credit. I have a very, very good job. I've been in that job for 15 years. I am permanent.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, in the market where we are located, we have
let me finish. Qualified. Can I finish?
You understand? That's what I'm saying.
So I have created that scenario where he has a black person that more than qualified. Would that black person, would he rent to that black person?
Yes, we would, but I'm just telling you that when you put the property on the market, you don't have a lot of black people applying.
Right, so then
You change your rhythm now. Change your rhythm now. And that just say first. I'm not gonna make she look like she a mad woman. I'm not gonna make any woman look like she a mad woman up here. And cause I'm not just say first.
Let me tell you when it would be prejudice. If I have no Corey.
No, but you don't want a woman to look like she a mad woman, and that just say first.
No, we're not mad woman.
Thank you very, very, very much. Because what she said first was that her husband only rents to Hispanic. Her father only rents to Hispanic people because of his experiences with them.
And then she start put on some guardrail when you corner.
Prejudice. When it becomes prejudice, is the reason why you do things why it becomes prejudicial. The reason. Right? Or if you have no reason, no real basis on which to make a decision, that's when it becomes prejudice. So let me tell you when it becomes prejudice now. If the black man apply for the house, to rent the house, the Indian apply, the white they apply, the Chinese apply, and I decide based on a preconceived notion now, as the definition states. That because me just think, on no real basis, me just think so the Indian man are the man when we must rent to. It's me feel so. And not based on an experience, just based on just a preconceived notion, then that is the time it becomes prejudice. But if I have been renting...
So if you have a preconceived notion based on an experience, then what is it?
Well, if I even decide, say, the black man are going to pay me better, right? And a preconceived notion and decide, say, no other race no good to rent to. That's when it becomes prejudice, right? Because what I am making a decision without having any real basis to do so. Now, if it is that My family tradition, we have been renting to Indians for the longest while because of the good experience that we have with them, right? Or there might be expatriates to a certain company, I'm sure to get my rent. And based on that experience, we just decide to stay within that safe zone because I'm sure I'm rent, I'm sure where to come from. That cannot be prejudice.
And that's a prejudice.
All right, come now. Exactly, that's exactly what it is. It's a prejudice. It is a prejudice.
Okay, but to be honest,
hold on. Can I? I copied and pasted the definition.
Understand me?
I copied and pasted the definition. I copied and pasted the definition. I copied and pasted the definition. Let me read it.
Confusing. One person at a time.
Don't speak over each other.
All right. Can I read the definition? I copied and pasted it. Prejudice is a complex, often subconscious. It is in the chat, so you can scroll up and see it for yourself. Prejudice is a complex, often subconscious, negative attitude towards individuals or groups based on over generalized beliefs or stereotypes. It is determined by a combination. It is determined by a combination of cognitive, social, and emotional factors.
Yeah.
So a combination. It is determined by it is not, if you understand it. It is determined by a combination of experience. Stop now. Let me finish. It is determined by a combination of cognitive, so your thoughts, social, your experience, and emotional factors. So your thoughts and your lived experiences and your feelings towards them, rather than being an innate trait of the individual. So therefore, let me illustrate using your very point. If I have an experience from renting 4 Indian families, right, and I then my thought processes based and feelings and emotions based on that lived experience with 4 Indian families, then I'm gonna make me decide say me now go rent to John because John is Indian, then I am prejudiced. It is a prejudice. If I have the definition is there. The definition is there.
Can I jump in?
All right.
Yes,
All right, Jay,
All right,
you
so
can have a turn.
Thank you so much. So, the young lady, what's her name? Absolute? She went on tea time. All right, so so I wanted to kind of foresight. Oh man, brother, I think you're so misinterpreted. Okay, no problem. I think Absolute, she's profoundly intelligent, and I just don't think you're listening. There are a lot of contextual variables with this conversation, and I think it's primarily based on your perception. Because remember, in conversation, there's inception, there's conception, and then there's perception. So your perception of what she's saying, or your understanding, is totally flawed. Not in a disrespectful way, but I just don't think you understand where she's coming from. Because remember, brother, in the English language, you have something they call connotation, denotation. Connotation, right, is the context in which things are used. Denotation is the actual meaning of the word. The word prejudice means to prejudge. You don't necessarily have to have an experience with a particular group of people to prejudge or to be prejudiced. It can be based on societal norm. You see a person dress a certain way, wear a certain clothes, you automatically may have somewhat we call a prejudge, and that is a prejudice. So what she's saying is fundamentally correct. Here's what I understand where you're coming from, though, Foresight. Just remember that when you enforce prejudice, it becomes racism, right? The systematic things in place, when it's enforced for your prejudice feelings, it becomes a systematic scene of racism. So that is fundamentally true. She's not saying anything wrong.
Hold on, Jay. If you're going to talk from me, you have to talk from me accurately.
No problem. I'm sorry about that. I apologize if I misspoke. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm here. Let me speak for myself. Right?
No problem. Go ahead.
You say a lot of things a while ago, but it goes to show that you weren't listening to the conversation. And it seems as if you are not the one that is understanding what is being discussed.
Okay.
Listen. Just listen to me. Give me a little moment.
No problem. I got you. Go ahead,
You
bro.
use words like prejudged.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, man.
You're right. Prejudice is when you prejudge. You have no real basis.
Right.
So if you're going to have an opinion about a person without an experience, that's when it is prejudice. Because you're prejudging. If you're going to make a decision, if a man disrespect you, and you say, my brother disrespect me, I'm not deal with him enough. That is, you're making a decision based on your experience. That is not prejudice, because you would have experienced the disrespect, and you make a decision based on what your experience. Right?
Yeah, but I listen. I'm listening.
Right? Okay. Now, if you make a decision prior to that experience, and so the brother is disrespectful enough, that is what you call discrimination. That is what you're going to call prejudice. So by your own definition a while ago, it shows that you weren't understanding me accurately. I'm the one that's misinterpreted. Because you cannot say somebody is prejudiced if you're making a decision based on the experience and not prejudging. Right?
Okay.
If somebody is prejudiced when you're making a decision without knowing anything at all. When a person is racist, they're making a judgment about a black man because of their color and skin. That's no real basis. You're making a assumption really. That's when it becomes prejudice. Right?
So, no problem. Can I respond to your...
Me can't say a man disrespect you. I'm not dealing with him now because I have an encounter with him now. Me can't go say you're prejudiced against the man. Me can't go say you're prejudiced if you have a judgment about the man and make you just discriminate against the man so you don't know about the man. It is simple.
Understood. Can I respond to you, please?
I
agree.
And that is what I'm trying to get Absolute to understand. Absolute,
I got you.
But let him respond.
Hold on. Absolute just read the definition of what prejudice means. Right?
Okay.
And the definition has in it preconceived notion. Preconceived belief means that you believe it before you experience it.
Right.
What I am trying to tell Absolute is that a lot of black men are quick to play the victim role. They're quick to think that if they walk up to a white man and the white man give them the cold shoulder, the man might have could have just get alive or he could have suffered a lot. But because he's white and you black, you're saying racist. And I'm saying you cannot just come up with a single reason for every experience. You don't know what the man has got through. Because you can walk up to a black man and give you the cold shoulder too. But because he's black and you're black, you won't get the chance
Foresight, use the rent example. You're renting to four. You have renting to four Indians and deciding that you're not renting to Indians anymore.
I wouldn't have rented to Indians in the first place. If I'm making a decision, having rented to Indians, if I've made a decision, why don't I rent to more Indians? Because every time I rent to Indians, this is what happens. That's not prejudice, because if I was prejudiced, I wouldn't have rented to Indians in the first place. And I gave another example. If you
what is that decision based? What is that decision based on?
I'm dating her workplace 2 times, and she get burned from it and decides, I'm not dating no man in my workplace. Is she prejudiced, or is she just making that decision based on her experience of dating men in the workplace?
That is a prejudice. That is prejudice.
Thank you very much, Jay.
But brother, brother, so here's the thing. I'm glad you... Absolute. Hold on. A second. So, Foresight, you explained and you went on a whole soliloquy. And everything you said just confirmed that I understood you, but I don't think you understand her. I still stand on my point. Because you don't have to have a particular experience with this person in order to prejudge them. Let's say the first Indian family come rent the house. Right? The first, Indian number 1, rent the property. You had a horrible experience. Indian number 2, rent the property, horrible experience. Indian number 3, rent the property, horrible experience. The 4th Indian come, you have not had an experience with them, but because you've had an experience with their race, that's where the prejudgment come from. So prejudging doesn't mean you have a specific experience with that particular person. It could just be based on that group or socio-economic class of individuals. That's the first thing I want to put out there.
Here's what you get. You're right with that, but here's what you're not getting.
So let me finish up, brother. I'm never cut you. All right, go
ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm not a reason. I'm not going to talk about it.
No, man, never give back the mic. Here's what you're not understanding.
All right, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that you become prejudiced based on the reason why you're making a decision. So even though you don't know that fourth family that you're going to rent with. Of course, you're right with that. You don't know them. You don't know if they're going to have a similar experience. It's not them you're prejudging. Mm-hmm. You're not denying them because you said them are going to be a horrible family, you know. Mm-hmm. The reason why you're not renting them is because you have a horrible experience before. So the judgment that you're doing, you're not denying them the privilege of renting your place because of the judgment that you have about them.
But it's still prejudged, though, brother.
No.
Yes, it is.
You're not judging them at all.
Brother,
that's a point you're not getting.
No, listen to me. Listen, no, brother. Hold on, stop. Hold on, I'm take
hold on. Brother,
I allow you to cut me. I allow you to cut me.
You have to get this.
No, foresight. Hold on, brother. I allow you to cut me.
Come on now.
So let me cut you back now.
All right,
listen to me. Brother, what I'm saying to you is that at the end of the day, there is a consequence because of what the person might have experienced prior to that. So guess what? Because by contraindication, you are implying that this person now is going to be at a disadvantage. They're going to have a horrible experience because of what you might have had with their previous race. It is still prejudged. You prejudge this person.
Hold on, Jay.
You don't prejudge their action.
Right, but it's still prejudged, brother.
No. Hold on.
Listen, stop. No, hold on, brother. You're not prejudging because you're not prejudging because of their character. You're prejudging because of the association you make with their socioeconomic class or their race or ethnicity. It's still prejudged.
Hold on. No, you're not making a judgment. You're making a decision based on.
It is still a judgment.
Judgment is not a decision.
Hold on, brother. Let me explain something to you, brother. Hold on. Let me explain something. Hold on, brother. Hold on. There's a thing called interpretation and there's something called interpolation. What you're using is a lot of interpretation. You're not understanding interpolation. The difference in this, brother, I want you to understand. No matter how you twist and turn and put it on the other side, you are essentially prejudging this innocent person. Number 4, because of the experiences you've had with 1, 2, and 3. So the consequences that number 4 feel is because of the experience you've had. It's still prejudged. So you're simply saying this person may bring the same consequence or bring the same behavior to my property based on the experience I've had before. That is simply what you're doing. It's a form of prejudgment, brother. Right?
But you're not prejudging the person, though. You're prejudging their
the
action.
person is Indian. You cannot separate.
But you're not prejudging the Indian.
Right. That's what we're talking about.
Prejudging the new family.
Brother, that's why I said by contraindication.
You're making a decision on the experience that you had with the previous families. That is what you're doing. That is what is driving the decision. The decision
you are making a decision against the new family based on your previous experiences, and that's what makes it.
Experience is reality, you know. Prejudge is not reality. It's an assumption. No, what I'm saying to Jay is that because of the reality of what you would have experienced with the first 3 families, that is what is the main driving force behind the decision. That is what is driving the decision. Because if you were prejudiced in the first place, you wouldn't have rented Indians in the first place. If to say that you are prejudiced against Indians, you wouldn't have rented Indians in the first place.
But by default,
in prejudice, the decision has to come before the experience, right? It doesn't come after the experience. And that is what the definition is telling you. The pre-conceived.
Can I read the definition again? This time, listen to the definition, Foresight. Foresight, listen to the definition. Just listen. Do not listen to respond. Do not listen to argue. Just listen. Right? Prejudice is a complex, often subconscious, negative attitude towards individuals or group based on overgeneralized beliefs or stereotypes. It is determined by a combination of cognitive, social, and emotional factors rather than, cut off the part there, so let me scroll, rather than being an an innate trait of the individual.
That is it. Great. Thank you for reading.
Key. Right, that's all. Key, that's it.
Yeah, but
innate trait of the individual.
Yes. But it's based, and here's my thing too. An absolute, thanks for reading that definition. Honestly, I think what Foresight is missing, and I'm not saying the brother is, because he sounds like a smart guy, but I think what he's missing, we all have blind spot, and I think his blind spot in this particular conversation is the mere fact that he's still thinking that you have to have a particular experience with a person or whatever the case may be in order to be able to prejudge. No, if I'm walking,
no,
brother,
bro.
I didn't quote you. No, Foresight. You can't. I didn't quote you. I said what I think. No. Foresight. We cannot do that. You cannot do that, brother. Hold on, brother. Brother. Here's what. Please listen to me for a second. But just I beg you, please.
No,
I didn't say.
You thought on the wrong basis. I'm gonna give
I didn't. No.
Foresight, you could always answer him later.
Can I please talk? We can't have conversation if you're not going to allow me to complete sentences, brother. I never said you said that. I said this is what I think, which means it's my interpretation, which now gives you an opportunity to clarify that. But you don't get to tell me I'm wrong. If you are going to tell me I'm wrong, this is my perception. You cannot tell me my perception is wrong, brother. I'm simply saying to you, here's what I think you're perceiving. And I could be wrong too, and I'm open for correction. But you can't tell me my perception is wrong, brother. That's all I'm saying to you. So just allow me to complete my sentence. I just think, with all due respect, you see it in one angle, one view, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just asking you to look at it from another angle, because the definition is a lot broader than you're making it. I think, keyword think, you're making it a lot more narrow than it needs to be. It's more wider as it relates to a definition. That's all my point I want to make. Thanks for the conversation.
All right, Jay. You keep saying that. I think that the only time somebody can be prejudged is when they have an experience. I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm saying if they have the experience, right, with somebody, and you're making a decision based on the experience, it's not prejudge. It is different from saying I think that prejudgment can only take place when somebody has experience with other than. No, I'm saying without the experience is when it becomes prejudging, right? Because you wouldn't have had an experience to make a decision, right? With the experience, and you're making a decision based on experience, not prejudge. Oh, it can't prejudge. I can't be prejudiced against Indians and then rent them. If I prejudiced against Indians, I would have rented them in the first place.
Foresight.
If I'm a racist, right? I wouldn't try with a race and then based on my experience decide that, oh, I'm no longer going to do it. Racism is when you're going to practice have a certain type of discrimination against a person based on their skin color. No real basis, no experience, right? That's what I'm saying to you. And if that is the case, then we are all prejudiced. Then we are all people are all prejudiced because people will act on it.
Everybody, but then that's the thing. Everybody has prejudices. And then what is it, Foresight? Foresight, what you're not understanding. What you're not understanding. Can I because me pick up exactly where you not understand.
I'm saying that I have to make the distinction between what is prejudice and what is a decision made based on experience. That's what we are here discussing.
Correct.
I'm not discussing say, oh, nobody not prejudice in the world. There is no such thing as
okay, make the distinction one more time, brother. Go ahead, repeat yourself.
No, I'm saying to you, brother, right?
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
If for me to be prejudiced against a race, I wouldn't have like in the example with the house. If I'm prejudiced against Indians, I wouldn't have rented them in the first place, right? I wouldn't.
So therefore, if I wasn't so
hold on, absolute. Let him finish, please.
Having rented them the place, and then you know, I happen to make a decision later on based on my experience, right? I'm making a decision based on my experience. You can't say my prejudice. It's based on the experience. No.
That is prejudice, bro. Because again, based on your experience, you are now using this. Hold on now, brother. You just talk.
No, but how would you explain me being prejudiced if
I'm trying to. You stop me to ask the question.
I think Jay, what he's not understanding is that the prejudices I have today based on my experiences, right, are not necessarily the same prejudices I had last week.
Correct.
That is what he's not understanding, and he can't get past there, so because he's stuck on the word preconceived, and he has a limited definition of preconceived. That if I had a preconceived thought last week before before meeting someone this week, him just not get preconceived. Like I've lost my train of thought.
Absolutely. Hold on, stop.
You break my train of thought a while ago.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Absolutely. So let me say this, and I'm going to run. I said it clearly, and I don't think he heard. I think he heard me, but maybe I don't know if I'm being understood. Here's what I'm simply saying. He started out in to Indian family number 1, Indian family number 2, Indian family number 3. He is saying, from my understanding, that him can't be prejudiced because the experience him have with them, right? Basically, may I tell him, say, no, that is definitely, you had the experience, so yes, you can be prejudiced because the fourth person come, you have to use the other 3 where you have fat and fry the fourth one. That is a form of prejudice.
Exactly. And what he is saying is that it cannot be prejudice because it's not a preconceived thought he had before meeting 1, 2, and 3. But what he's not understanding is that it is a preconceived thought you have before you met number 4. And that is the thought you have used to decide whether or not you are renting to number 4. And that is why it is prejudiced. Your thought towards number 4, who you know from Adam, is based on your lived experience or your preconceived ideas based on your lived experience in 1, 2, and 3, not because of anything number 4 did, and that is why it is a prejudice. That is why now gets.
I'm gonna run. Everybody, thanks for allowing me on the stage. I appreciate it. I'm following.
You are welcome. I appreciate you.
Because I have a paper that is due in a week that I have not started.
Yeah, man, big up yourself. Absolute no respect here.
I'm gonna get mute after that. Barging. I wanted to listen.
Yeah, I'm here.
To listen, right? No, we can't just speak. The meaning of prejudice, right? The meaning I have looked up is an unjustified, right? It is an unjustified attitude or feeling or opinion, an unjustified negative attitude, feeling or opinion against an individual, right? Without sufficient knowledge or reason. That's what it is. Right? So if I don't have a reason to not rent to Indian families because I just have a negative attitude towards renting against them, right? Without no knowledge, without no reason, and I'm going to make a decision, right? I wouldn't have rented them in the first place. However, if I rent that family and then I have an experience, 2, 3 families and a 4th family come, I'm not making decision because of how I feel about that 4th family. I'm making decision
based on the experience
of what I would have experienced with those first 3 families. Is that hard to understand? That I'm making a decision based on what my experiences that I would have had. Not an unjustified reason.
So what would that consider? Would that consider prejudice or judging?
No, I'm making decision on the basis of what I would have experienced with that first 3 families. That's not judging now. That's an experience. That's right. That's not an unjustified reason. That's not insufficient knowledge. That is not doing it without a reason. Because if I was doing it without a reason, I wouldn't have rented Indians in the first place. It is simple as that. What they are saying is that, because I don't know the fourth family, I'm judging the fourth family. But I'm saying, I'm not making the decision based on how I feel about the fourth family. Or what
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The actions are still there. No, it doesn't really matter.
But the reason why you're making decision is very important to determine whether it's prejudice or not. I'm not denying the fourth family because I think the fourth family is going to be a bad family or I have any opinion about them. I'm denying them the privilege of renting in based on the reality that I would have.
So is that fair? Is that fair to the fourth family? No.
It might not be fair.
It's not fair, but
we're not discussing what is fair. We're discussing what is prejudice and what is not prejudice. The reason why I'm making the decision is what will determine whether or not it is prejudice. And if I'm making this decision,
it's not fair, but it's Peter pay for Paul and Paul pay for all.
Exactly. I'm not saying it's fair. That's not what we're arguing. It might very well be unfair. But the reason why I'm making the decision is because of experience that I have. Not preconceived judgment, right? Not because me did just make up an opinion and me discriminate against people without a reason. No, me have a reason. A man disrespect you, you don't deal with him. You don't deal with him because you have a reason. Because him disrespect you. That's the reason why. He might change. The man might change. Maybe him not going to disrespect you again. But what? The reason why you don't deal with him because you had an encounter and you had a bad experience. It is different from just see the man and the man face always look makeup and you start judging him. If you start judge the man, which is a preconceived notion, which is a prejudgment, that is when it becomes prejudice. If you start judging man before you know him, but you can't have experience with the man and the man diss you, and because you don't deal with him because he diss you, you're going to say, oh, you discriminate. That is what I'm not getting.
Let me get the part for this here now. Yeah.
I believe
we're gonna go round and round in circles, you know.
Yeah.
It was a good battle and a good debate.
To be so difficult, you know.
Yeah.
Because I think it's just plain and simple. But you know, some people get into complexities when a matter is simple. So talking about interpretation and interpolation and all of that is not even here or there in this convo. And that is sometimes we just complex, simple issues, you know. It's just a simple thing. It's just practical. You know, I did not expect it to be such a difficult thing to understand because when I try to reason for understanding this, I say I'm not reasoning for
so you cannot rent to one group of people and not be prejudiced against them.
I don't understand the question.
It's Indian people he refused. It's Indian people you refuse to rent to. You understand? Indian. That means whether or not you have experience with them or not, you're prejudiced towards them anyway. Because it's a race. Yeah.
No. I would say I have bad experience with Indians. It's not prejudice against Indians. The reason is what you're not understanding that the reason why I make the decision is what determines whether or not it's prejudice. You know? That's what I'm saying to you. You know. Yes, I'm going to bar all Indians from renting.
Yeah, well, no.
It's not because I'm prejudiced.
Every Indian have to pay for the sins of 3 Indians.
Because I had bad experiences.
Yeah. You know what should happen in this case? In this case, their action. That's what you should judge. You understand? You can't judge them by the race. Period. You have to judge them by the action because they messed up whatever reason what they did the first 3. You have to judge them by their action. You know, and then judging them by the action, you don't know if the fourth family is gonna act the same way. You understand?
You're right about that. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know that, but based on your experience, you decide to make that.
So you're judging the whole race. That means you're judging the whole race, my friend.
No.
But my brain too small for you to tell me otherwise.
Huh? I am not trying to defend that my decision of not renting them as a good decision, you know. In this example,
right.
This is just an example. I'm not trying to say my decision to not rent any more Indians is right. That's not what we're discussing here. I'm saying that the reason why the reason why I'm not renting them is because I had a bad experience. It's not because
with Indians. Yeah, you have a bad experience with Indians.
So it's not necessarily because I'm prejudiced. So it's a reason that you're stating that is wrong. Not the decision. The decision might be wrong, But to say that I come to that decision because I'm prejudiced, that is what is wrong.
Yeah, the reason why I'm not renting, the reason why some people don't like black people or whatever is because they don't say it's because of them because of them actions, them think because black people too violent, black people too loud, whatever. You understand?
Black people because black people is usually violent and they have experience with violent black people.
Right. So
you can't say that the money is prejudiced because he had black friends before and black friends fail him. So if he decides, boy, so black people always let me down. I not to deal with a black person again. You can't say him racist because of that. A man who's racist who don't deal with black people in the first place, brother. Why hard not that to understand? It might be a wrong decision.
No, you're judging all black person action.
Racism, prejudice.
Yeah, you're judging all black person action, right?
I'm not judge. You know me to say every black person body. I've heard people say already that, of course, I know there are good black men out there, but I just try not to because I just want to. I've had bad experience, so I just stay away from them. You know me to say him is a racist because they make that position. They just make a decision, right? That's not prejudice.
In the chat and up in the box have to understand that we're just using these things as examples. We're not, Nobody has a prejudice against anybody here. We're just using these scenarios as examples.
As examples, right? Just for the chat and the minute.
Yeah, this is just for the talk, for the conversation period.
Right. Black man, because every time him try to do business with black man, right? Him get let down or him get robbed, right?
Basically, about say the next black man come do the same thing then, right?
Yeah.
Him just make a decision. The reason why I make the decision is based on him experience, not because him racist.
But because him fear the next black man might do the same thing.
But some people don't want to come to Jamaica now because
it's out of caution.
People come to Jamaica and get robbed.
It's out of caution.
Exactly, out of caution. A man say, me not come to Jamaica again in a car. I come to Jamaica, me get robbed. And
imagine me I try to rent a place from you and you say, say,
if you discriminate,
three black man before you, no pay them rent, so me not rent to you. How that sound?
Decision might sound like it's generalized and it might sound like it's wrong. But I know because him not like black man when I do it. Him tell you say because him have bad experience with black man.
Discrimination by race is prejudice to me, brother. You understand?
Of course, discrimination, if you just discriminate for the reason because the man skin black, you're not renting the place. That's why I say the reason is important.
That's why you're not renting because he's black. And you have bad experience with 3 more black men. And because I want a black, you're not renting.
If not renting, the only reason why we decide not to rent is because you're black. That is when it becomes prejudice. And that is when it becomes
that's the only reason why you're not renting to him because he's black. Because you have bad experience with 3 black men prior to him. And not because him wouldn't pay for him rent. It's just because he's black.
No. The reason why you not rent to him is because you have the bad experience. Not because you know about this a 4th one you're coming up.
Yeah, so why the action, what you did is a racist action then? Can we just say that? Can we agree on that?
The reason, hold on, you don't understand. If I come to that decision because the man skin black, right? If that's the sole reason why I come to that decision, then that is when it becomes racism. But if I come to this
any negative decision, any negative decision, if you discriminate a guy with a negative decision, that will automatically mean you put him in a group, in a racist group, brethren.
No, but the reason why you make the decision, you're not thinking about the reason. If you don't date a girl who is a Capricorn, because the past 3 girls where you would date a Capricorn, right, fail you and whatever, and you say, baby, you look good enough, and you know, say, I like you, and you see him cool and everything, right? But me have bad experience with Capricorn, and I just that bother me, right? But I know nothing to do with you. You don't discriminate against her. You just have a fear because Capricorn, although I don't believe in something, but people do that, right? Because Capricorn girls, you have that better fear.
But in the end, she loved you. In the end, she will want you, and she will want you, and she love you. And in the end, she suffer for it because you have bad experience with Capricorn. If you have bad experience with few tenants before the fourth tenant arrive, that means you oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that means you're discriminating against the fourth one. Anyway, all
right.
I got to run a little. I got to run.
Yeah, man. No problem.
All right. Take care. I'll come back later on. All right. Bye.
No problem.
All right. Have we come to an understanding at this time?
That this man is a racist.
No.
Nobody.
No. I can't with you, Corey. No. No. But I understand what Foresight is saying. Once bitten, twice shy. It's only because the component of race would be in that equation.
Exactly.
That's the only thing that would sort of skew the thought process of it. But I'm not wrong. And even though we might say it wouldn't be, yes, even though you might say, it wouldn't be politically correct, but at the same time, wouldn't you protect yourself and your investment? Okay.
But Foresight, if you buy 3 pit bull dogs with pet them and the 3 of them attack you, and you refuse to buy a 4th one, what that say?
You're not buying them one, be cautious.
Because if me discriminate against pit bull dog, and one thing you have to bear in mind, Corey.
See it.
When it becomes experience, right? You see, if it was discrimination against pit bull dog, I wouldn't have bought pit bull dog in the first place for them even buy it me.
Exactly.
That's how prejudice be, Prejudice will give a chance to the person,
All right. So let me ask you this. Can one be prejudiced based on past experience? Let me just ask that. Can one be prejudiced based on past experience?
People use the word prejudice. They just prejudice them because of that. People use that, but it's not really prejudice. It's really just like your fear, or based on your experience, you say you're being cautious as bargains.
You say it become a fear then. A fear of renting to certain race.
And that's how people are generally...
It's a preventative...
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I remember asking a question, Corey, like I asked my question. If a man is racist, say a white man is racist, right? Would you think a racist white man is going to rent a black man a home?
No.
Okay.
But is racism and prejudice a slight difference?
So if a white man is prejudiced, do you think he's going to rent a black man a house in the first place?
No.
He's prejudiced against black people.
All right. He might be prejudiced against a certain black people then.
No, man. Hold on, man. I'm not talking about certain black people. Answer the question straight, like how they ask you. If a white man is prejudiced against a black man, would he rent that black man the house in the first place?
You wouldn't rent any black man.
White man is prejudiced against a black man.
If you hate black people, you're not going to rent to none.
You're not going to rent to none, brother.
So racism and prejudice is the same thing then? Being prejudiced and being racist is the same?
No, man. That not even have no relevance. I use racist.
Stamp, we're not talking about the law. We're not talking about the law. We're just talking logic.
We're not talking about the meaning of the word.
Yeah, we're not talking about law. We're talking about logic.
If a white man is prejudiced and racist, right? He wouldn't have rented to if he's prejudiced against black or racist in any way against black. Or usually when white people racist, them say against black. But if people can racist against any race, right? So if he's racist or prejudiced against black, he wouldn't have rented a black man in the first place.
Right.
Can you still call that white man prejudice if he rents black people a house? Rent the black man a house and have bad experience, and based on his experience, he make a decision and say, all right, I rent black people already and them feel me. I'm not ready more black. Can you still call that man a prejudice?
He has become prejudiced based on past experience.
So I have a question.
I know how that sounds, but that doesn't make you put it.
No problem. Big bargain, boy. I think me I talk too long.
If my cat come and drop some kitten in your oven,
your
is
cat.
It bread?
Bargain, I get that problem with that.
Bargain. All right. Go on, like the cat story. Tell me. Tell me. All right, go on. Tell me about the cat.
No, I said if my cat come in your oven and drop some kitten, are you gonna call it bread?
Huh? What? You're up too rough.
Corey. Attention to the word. You see the pre in the word prejudice? It means before.
Yeah, before. Yeah, pre.
So it have to happen before your experience, right? For you to even consider the very word itself. I tell you, say it have to be prejudge.
Prejudging someone. Yeah.
Prejudge means say you know no experience, you don't know nothing about the man.
The situation.
Like exactly.
Yeah.
Once it's no longer prejudging.
But foresight, you gone in a full circle there, because now you are actually prejudging the fourth person who you never had any experience with.
No, and that's what I'm saying.
What you mean?
Let us use the same scenario. If my reason to do it is because me, I say, that fourth person is going to be a bad tenant, that's when it becomes prejudice. But if my reason, the same scenario, is because, well, we don't know about that fourth person, I not said them bad. But because me have bad experience in the past, if that is my reason to make the decision, right, which it would have been, because if we did prejudge in general the first place, not even the first Indian would I get it for rent. So
I guess it's based on the way you perceive.
It is the reason why you're making this decision that makes it become either prejudice or not prejudice. Because a fourth family come when you don't know. What they are thinking about is that you prejudge a fourth person and say them go bad to. No, that's not what I drive the decision. If that is what they drive the decision, that's prejudice. But if the decision is driven by the past experience that you have with the first three Indian family, right? It cannot be prejudice because you're making now a decision based on reality of what had occurred in the past. Your experience based on what had occurred in the past. So it's a very thin line, It all boils down to what drives this decision.
Isn't that broad brushing all black people after that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's based on your perception.
No, me not renting to Indians no mean to me I say if me decide if the white man decides I'm not renting a black man, it don't mean to say him think say all black men are horrible tenants, Because if him the think so in the first place, him wanna rent the first black man.
Why not continue then? Why not continue? Why stop?
Experience exactly because now we have the experience and they make a decision.
In decision now we make basically say all of them are the same thing. Right?
You have to think about the reason. It's a very thin line, The reason that is driving decision is what makes it prejudice or not prejudice. Prejudice has to be before, no real basis.
So he was prejudiced before he had the experience.
Black people are no good tenants. Me never have no experience with them. That's how many prejudice.
All right.
And then now he has become racist towards them?
Right.
No, it don't mean him become racist towards them. It just means him just make a decision based on him just being cautious. You know me saying say every black man bad. Because if him did think so, you know, understand if him did think so, him gonna rent to black man even in the first place. If he had that thought about black people, he wouldn't have rented them in the first place. I think that should make a big difference in the conversation. That alone should have answered it, If me prejudice against black people, right? Me now ever rent black people. in the first place to even have an experience. If you date a girl in your workplace and you date one girl, two girl, and it don't turn out and it's forward, she call up your name in her workplace and all of that, right? The reason why you might not rent and you might not date another girl in the workplace is not because you feel say every other girl bad or every other girl not gonna be a good spouse or a good girlfriend. It's because I don't want to repeat that history, you know. So you're more driven by the fear of what you had experienced.
So a woman will get a man and get her bun.
Your decision is more driven by the fear of history than the anticipation of the future, of dating a future girl. You understand what I'm saying?
So Foresight, hold on there now. So after you've had those 3 bad experiences, you write off all Indian. You're never ever going to rent to any Indians anymore?
No, you're making a decision based on your experience that I'm just going to avoid, renting to Indians again. It doesn't mean that your conclusion that you draw is that all Indians are bad. It doesn't mean that that is the conclusion you draw. It just means that you're being cautious based on your experience.
And therefore you're not going to rent to them.
Yeah, because of your cautiousness now, you just avoid it just to be safe. Being safe.
Right, but now you have concluded that they are all bad. You're not going to rent to them at all.
Yeah. No, you're just being cautious because of the experience. That's why I'm saying if the decision is driven by the experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's different from when it's driven by your anticipation or an opinion about the 4th family that comes. It's not because of the 4th family that come, because if that 4th person that came was the first person, you would have rented them.
You know nothing about the 4th family,
you know
right?
About the 4th family, but that's not the reason. That's not really the reason why you use it.
The reason is based off of your experience with the 3.
All right. Why you never say, all right, let me do a background check and see if this person here take care of them thing or is supposed to take care of when there's an avenue to do that instead of shutting out that person.
Instead of shutting out that demographic of people totally.
Yeah.
Because that shutting out now makes it racist.
All that can be done. The background check and all of that. We can always stay here and argue that might be a reasonable way to deal with it. We're not disputing that. We're not saying the decision to not rent to any more Indians is the right thing to do. That's not what we're discussing. You might, right? Because you're going to misjudge a lot of Indians. Because you're going to have Indian family who would come and give a different experience, right? But the single point that I'm making is that the reason for making a decision is what is going to determine when it becomes prejudice from when it doesn't become prejudice. The reason, remember that part. If I have no reason, right, and I just prejudge, that's when it becomes prejudice. If a man disrespect you and you not deal with him, he could have changed after, he could have even turned Christian after. But I can't say you're prejudiced when you not deal with the man. Because you would have had that disrespect. I can always argue, say, you can't give the man a second chance, man. And you know, say the man not change. You know, say him not going to disrespect you again. I can always say that. And I can very well be right in saying that. Just like, you're very well right in saying that, the 4th family might be a good family. I can very well be right in saying the man change and the man not stay so again and the man not go this year again, and just because something happened that time there, you approach him the wrong day. I can very well be say that. But one thing I can't say though, I can't say you're prejudiced. Because the reason for not dealing with him, right, is because you had that experience with this
other people, not him, with other people.
The whole conversation started with a community that have people with a higher income and I guess a higher standard of life or whatever, and then you're letting in a 10% or a percentage of people of lower class income to live in that same community. That's where this whole thing began.
And now look where we are. Still up, Mark.
And the other point that we were saying, people are going to make decisions mostly based on their experience than based on theory, right? Because all you hear, even when you hear absolute saying that, and that's why I said I don't reason for to winning or reason for understanding, because we put the question to absolute and say, if you have a bad experience with a certain group from a certain ethnic background, and you find that the patterns are the same in terms of the horrible experience that you have, would it make it more very likely that you wouldn't want to rent to the person of that a similar ethnic background in the future? The average person who is not trying to win an argument would reasonably say, yes, I would be a little bit hesitant, right? That's what the average person who is not trying to win an argument would say. Because sometimes people just plug in an answer because it suits the argument that they are putting forward at the time, right? And I'm saying to you, it is persons, whether a white man or whatever, who is renting to a black family, if they constantly have experiences, worse if they were renting other races before and had no issue. And the minute you start renting to black families, 1, 2 black family, 3 have bad experience. It is natural for any man outside of race, outside of being racist, to say, look here, the only set of people may have problem with renting, is a black family, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to avoid black family and I'm going to just continue renting to the groups and the different ethnic backgrounds and the different races that I had no problem with.
It is not racist and prejudice, and no, it is not. It is not the answer the average person would have given. You may not have liked the answer exactly. You may not have liked the answer, but it is the answer. I am not going to let, because I have had an experience with John's family, James's family, and Peter's family, that may go use them fat and fry Joshua solely because they are the same race. No. And hands down, no matter how you flip it and spin it and go round and round in a circle about it, it's prejudice. And if you have prejudice towards people based on their race, there's a word for it. Racism. You can't make it up as you go along, saying that the reason behind the prejudice doesn't make it prejudice. And if I have a reason for being racist, I'm not. Lots of racist people.
Remember the thing was never about race, No.
Yeah, and it holds the same thing too. Uptown, your uptown versus downtown, prejudices too. If you're going to prejudice an individual based on where they are from living in a particular community or being 10% of a community, then it's still prejudice. It is still very, very prejudice. It's prejudice. And then ironically, a lot of us who have climbed the social ladder are from very, very humble beginnings.
That's why we climbed the ladder.
Me come from Augustown.
We're not in the World Cup right now because of prejudice.
Me come from Augustown.
That's why we're not in the World Cup. I heard that. The reason why we're not in the World Cup is because of prejudice. Someone told me, right? I don't know if it's true, but somebody told me that none of the players on the Jamaican team are from country. Somebody told me you don't use country players.
Racism is rejection,
and I did not know that.
And a negative opinion about a person solely on the basis of their skin color. Solely.
Right. So if I have an opinion about renting to a particular individual solely because of their race, what is it called?
No, but it's not because of the race why you're not renting them. It's because of the experience.
So why? The experience is with what? The experience is with whom?
Absolutely.
If me now go rent to Peter, Elite, stop it. Foresight, stop it. Sorry. Foresight, stop it. Foresight, stop it. If I am not going to rent to Joshua, you know Joshua? All right. You have an experience with John, James, and Peter. Joshua is now standing in front of you. You know Joshua? You have an experience with Joshua? Why you not rent to Joshua? Because he is the same race as John, James, and Peter. How that makes sense? How is that not judging Joshua based on his race?
If I had no problem going into black communities, right?
We just keep repeating the same thing.
Exactly.
Hold on. If I had no problem going into black communities as a white man, right? Let's say I'm a white man and I have no problem going to black communities. I used to go into black communities, but every time I go into the, and this is just normal human behavior, you know, right? We shouldn't even talk about it. If every time I go into a black, me go in an Indian community, me alright. Me go in the Italian communities, them me good, right? But the only time me face farmer hatred or violence or whatever, and me have to run up and down, duck from bullet, or somebody try to rob me. Every time I go in a black community, I have bad experience, right? And me decide that because of that experience, I am not taking any more chances to go into black community.
Foresight.
Wait, absolute. Make him finish.
If that is the reason, no other reason, because me used to go in there before. Me never have no other reason before. If the experience that I now have is the reason why I no longer, or I decide to no longer go into black communities, because every time I go in there, something bad happened to me, right? And then try to rob me or whatever. That cannot be labeled as racism. It's simple. Because me, if me did racist, me wouldn't go in a black community in the first place. If me go in there and me are going there now, the fact that is my experience that is now driving my decision, that is what makes it no longer a racist decision. It's not a racist decision.
Background making noise.
Father,
it is as simple as that. Me go in the Indian community, me no problem. Me go in the Chinese community, me no problem. Me go in the Arab community, me no problem. But every time I go in the black community, somebody try to rob me and somebody try do something to me. And that's the reason why I decide not to go in no more black community. How can that be racist? If the white man decide that, it can't be racist.
Father Stretch in the comments said, this guy is trying so hard to prove that frozen water is not ice. I agree. And then let me tell you the sad thing about the comparison you just made foresight. The sad thing about the example that you just gave is that you mention every black stereotype and every racial stereotype against that other races use against black people. We violent. We're more likely feel unsafe about around we, etc. You use all of the racial stereotype against black people to make to make up a scenario to prove to speak on racism. I find that very, very, very ironic. I find it ironic. I find it ironic.
Wait, but earlier we were talking about the curry and the smell. No.
Yeah, that's not.
No, I don't think so.
And when him say it, and when him said the curry and the smell, me said that in itself stereotypical too. It's very stereotypical.
But you didn't say that a while ago.
And I trust it's a stereotype.
The black people I use as a, you know why I use black? Because I'm black. And sometimes it might be offensive. Sometimes, you see, when you're using an example sometimes, right, it's sometimes better to put yourself.
Comment section, I said the same thing too. He spoke everything negative about us. Even natural or back you, say it not so, you don't sound Afrocentric with your example.
Exactly. And I understand because black people like to see themselves as victims, right? But listen now, why I do that? Because I am black. And if I put it the next way, say, oh, the white man do this, and put the white man as the aggressor and all of that, then I'm going to run the risk of sounding racist. If I'm black and I'm justifying the white man's position to say he has made a decision against giving blacks access to his house or renting his house, right, to a black man, right, based on a reason rather than based on racism, then what I'm saying, you know, is that Not every decision that doesn't suit the black man, and that is made by a white person that doesn't suit the black man, or it doesn't favor the black man, means that it was made out of racism. Right? Because people make decisions every day, right? That doesn't favor.
If it is based on the stereotypes that you listed, then it's racism.
No, man, I was just using as an example. I wasn't using said that is the case. I'm just using we as the ones to be barred out or to be denied a privilege. We, because me a black man. Maybe if me did white, would I say it differently. But I'm saying if the white man make a decision that doesn't favor the black man, it's not always because the white man is racist. That's just the point I'm making. Because if the racist, him wouldn't have allowed a black family to rent the house in the first place, right? So
lots of racist black men have lots of racist white people have black friends. Don't matter. Lots of racist people have black friends.
Yes, but I'm just saying if you're going to use that as the reason to say it's racist, then if he was racist for that reason, he wouldn't have rented the black man the house in the first place. He would have done that.
Not true either. And if he rented the black person the house in the first place and developed racist ideals afterwards, it's still racist. It doesn't matter if you start out racist or you end racist. You're racist.
Alright, I'm going to just leave it like that.
Yeah, make me leave this topic here now. Let's talk about something else.
Leave that topic, yeah. I think I've said enough for it to be clear. I'm not reasoning to win, I say.
Okay, I'm clear on everybody's position at this point. Hold on there.
I'm going again. I'm going to come back up and call my name now.
Yeah.
I could do your homework, man. Absolutely.
You're going to do your homework, absolutely.
Absolutely. That's for the time out now.
I'm going to tell you.
No. You have a paper for going absolute. So I don't want you miss your paper, you know.
God, no. Let me show you. True. I have this as a draft. I have this to go through. You see all of them here? All of them here, I forgot through. Forgot through all of these.
I got a long
night. And I have some virtual one. And I have some virtual ones. Yeah.
Okay. Good job.
Night.
Good job. She can't put
natural. These are just examples, natural. Don't take them literal. Right? Don't take them literal.
Yeah, it's just examples we're using.
You know, so when I come in here and talk about say, me and I come here like not somebody I play music at the yard yet.
Oh, it was an example somebody was using to say if somebody moved in a neighborhood and then they started playing music at their yard gate or put up a stall or something like that, don't you think the people in the neighborhood would be upset, rightfully so?
Me I pay my rent for my yard. You can't tell me about my yard.
No, then they said that. Yeah, that's.
Exactly.
You can't tell me about my yard yet.
Because him have a right to put house and him community and him dwelling.
Me pay my rent, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, as a community, they would have created those bylaws to say, listen, this is not a shopping area. We don't want people putting up stalls outside and putting up big music or whatever. If you want to have a party, you might have to go downtown and rent somewhere to have the party, but you can't have the party here where all the vehicles are going to block up the street and all, because you have to be considerate of your neighbors.
No, but my infringe on my freedom now.
But you are infringing on theirs. You are just one person in the community.
This is the Jamaica.
If you were playing the music in your house just to entertain you, it's one thing. But to disturb the neighbor, who tell you the neighbor want to hear music?
Exactly. Who tell you the neighbor?
That is why I said there's a difference.
No, you are controlling the areas in the community. You just want to control it to your liking. You don't care about nobody else.
That's what you're doing.
now you are going to be making Foresight point now, because Foresight has said the reason why ghetto people can't live amongst uptown people are because ghetto people love string up music and have party and have stall out of them yard front. And that him say. You pretty much said that is pretty much what you said. You say you can take the argument was that you can take the person out of the ghetto, but you cannot take the person out of the ghetto. And ghetto people violent, and you have you have
Absolutely, didn't say that. No.
But that are pretty much the summary. Him say you cannot integrate community, you can't integrate uptown and downtown in a Jamaica because the behaviors them are different.
But the statement what Corey said was exactly what Foresight was trying to say. Basically.
Exactly, say Corey make
wait, one at a time.
Absolutely. Stop. Let me clarify that, because I don't like when people misquote me. Look here, let me tell something to you. I am not a classist. I am not
But Foresight.
Hold on really hard. Let me make the point. I am not saying, and this is why these topics are sensitive, you know. I am not saying, I'm not discriminate where nobody comes from. Because if you know anything about me, you don't know that I not discriminate where people come from. Nothing to me.
Make a point so make
nothing to me like people come from. I am discriminating against values. I am talking about the difference in values and behaviors. And I did say, so you have different type of values come from every category of people. You have good people, bad people.
Yeah, just like what Corey said, nobody can tell him what to do because I see him yard.
Right, and the same thing me just say. Me just illustrating, but the same thing me just say. You say downtown valley, then go uptown and them go violent. And you can't mix them.
Guys, you can't all talk at the same time.
You have people with poor values who come from middle class, upper class, lower class. You have people with good values who come from lower class, middle class, and something. Lower class, middle class, and upper class, right? Now, listen to me, absolute, and hear what me I say. I am telling you what the reality is. Corey represents what the reality is. Trevessence talk about bylaws.
Reality, yeah.
The man in the ghetto who used to stringing up his sound, who used to type of lifestyle where him put install out time gate when he gets access to these communities, because that is more, if we're talking about reality, let us not fool ourselves. That kind of living is more prevalent in the ghetto among the lower income earners, right? It's more prevalent in poorer communities where you see the shop at the roadside, the stall at the gate, the man string up his sound. It is more prevalent. And when me talk real. Me not talk what would I like to believe. Me not discriminate against people. Me not talk about what happened. So when the man, when used to that type of, when he move into that, and him have him sound, him not going to leave him sound in the ghetto. He might go carry him sound in the community where him live. You think him not going to play it when him carry it? He's going to play it. He might move with him sharp.
Then we have to move with a vibration. We have to move with a positive vibration in general.
Him no know nothing about bylaws.
Yeah, Corey knows I buy him house and I pay money for it.
Who is you?
So that makes but that's what I just say.
Me I talk about the Jamaican. No, but me never generalize and say, oh, you say it is like me, I say the man downtown all bad. No, I'm saying to you that the man, this kind of behavior, we're going to come in at the residential community, right? Where you now go want. And we're going to go. It's more prevalent among poorer and lower income people, and it is more prevalent.
So now that me just say but that's exactly what I just said.
We never prejudice against me.
I just said it in patois. I just said it in patois. That's exactly what I just said.
Corey, before Corey. But listen up. The point.
When I can have a man come from downtown and come there and come be properly, you know, even better than somebody will come from uptown, you know. He can come and adapt, you know. But you never put that in.
But it said that That are the point when me make. No.
But I agree. But
that was my point. No, you never did agree with me about social. You never agree with me about social integration. You never agree.
Absolutely.
Never agree with me about social integration.
I'm not talking about. I'm saying
you said no. You say a soccer unit. You guys don't carry on this.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Let's say something. But it's a win-lose situation because we know Corey. We don't know there would be rules set before Corey even move into the community that we don't want to sound play in here, there certain things. Then he want to go into the community with the mentality that nobody can tell him say.
Well, no, you make a community to suit yourself. Just only you.
No, rules is everywhere.
Corey, who implement those rules? You and your friend them.
Let me explain the background to Corey.
Absolute.
Corey, all right, let me explain the background now. We started off talking about housing in Jamaica and the fact that the housing scheme.
Cause me one hungry.
So
no hungry.
Them build the houses to shut out a certain amount of to shut out a certain class of people.
I don't eat now.
Yeah? So certain class of people can't live certain place. And so it start. So me I say no. What me I say no is what holds in some society. For example, England is that every scheme that build up a certain percentage of the house them have to sell to poor people. Right? So now me I say Jamaica should look into doing something like that, where you make certain scheme and certain areas accessible to poorer people, so people can look to move uptown, so to speak. Then you understand me?
So my belly full.
Switch now. People say no, that cannot happen in a Jamaica because England people stay different and Jamaican people unruly and downtown people are more likely to string up sound and dash them garbage out a door and set up stall of them yard gate and then the thing they can't happen because then it go bring down the property value of the people them house.
But Corey one there. Based on what I'm hearing, Corey wants there not to be no
rules. Well, you live up there, and your vibration where you have to keep you sane and going. You have your vibration, and my vibration no. You lock off my vibration and say, well then no, you have to move like me. So that means it's all about pleasing you and your people. You have to move like you. That means
so
you my authentic self. You basically nobody with that. You are basically saying my authentic self. You have no place up there.
You see what foresight was
me have to pay the same money where you have me I pay my money just like how you have to pay your money.
I'm gonna answer foresight. Let me tell you something. This is what foresight was actually saying.
Let me establish something. I do no. Me understand. That is still a stereotype. That is still me as a ghetto girl. Me come from Augustown, born and bred. Topside, Jungle 12 in Ishachali. And then when I started, me moved to Portland for 3 years and then moved back down. Willie can tell you, me end up live up at Bryce Hill. Yeah?
But that's you.
Right in front
that's
of the plaza.
Absolute.
Let me finish, right? Me a proper ghetto girl, right?
But all we know is that you are
because you are marketing a development and you are having applicants and you are vetting your applicants and you are putting rules in place for your applicants, right? Your applicants are also going to have a particular credit score because you're on salary, because your applicants still can afford a mortgage, right? So yeah, the vetting process. Same way like how if you have bad experience with 4 renters, 3 renters, then for the 4th renter, you are going to want a reference from the previous landlord, them based on what them did do with them place. You
all right,
put things in place.
Get back to the Indian analogy. Get back to the Indian analogy, right?
I saw it starts. Me not gone back to it, and I've not gone back to it neither. Because I saw it start. Because then me did I say it's a prejudice. Then if you're gonna say all of the downtown people, them are gonna stay like Corey. Then it's a prejudice same way.
Absolutely. Let me say something to you. Absolutely. You see, where you say nothing wrong with what you say. Perfect world, perfect system. That is how it should go. I would love for that to happen. I would love for it to work perfectly like that. Nothing wrong with it. Please don't cut me. I'm going to ask the panelists, a question. I'm going to give me an honest answer, one by one. Right? Now, if the people in the ghetto, and everyone name the ghetto, because people take examples literal sometimes, right? If the ghetto, the residents of a ghetto, should be taken out of the ghetto and bring to an upscale community, and the people from the upscale community move into the ghetto, right? Do you think the rules in that upscale community where the ghetto people now live going to prevent them like living like ghetto people? Answer me. Do you think any rules to not string up sound, not have a star at them gate, right? Not pull on him chucker at him gate? Do you think any rules in that community is going to prevent them from doing any of the things that they used to do in that ghetto?
It will work. It will take decades, but it will work. It will take decades, but it will work. There are models that show that.
Hold on. Bargain? What you say? Do you think?
No, but the same day.
That doesn't work with everybody. Some people are going to adjust and some people are not going to adjust.
Hold on. Listen to me. The reason why I'm not pulling you. Sometimes I wonder if these are people who live in Jamaica. You understand the Jamaican reality?
I think you take it a little bit too far. No, the reason why a man pull down a chuck him gate is because he don't have nowhere in him yard to pull it down. That's one reason why a man that pull down him vehicle out of him gate. It's because he don't have a space.
But he's still going to put it down. He's still going to put it down. But everybody are going to have a reason why they must still do what they're doing at the ghetto, right?
Then what do you mean have a reason? What do you mean?
And then, because this is going to be a long argument. So I'm not going to say this one thing and jump. Can I say one thing and jump? Let me tell you something. Our experiences in life is always going to determine our perception, right, and how we view things. Probably and I do accept that I do not have your same worldview foresight, because I do not believe in shutting people out because of their social status, right? Willie mentioned in the comment that it is just like how the top high school them try to keep ghetto kids out, right? I'm a Campionite. I went to Campion College. When I started Campion College on my government scholarship, it was the most out of place I felt. I did not know racism and classism existed in Jamaica until I set foot in that. In high school, right? At that time, no, not in those days. Not in those days. In those days, right? They had statistics. Campionite in those days, because I am in my late 30s now. GSAT made it a lot more equal than it is. Back in those days, persons did not ask you what primary school you went to. It was what prep school did you attend. When me did a Campion, I attended Campion with Samuda. Samuda was there, the Isas, the Azans, right? All those persons who have now pulled their kids and have now been sending them to Hillel. They were going to Campion at that point, and the main reason why them take them out of Campion and now them they are Hillel is because them classism.
That is outright classism.
Right.
That is classism.
Right.
That is classism.
However, I digress. Let me land. Right? So I am coming out of that experience. Me come out of an experience where I was the first person in my entire community to have on purple and white to go to school. I was the very, very first person in my entire community to go Campion College, right? It's something that at that point was deemed and seen as out of reach. And yes, I did feel me never know say me did poor until me did go Campion. And I saw where you had poorer kids who would have been like me, who were treated horribly. There was this child in particular, right? And I am stressing, we all know the type of grades you need to get into Campion, and we all know how us as poor kids dreamed of going to schools like these, right? There was this girl in particular, right? There was this girl in particular where her mother used to be one of the man them helpers in Beverly Hills, and his kid went to the school, and the picnic come and them tell everybody, and they bullied that girl. Do you know what they did to that girl? They called her Bruno, and she had a friend who was sticking by her and standing up for her, even though that friend was not poor. They called that friend Rex, and every time they saw them pass, they went. You understand me? Why? Because the girl poor. You understand me? So me know, I know, and I was called the N-word in Jamaica at school. Christopher Binney, who now plays what that name that is squash or badminton.
I will reach all the way over there, so.
Game they in play in Jamaica.
Circulate your mic.
He called me the N-word. Let me land foresight. Let me land foresight. Let me land and then I'll jump.
I can't tell where you come from.
The point is, had it not been for a change of system and integration, the Campion that we know it now, that is more inclusive, would not have happened. And as much as it took decades and years of social acceptance, and a lot of persons have pulled their kids out of the school because of the amount of poor kids that are now attending, right? You still have more equality. The point is, it is not totally different. The point is, if you allow me to land for a second, what they did was that they and it holds true to the traditional high schools. What they did was that they made an exam that was just more inclusive, that allowed persons in based on their grades, as opposed to based on their background. And it has made a change, and it has given more people opportunities in Jamaica, right? Likewise, if you allow people to cross over into social spaces that they were restricted from, the change now got happen overnight. However, people will grow socially same way. Them not go act the way that you're stereotypically assigned to them. Them go. They are going to know that your recycled garbage go there, so you cannot string up a music out there. So if you want a business, take it down there. So them are going to learn. Now go happen overnight. It's probably going to take you 5 decades, but it is going the change that you want can happen.
You're why that is discrimination. What you describe is real discrimination, different from what we are discussing, right? Here why it is. In that situation, everybody has the same requirement, right? So if the man from downtown meet the requirement as the man from uptown, he should be granted the same access as the man from uptown. The situation that you described wasn't that everybody meet the same requirement. You're talking about a set of people who would buy the house for 400,000, but you're going to make provision for persons in a lower income to access that same community by selling them the house cheaper for 100,000, right?
Yes,
it's different.
But they still have to
hold on, absolute. Hold on there.
I don't know control this thing, you know, if that's all I want, you know.
Hold on, make first side holding corner.
I just want
other people have to speak too.
Yeah, this can be a thing between the two on all, you know.
We listen to you, absolute. Just let me make my point. It is different. Right? We don't have any problem condemning discrimination and what is prejudice and what is whatever. What I am saying, right? I wouldn't be against anybody from downtown going to Campion. Once them pass the exam, figure they too. Me the first. I will lead the charge in protesting for those people and represent for the man downtown will pass the exam and is denied the privilege. Me will lead a protest like that. Say it unfair. Right? We are talking about a different situation the way you describe. So sell one man house for 400,000, but in the same community, sell some poor people for 100,000. I'm trying to say to you that when you do that, you're going to have shared values, difference in values, not shared values. People with different values enter the community because of the reality, right? Like Corey said. If Corey buy a house in the uptown community, you can't go tell Corey say he can't play him sound or he can't run him stall. You can't tell Corey that.
No, because then you have an area leader. You have an area leader mindset then. Because you come try to run things.
Like, oh, you think it's
weird.
I think it's supposed to work. It's not going to work that way. That's the Jamaican reality. And that is why I say when we reason, we have to reason on what happened. If you want to re-socialize people, that's not the way to do it. You have to start with education, right? I have a program. I have a concept in mind that I think would assist, right? Because just like governments or the police go look for bad boy in a community, right? For whatever, or lock them up or whatever, right? You also every ghetto have good people too. The problem with the ghetto is that the good people are not celebrated, they are not idolized, right? So you hear a dancer go on, and the dance gets big up in the dance, and the athlete or the DJ, 3 people get big up. When you look at the murals, right, in the garrison, who them celebrate? Either the dance, either a politician, either an athlete, and either a musician, right? So them get us to believe that we can only be good with our body, right, but bad with our brain.
I want to take land for long in a man.
Miss Holland, me no go half as long as her. They get us to believe that we can only be good with our body, but not with our brains. What you want? What about the youth that get away and look up 8 and 9 subject and 10 subject, right? Why not have a program to say, okay then, if you live in a certain innocent community, certain depressed communities, and you can maintain an average of over 80% in your grades, you don't have to buy a bag. The government come in and support you. You don't have to buy a uniform. You get some farmer incentive and some farmer support. You appear on the Prime Minister's Instagram page, right? And be a student of the year or a student of the month. Let's say down at Tivoli, let's say down at Matthews Lane, you're the student of the month. And you get certain highlight just like how the Dan them get it, right? What about having a program like that? We celebrate the youth, them we are do it right. We celebrate academic excellence so that other youths can. What about the man who make it from the ghetto? You know what people in the ghetto? You know what youth in the ghetto? We are cornerstone in a society. We make it through the right channels, but those are not the one we highlighted. Who get highlighted? The scammer and the dan, the wrongdoers them. Why not have a pride at all in the ghetto where you have some billboard where you elevate and you erect a billboard with some man or a notice board with some man we make it through the proper channels? That they can be examples for the youth. Why not have them have a little work session or some little session where you have these people who make it through the proper channels, go and talk to the ghetto youths, right? In the ghetto itself, and say, look here, you can become great, right? You have people where see you as Sajiko will come from Honest Garden. Why not have them on there, right? And highlight them and say, you can become this. You not only have to become done, you have success to come out of the ghetto and make it through the proper channels. Those are programs that will help to re-socialize, not putting people who have poor values in a community among other people. We are going to say, look here, me have to pull on me tongue, me have to play, me dance, me have to string up my sound. You're not going to change people like that. You have to change people with education. You have to change people with recognition.
You have to learn now, General. You need to learn now, man.
Yeah.
All right.
You need to learn now.
Point taken.
You can't pay your rent up there, me pay my rent, and you tell me you can't string up my sound. And me pay for you just like how you up there.
By just plugging them in our community and expect them to live like the other people them where you want them to live like. You cannot start with that. You have to start with education.
Corey, I spoke about you are no you and there goes the stereotyping. Are you telling me that a person who lives in the ghetto who have a good enough credit score, because mind you, despite the fact that the houses are sold below market value, right? The person needs to have a good credit score. Now, you're going to tell me, say, if me have enough fiscal discipline to have a good credit score, enough so that the bank will give me a mortgage, then I am not disciplined enough to conform to the new rules of a particular community because I am not used to those norms.
But you're not talking about people who meet the requirements. You're talking
yes,
about,
I am.
No,
yes,
you're talking about lowering the requirements.
Not to give other people a chance to speak in a general.
But that is what happened, Elite. That is what happened, Elite. Let me say the final thing. That is what happens in communities or schemes like that, Elite. Even though the houses are sold at a lower rate, the buyers still have eligibility requirements that they need to meet. They have to be employed in full-time job for a particular time. Them have to have good credit. So here go, you have to have savings. You have to also have enough so the bank will give you a mortgage. You are not getting the house for free and you're not getting it through the NHT either. You're getting a mortgage. So you have to
absolute. All right. Other people there, man. I'm gonna give other people time to, more people here.
Now come mute me, Mike. I'll make somebody else talk.
Make other people go.
All right, good evening, everybody. My gosh.
Yeah, good evening.
What I put in there was a 14-hour flight. Everybody know that's probably
that 14-hour flight. All right, the plane land. Your turn to take off.
Yeah, man. I want a short flight this month. I go just to Florida and with them. So, but like the conversation, the two of them right. The two of them right. No, we tackle the foresight real quick. Yeah, but like the idea of giving higher rights and very rate to the youth that we had the good in the ghetto and so praise them more than the that, blah blah blah. However, we live in one culture where idolize badness. And yes, it's not all of Jamaica, we can't speak for all Jamaicans, right? However, before we could have even, alright, to talk about absolute sense, the unfairness of that, you know, build a community and say to those who can afford it at $1 million, we sell the house for $1 million, and to those who cannot afford it, to live in the same community, we'll drop it to $500,000. That is unfair to the person that will pay $1 million. The person that will feel like, so why do I have to pay $1 million when I'm more educated, become in college and myself together? That'll be fucked up. Just kill my French, messed up, right? So, when I say this, the Bible says, command the work you don't see a process. So, if you now work yourself up enough and apply yourself in your country. Right now, Jamaica asks people from overseas to come back, come help Jamaica. Why? We not have enough smart people in Jamaica? Well, people don't, they don't. Are they just not applying themselves? They're smart, but they're not applying themselves. Alright, is it that Jamaica now create opportunities then for the dons to become smarter, or again it's just the people decides them not want to apply themselves. So the youth them not want to go to school, them not cut school, them not pick up badness, them not chopping line, them not listen to dancehall artists. What is it? So that means they have to find the core first of why the people in Jamaica now apply themselves to be that them not even need nobody from America to come back home. They don't need America, they don't need the people in America. Right? Right, there's some feel like I'm gonna fix most of the problem when we stop the artists them and the dance them become gods to Jamaica. And we're athletes, because when we're athletes, them go over water road, we beat them up, we idolize them and so forth. But nothing else can get idolized in Jamaica. Not the robotics team when they are at Jamaica. Not we don't know when there's so much things that they are Jamaica we just not get idolized. Period. But badness and one of the things what we know for. I feel like when we fix that, then we can start to fix the classism, the racism, because me no want a dunce person to perform on the same level with me there if them can't perform. Don't come get the job next to me and me have to do your work field. Don't come live next to me and bring a ghetto behavior and come string up someone and the behavior tries to be no badness coming at the community because you have nobody on my television or anything. And you are going there, let's say you come from the garrison of your body and me know in a war in a nice looking neighborhood. So no, you keep your ghetto done stuff to yourself. I'm gonna learn this off enough.
All right.
They have certain time of the night, there are certain hours where you're allowed. A man is free for playing music until the noise ordinance kicks in. Depends on where you are. It can be 10 o'clock at night, you have to shut down the noise ordinance. Not only music, but like construction and any kind of noise that is making a jackhammer or anything like that, you know, by law. So, any neighborhood you're going to, brethren, if you abide by those rules, you can play music, nobody can stop you, man.
Well, man, you have some people who just, because them actually night brawling, them do what they want, when they want. They don't care about the law, they not abide by nothing. And you give them the opportunity to see that. No, imagine gated community, nice house, nice and quiet people, just have them kids to go to school, kids them are rearing, but then you have one or two people will get in because we are trying something new, we are trying to see if we can build up the country. Well, I was still stuck on them all way of thinking. And no matter brown, nobody can tell what you do, man, a man, that big man. And them disruptive people, we need to weed out. And the minute them, if that's the case, give them the opportunity. But the minute them have to pick them out, same time. Don't know wait for them to rehabilitate them. Let them go rehabilitate themselves and come back.
Listen to Vaughn. Vaughn. Yo. Think average ghetto man do Vaughn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let us be real. Let us be real. The average ghetto man, does he operate like that? Does he operate and say, 10 o'clock a cut off time and I'm just playing music and cut off 10 o'clock? Let us be real. Just keep the conversation real. Is that how we operate in Jamaica?
They have consequences for the ones who break it.
No, hold on. I'm not asking if you have consequences. You have consequences for even analyze a man, and people still analyze people. So consequences. I'm saying crime was just high the other day, very high the other day. Still high now, but just because it's reducing now, why we think it's still too high, right? And you have consequences to commit crime. So I'm not asking if there are consequences. I'm asking you if the average ghetto man in the ghetto we used to string up him son anytime.
I don't believe he'll change. I believe if he used to be stringing up him son all his life, he's not gonna come up there and string up him son.
We know what's gonna happen already. We know what's gonna happen.
The average.
Just because me play good music, you know, the right without me.
That was exactly.
But why you don't want to conform though?
That was exactly the argument.
Yeah, why you don't want to conform though, Corey?
Yeah, Corey, I don't want to have you not play though. You know, we don't mind your play. But when the time card in it kick in, and so after 9 now, you have to turn on the music and turn it off.
Right.
Are you going to conform?
But why would you even feel comfortable? Why would
Right.
you
Do you think every man that's over on a platform?
being a nuisance to somebody else?
Me supposed to play my song to my leisure.
Then Corey, you have to move out of the neighborhood.
That's somewhere where you can do that then. Yeah.
What you mean go so much for me can't do that?
That's somewhere where you can do that. Sims, you mentioned something about
conversation. That's what Corey
Sims. Corey is the exception. Because me sure say Corey, no offense, but if you put restrictions as they do exist in countries who do it, right? Then you weed out who you need to weed out. Ain't no one risk them house and them mortgage to play music. Stop it. Because whether or not you get kicked out of the scheme, you're gonna still have a mortgage to pay back. Bank will come for you. You also all of this. No, it works where it works.
Me nah come over your yard. Me nah come over your yard come buy you.
Corey, wait there. Sims, you mentioned something about the fairness of it, right? Look at it this way. What it does is it increases the ability of persons to become homeowners. So it creates equity. What is unfair is having a housing market that only caters to an income class, right? Not because so thereby accepting that if I do a certain job my whole life, I'm gonna just never ever own a house, even though I am dedicated to that job and I'm a person of a good upstanding citizen. Let me finish now.
You know why you go straight past where you ask me? Because what?
I don't know if that's the question.
To educate myself. Pull up myself by my bootstrap, come from the garrison just like you. And me go pay $1 million for my house. Right? And the community promised me that in this community, there does get up people there for me to jeopardize my school. And they know you have to put them right next to me and half the price of me pay and think me now thinks that unfair.
Stereotype again. It happens. Do you know that every single housing developer in England, 10% or a percentage, do not quote me on it, is either 10 or 20% have to be for lower income owners, despite the fact that the other houses are going to be sold for a ridiculous amount of money, though that particular amount has to be for lower income house owners. Yes, they may be a little bit smaller, but yeah, it's the same community. And yes,
can we work together unless we agree? Me not agree with a don't say that pull up next to the strip.
It also happens in the United States as well, as another man was here earlier on who does real estate, who was explaining that it does happen there as well. And in places where it happened, you have the same stereotypes too. You have people who feel say them no need to live near immigrants and black people. So just like how you feel say you no need to live against the people them who you work hard to move away from in the developed country who practice them things there, you have people who feel say they don't need to live against the migrants and the black people them.
Yeah, but
so same difference.
That's about America, but watch it, that's about Jamaica. Me live against Corey. Corey live in the garrison and me live in the garrison. And me uptight. And every night when Corey and me feed someone which is welcome by everybody else. Me every minute me and that money do until they turn it down or turn it off. I will become the nuisance.
You wouldn't need so because in a certain area in can't go do it or him go have to move. Simple.
Yeah, but me no, but again in that community, film music is allowed. Everybody else like it. And the only person that is upstanding where keep on saying, hey, the kid asleep, hey, they can't
and that is the problem. And that is the problem with Jamaica, why we're stuck and we cannot develop as a nation, because we're a country of people who, according to foresight, we don't follow rules. We cannot follow rules, we cannot follow norms, and we cannot be re-socialized and reintegrated.
Seriously.
That is the problem.
Because your rules them built for you. Rules them built for you.
Alright, so we're gonna be stuck then as a developing country then.
Let me ask a question to Absolute, right? And I just want a very brief answer.
Well, you know, want a chance.
All right. So if you have put in more work than somebody, right? Do you think that, because what I hear you saying, you know, is equal reward for unequal work, right? So somebody must be rewarded the same way as you without the same effort as you, right? Do you believe that that is encouraging to the person who would have put in more work to achieve what they achieve, right? Do you think that it's fair to that person to know that somebody who did not put in equal effort can be given an opportunity to enjoy and achieve the same thing that you would have achieved?
How do you measure effort? Because now you are now telling me that because I work at KFC, despite the fact that I start working at 4 a.m. so that the restaurant can open drive-through at 6 a.m. and I stand on my feet and I serve people straight up to 10 p.m. because I am doing a double shift because I need to save money and I need to have a good credit score because I want to move out of the ghetto, that somehow I am not putting in the same effort as me, who I left from high school and I went straight to university and I completed an honors degree and I've moved abroad and I have climbed up my career ladder and now I am working a certain amount per hour and I am doing a master's and all of that. Am I putting in more effort than the person who work at KFC?
Oh, so you will become a manager in your store. You have to work to get a degree, upgrade yourself to become a manager. That is a requirement for you. But for
I'm not a manager. I'm a nurse manager. But the other person,
that was the example in the story.
In a KFC.
Is that example? You should have to work, go to school, right? First you tertiary education, get a degree, become a manager, right? But it is fair for this person just to become a manager because it was handed to them. But you have to work to get it.
Was it handed to the lady in the scenario though?
The requirements
who is it handed to?
No, let us just put it squarely. The requirements that you had to meet to get there is far more intense and far more rigorous than someone else had to. So you now had to go through all of that to become a manager. But somebody else, the bar now for someone else to become a manager is lowered, right? The requirements are relaxed for that person, but it's not relaxed for you. Would that be a
We are talking about home ownership and as a black woman, the bar is always higher for me. As a black woman and a migrant, the bar has always been higher for me.
Don't turn an example in a literal situation. I'm just using an example to suggest that, look here, if you are in, nothing is wrong with people meeting requirements and what they do. You have only by get the people that buy a house in a residential community, as we speak. Holy. As a matter of fact, majority of Jamaicans come from humble beginnings. So people a lot of these people who are living in this upscale community, them work hard and them get there by them what them call it? By hard work and all of that. Them work up themselves to get there. What you are suggesting now, instead of lifting up the people in the ghetto, right? And this is what I don't like with sometimes
socialist ideas.
What socialist ideas and the way we believe we're gonna help poor people, right? Now,
Somebody block that person.
There's a difference between, right, help out and upliftment. The way to help poor people is to uplift them, and that is why I mentioned the program that I mentioned earlier, right? Right? Because let me tell you something. Sorry for and sympathy, right? You can help people to survive in sympathy, or you can help them to grow with opportunity. I will always support people growing with opportunity than surviving with sympathy or in sympathy, right?
It's not sympathy.
No. Well,
every society.
It is sympathy.
It is not sympathy. It's not sympathy.
Instead of you improve the chances, improve the opportunities for the poor man to be able to elevate himself, to be able to purchase a house. You're saying that no, some people must buy for 500,000, and because the man is poor, you're selling for 100,000. Why you not?
But for science,
why you not?
But isn't that exactly what is happening though? Isn't it the same thing? What is happening though? Isn't it still uplifting the poor man?
Why you not empower the poor man to become? We love think about what we can get.
What amount of empowering is going to empower the poor man to become a millionaire?
You know why some of the people poor in Jamaica? Because a lot of poor people think about what they can get and not who they can become. Right? It's not about what you can get, it's who you can become. What poor people need in this country is opportunities, even more than sympathy. It's opportunity more than even sympathy. If the man have to rely on sympathy to survive, me prefer to give him opportunity to thrive. Poor people need opportunity to thrive more than sympathy to survive, because when people rely on sympathy, you control them. Right? What we need to provide them with is opportunity to thrive out of poverty. Not sympathy to survive in poverty. Right? So I am always going to be a supporter of lifting up the poor out of poverty. Because some people are small-minded. They think about survival over success. No, there is nothing that somebody in the ghetto like you, where you used to come from Augustown, would do. And maybe you're not the poorest in it. There's nothing that you do another poor man can do. Mindset is the difference. And if we don't work on changing the mindsets, giving one man one house for 500 and giving a next poor man a house for 100,000, is going to encourage settling instead of pursuing. It's going to encourage begging instead of building. That's what it's going to encourage. We have to encourage our people to build, not beg, not expect.
Hold on, the preacher, man. Hold on. I agree with what you say, right? But I think we absolutely understand. If equality is what you say, right? In a house, equality should be equal across the board then. Just straight across the board, not just in a house.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be in the school. The school, then, you know, they get on if you get better funded, just like how the school in uptown are going to get funded. See, now if that's the case, if you want equality, take a dunce man from the ghetto and give the same opportunity to the top guys. And let's see how him handle the book, everything, and deal with Jamaica. I bet say at that point you have to realize, no fear, we can't have a dunce around the country. Right? So fairity can be across the board. Then we can't say fairity in this and then no fairity in something else. It's going to be unfair. No matter how you put it, something is going to be unfair.
Sims, how come then, how is it then a model that has worked in developed countries for years? I am not making up something or suggesting something that hasn't been tested, proven, and written about and exists in other societies. What I pulled for are things that hold in other societies that we could have in Jamaica, and it was suggested since it was established that the housing market as it is in Jamaica is heavily saturated by private investors and their market is not necessarily locals, so their properties are overvalued and overpriced, and sold and marketed to a particular market, aka expats and persons who live overseas. I saw it start. We were speaking about measures that can protect home ownership for locals living in Jamaica, right? Especially since the NHS is not fit for purpose and they are not building and putting out houses as they should. And what I am suggesting is that using the model in England is that every private investor in Jamaica who are build houses that them are going to sell to foreigners for multiple millions of dollars that are never going to be afforded by locals, that them put aside 10% of them houses for the local market, right? It's trade to talk about the model itself and how it holds in other countries, and I do believe that in the future it is something that can hold in Jamaica, where instead of you're putting aside 10% of your houses to the local market, then you're putting aside a particular percentage of your houses to meet the lower income houses. And that's how it's straight to. It happens.
Hold on. Answer this to me. Let me also ask you one thing. So let's just say we do yesterday, right? And we do get to those people in our nice neighborhood and community, right?
How to get to those people?
How do you come
You
back?
see the stereotype?
Me not really care how it come back. Me I get to you too, me not really care.
But
Don't listen with the ears. Me ask a question.
Absolutely.
The people them know when we move them in our community, when me I try to run from, because my kids never feel safe, I never felt safe. So now I'm going to move to this $1 million house community. I say, okay, right, so offer me some safety because it's gated and it's away from certain behaviors I'm afraid of. So me go this now and you say, open up the gates, let them in. Them come in. My kids know
Anthony,
on the
what's up?
street, and them come with their mindset, and my little 12-year-old daughter gets right, and all them are going to grow or them are wait till she reach a certain age, and them look at mentality there, come over, spill over into a community, or you come back that. No, that these people are residents.
We are still talking about homeowners who are employed, who have good credit, who can meet a background check, who can get a mortgage from the bank. We're not talking about people who sit on the roadside and rub out their handmiggle and set up and string up sound and
you guys know them. Or you guys know them. Or you guys know who set up sound. Because you are now making it more acceptable to persons, right? Or the communities in which that kind of behavior is more prevalent. Listen, absolute. Let me just say this to you, right?
So nurses and doctors
let me hear. Absolute. Let me hear first side partner making land.
Absolute.
Let me hear what I'm saying.
We do it one at a time, please. All right, because you would have spoken earlier, right? Listen, I'm saying there need to be social programs like for sick people, homeless, elderly people and all of that, right? Social programs need to be in place for people who can't help themselves and all of that. We have to be careful though with the kind of social programs that break people in the habit of expecting to receive instead of working to achieve. We have to be careful how we have those kind of social programs, right? Equal rewards, right, for persons who put in unequal effort, right? We have to be careful of those kind of social programs, especially in a country like Jamaica. Because Jamaica already have a problem, with people expecting instead of pursuing. We already have a population of persons who sit down and want the same reward like a man who work hard for money, right? Or work hard for achieve. And you have now in a Jamaica, the country split not two, where there is a bad mind culture versus an ambitious culture. So ambitious Jamaicans, right? People who don't have no plan to actually pursue anything in their life. A bad mind, those who take the time to put in the work and put in the effort to achieve what they want. So I'm not against social programs, right? But we have to be careful how we use social programs, right? I tell you my social program, I rather put in incentives in place. Like I think Heart is a good program because it uplifts you, right? It makes you become better. We can't just think about what we can get. We have to think about who we can become. And I will believe more in a social program where incentivize the average ghetto youth to become a high achiever, right? Than to support one that have him relying on sympathy to survive, right?
I agree.
I want to see the average ghetto youth thrive. That is the kind of program, social program that I would support. But we said no, oh, you're poor, so you can buy your house $300,000 and live in the same community as a man who work hard to buy a $500,000 house in another community. I cannot support that program, especially in a country like Jamaica. England have a different culture. You keep talking about England and all these countries. Not because it's done in a first world country, meaning that it is right for any other country, right? And in particular, it doesn't mean that it is right for Jamaica, and Jamaica can adapt. We always use this first world country as a standard, like say, oh, every decision that they make is the best decision. Some of those first world countries sometimes have to discontinue some of these programs too. See, America, they know, right? Social welfare program now is something they have to look on to revamp and all of that because they think that they have become so too socialist because you reward laziness some of the times with these social programs, right? And then they become the norm. See, a man feel like they can expect the same result without putting in the same effort. It rewards that kind of thinking. We already have a problem with that kind of mindset in Jamaica, right? So you have to be careful when you are talking about these social programs. Uplift the ghetto youth, uplift the poor man. That's how the social program must, the investment must be. Uplift him, bring him to a place where he can afford the $500,000 house to. Give him opportunities. If he not have education, give him opportunities where he can access training, right? Like skills training and go learn a skill, right? And become a businessman, right? Support his efforts.
But right? The thing about that is, none of them now going to take the opportunity. Yeah, what you are saying, that one for sure, you say, the mentality in the ghetto sometimes, with no people, I know down there, when me reach out to them, I'm going to say, yo, boom, here's a flex, here's how we can make some legit money, and so on. So now we have chat GPT, everybody have phone. I'm going to say, yo, go on them and go figure out how we can change our life. It can come up with strategy for we are help. Why none of them take things they in a die? Why none of them think they in a I want to talk to the computer, brother. Back in the days when I say come to the library too far down me open and I reading things. We created the opportunity half of the battle. Or you get them motivated to take advantage of it. Oh, that one. Or you get them motivated to take the opportunity. To see it and you late out, you tell a man, say, you come up to the job tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I'm going to make you get the job. The brother show up 9:30.
Good question, Sims. First of all,
9:30 the man show up and know him not get the job. And he want to look for you like, yo, if you find him another opportunity to come in. So that is half the battle, creating the opportunity. If the next piece is how you get them motivated to come out of them nonsense way, come out of them bad man way, to come out of them lazy way, and say, you know what? This is an opportunity, at least let me go try.
You know why I'm not doing that misery love company, you know. You know why I'm not taking advantage of the opportunity? Because of the same social programs that you're going to put in place, right? That you become accustomed to, right? Where you can just rely on them to live and survive rather than taking advantage of the opportunities to thrive. That is why. And that is why when a man go into certain countries or these developed countries, you see him Jamaican when they go to him and mingle here, Panacanas in Jamaica, and drink rum and boom. When he goes into a different, right, when he goes to a more developed country, a first world country, he knows him have to work. Because guess what? Him don't have the company on the ends over there like him do in Jamaica. If he said, nothing now go on and the system will give me a fight. In a Jamaica, the system will give me a fight and nothing now go on becomes a slogan that them can live by and feel justified. Right? When him go at the first world country, right, where him know say the only option available to him, and him see everybody around him and walk and take advantage of opportunities rather than sit down and wait for sympathy. Him know say no sympathy no there for him. Him not nobody but nobody for blame. But himself, not even on a family him can rely on because your family put you up for 2 weeks, but at third week them look on you and say, wait, What you have to do for yourself. Because the culture there is different, and that is why I'm trying to tell Absolute that it is the culture.
All right, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? All right. Would you support then? Because it came up since this week now that the JTA is in negotiations with the finance ministry and other public sector unions have pushed the same proposal several times, but of course it hasn't happened. Would you therefore support then, instead of making that the 10% of houses available to low-income earners, that they make the 10% of houses in every development then available to public sector workers, teachers, nurses, middle-income earners instead of the low-income earners?
All right. Currently, there's a program out there that's similar to the one you now described, right? Where 10%, it was 10%, it has now raised to 20% of all NHT schemes, right?
I'm not talking about any. I'm talking about on the private in the private.
Let me start somewhere now.
Markets. No, you're starting government.
Hold on. 10% of all. I soon get to that part with the private developer. Just let me start. 10% currently now. 20% of all NHE house is reserved for persons below a certain age. I think a bit below 35 for young persons, right? That's what is currently being offered right now by the government, but it is limited to NHE houses. Now, listen now, absolutely. What needs to happen if you really want to help low-income earners, right? What needs to happen is to build more low-income houses. That's just what needs to happen. Because even if you have 10% of private developer houses, what is going to happen is that you could discourage these private developers now, who now most of them have got reserved 10%, right? You have got a lot of them come out of construction. That are one. So the housing stock is going to be negatively affected. Means that the housing stock are going to reduce, right? What you need to have, we have NHT. Fortunately for us, we have NHT, right? And I think the government is on the right trajectory, getting more NHT to build, to improve the capacity of NHT to build more low-income houses and cap it at 14 million. So you can't go above 14 million anymore. Because what used to happen is that as the government increased the load limit, the price of the house used to increase. So it's like it made the adjustment on one end, but the house prices still push it out of the reach at the average poor man, right? So we need more houses to be built, more low-income houses to be built, an entire scheme that is accessible, right, to low-income earners. That would provide more houses for low-income earners, right? And it would do more to something to meet the demand coming from low-income earners, and to bring house prices within the reach of low-income earners. But you have to increase the stock. So that is what will really help, right? Telling these private developers to get used to a system now for reserve a certain percentage of the houses, I don't know. Unless the government, subsidize it and give them the difference.
No, they're not. We established earlier on that the NHS is not fit for purpose. I'm gonna ask you a question again. So the unions, the teachers, your nurses, your firemen, your social workers, etc. Would you support a move to make all private developers reserve houses for these public sector workers, your teachers, your nurses especially?
No, because those houses are the prices at which they are the prices at which those houses, the prices of those houses might not necessarily be within the reach of the average public sector worker. So they will never be. Exactly. So all you got to tell a man, say, build a $45 million house, but the only people you can sell to are people who can afford it.
You're selling 10 or 20% of them to that
but
income bracket.
But it's discouraging because you can't tell the private developer to do that. If you don't want to do it, you might just stop building house. I mean, I tell you, England culture is different from Jamaican culture.
And guess what?
You're going to reduce.
Guess what, though? Foresight.
Buyers are coming, come buy it, you know. He have no problem selling it, you know. He might cater to a different group.
Foresight. And those are the same, that are the same thing then that are going to drive your nurses and your teachers to leave. because guess what? If they go work abroad, then they can afford the $40 million houses that them cannot afford in Jamaica. If them stay in Jamaica, they will never afford it. And that is what those are things that the government need to stop. Them need to stop the brain drain. So how are they going to stop it then? If them don't want the teachers and the nurses to leave, then what are they going to do then to secure the houses?
Absolutely. Teacher and nurses are leaving for many different reasons. Not only because they can't afford house in Jamaica. What has happened in Jamaica is that back in the days, people used to rely more on the NHD. Like people who earn a certain salary used to rely mostly on NHD, right?
Foresight, as a migrant nurse and several other migrant nurses are in the comments, one of the things is that is apart the fact that with salary cannot afford us house, land and car in Jamaica.
Right, fine.
The house land and car that we want. That are one of the things them.
No man, and I'm not disputing
and that is and that is why the unions are bargaining with that.
Hold on.
Because the JTA pushed that.
Absolutely. I can agree with you. And I have no problem that might be one of the reasons, right? Because people have challenges. They have many challenges. House prices out of the reach of many people where I work. Not only nurses, teachers, and so many people. We agree on that. That's not what I'm saying. We are looking at the solution for the problem now. We know what the problem is, right? And that might very well be one of the reasons, right? Because that's a good reason for teachers. But there are many other, I'm just saying there are many other reasons why. Because one of the main things is just people go foreign go work because the dollar is stronger, right? Right? And they think that when they change it out and come, they will be able to afford more, live a better life, have a better standard living. We know that.
Especially the house, car, and land that they can't buy.
Exactly. Fine. So what I'm saying now, right? The way to solve, I'm not saying the government can't do anything, because you have different things that the government can do, right? But I'm saying to you that, right? If you're going to look at houses, you can't have a Corolla salary, but you look at Benz to buy. What has happened now in Jamaica is that a lot of persons now, the teachers and nurses, a lot of them are not necessarily, you have far more development that take place now, far more houses that are available at the market. You have Gora Bill House, you have Chemteka Bill House. And as persons earn more money, they are going to demand different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this poor culture with the day at Jamaica, where you settle for your house, right? More and more persons now, as they earn more money, they are thinking that I don't have to settle. I want to live in, but I don't want to live on Old Harbour Road where our Catherine Estate where a house for $8 million. A lot of teachers, nurses, and police can afford that $8 million house at Catherine Estate. You know, there are houses out there that they can afford. You know, but you have more and more persons now become ambitious and want houses outside of what them salary can afford, right? And you can't tell people what them taste should be. People are now more. You have people now where place more valuable on gated communities. Right? Security was an issue the other day, so a single woman now will want to know that, right? She's not just going to just live at that house. The demand for gated apartments was driven by the high crime rate. People feel more secure. So one time when a woman had a second for a scheme house because there weren't so many break-ins. No, a woman will see a scheme house, a Catherine Estate for 8.2 million. Who is a single woman? She might say, no, I'm not going to live there, so. Because I'm afraid. I want a gated community, I want a gated complex, I want a gated apartment. But how much that gated apartment will cost? One bedroom herself is 30 million. But because she's scared, she is adamant that that's where she wants to live, where security is. So you have a whole different, variety of factors that affect people's decision nowadays. It's not that people can't buy cheaper houses, but the demand for these gated communities and gated complexes and apartment complexes are much higher now, and that is why the developer them now can capitalize on it and sell the houses for that price. Remember, if the demand they couldn't sell it enough for them price there, and the demand drive the price.
So is that why the unions, even this week, and I can go dig up the article, is that why the new let me not say the unions, is that why the new JTA president is pushing for accessible houses for her teachers then? Because you say places that them can access, but of course supply and demand there isn't enough, and the rest of the market is priced above them salary. So yeah, what are the solution then? Them are go abroad and work and go, and go back home and buy the. Them are go abroad and work.
NHT
is not fit for purpose. NHT has not been fit for purpose for decades.
To build more low-income houses. The NHT is not building enough low-income.
But we established that the NHT is not fit for purpose hours ago. The NHT is not fit for purpose. Meaning, it not do what it's supposed to do. It hasn't been doing what it's supposed to do for decades. That is why the private housing market is booming. And the private housing market is the houses are priced in US dollars, and it is for a particular market. So as it is, me not complain because me don't live in Jamaica. So when I return with my GB pounds, I will buy when I return with my GB pounds, I will buy the house that I could not have bought in Jamaica. And that has been my plan, right? But me now, I ask, what about the people them who still their yard? What about the people them who decide not to leave? You understand me? Them just not go buy a house. Them just not go have a house. Them just go wait for get a house down there, so that me I ask for. But as you say, about Jamaica, me when I lived in Jamaica too, I was brainwashed to think that social programs are bad and people are dependent on social this and social that, until me see how much social programs and social support foreign people live on. If you think say we have handout mentality, but then I digress. You have to find a way. You cannot you cannot have a housing market that excludes your locals, and that is what Jamaica have now, and it is not fit for the government entity that is mandated to provide houses for Jamaicans is not fit for purpose. People just are going left, or people are get frustrated, or people are going just rent house till them dead.
Hello, somebody else to talk.
Me done, you know. Me done.
Again. I didn't want that time when you're done. I reckon the one that time when absolute done.
You like the fact that you want that and you want to say nothing wrong with that. But the reality
let me tell you something.
Every time.
Before I moved as a nurse, I could have never seen housing home ownership under the NHT for nursing salary as a single person, and that is still the case now. But I saw it go, and then we come a foreign, and we can access house as a nurse because of the same schemes them that I mentioned earlier on. We can do it as a nurse and as a migrant. It's saddy. See, and the same thing with Willie. She never plan, but I just saw it go. Willie, stick it out in a big foreign. Wait, let me talk to Willie. Stick it out in a big foreign, yeah? Stick it out. No, say, you need to save the money to go back home, or you know, can buy house same way. No change.
No.
Everything still not
plug out. Well, you know the funny thing though, I am absolute. What is interesting about all of this conversation? Do you know that more people now are buying houses in Jamaica? The demand for houses now is much higher than it has been in the past. Means that more people have money to buy.
Lots of if you track, no, you're not gonna do that. If you track, me is a labor right too. So you're not gonna give me the labor right narrative.
No, it's not a labor right narrative.
It's a labor right narrative because me them on the labor right platform them too. It's a labor right narrative. It's a labor right too.
No, it's a
reality. The reality of it is that a lot of the houses are being bought by people who don't live in Jamaica. Returning residents, expats are by the house.
Returning residents are by the house. Even a man devil don't.
People are going back home. More people are going back home. That is what is happening.
Far side.
See, even Willie in the comment more people are going back home because of the shift in immigration. I know nurses, doctor, lawyer, teacher, and lady don't on KFC or buy house. Stop it. We know this.
We can show
because
you
the houses are priced in US dollars. We know this.
Oh my God. Absolute.
Show the data. Show me the data.
I can show you data now. Right?
Show me the data.
The number of young persons, and this is in Jamaica, who are able to
show me the data and tell me said those and show me said those persons are working in Jamaica.
Absolutely. You have to allow people to talk like what people allow if you talk. You know?
Show me the data. I just tell you to show me.
But I'm going to send it to you, so just relax now. Just relax. And I'm saying I can show you data to show you that the number of young persons who have been able to buy houses over the last few years has more than tripled. Right? There is, let me tell you something with Jamaicans, with conversations in Jamaica. There is perception, and sometimes the perception, often the perception is stronger than what is really happening. Right? As we said before, right now more people have money in Jamaica than we think, because if you look on a man who earn money and you say, yo, what one? If still going to look on you, I look on you the better one, because that's our culture. Right? So you will never be able to measure how well people are doing most of the times unless you know. Because nobody comes. Jamaica don't want Jamaica don't want a place where you walk up to a man who make some money and say, boy, I'm going to pay you the money, man, and him just accept it readily and say, yeah, man, I make some real money. Right? Nobody's gonna say that. Right? You really are going to hear that in Jamaica. Right? What I'm saying to you, the same problem what Jamaica have now. It is the same. It is all right. You wanting people to get house and access house, right? As more people are able to access house and own house, right? More the prices of the houses are going to become higher, because the demand, once demand are when you can buy enough. Demand are not just when you want a house, no. Demand are when you have a want or a desire backed by purchasing power. That's what demand means. Right? So it's like a catch-22. The solution for the problem is creating more of the problem. The more people buy houses, the more people are able to buy houses, the more the house prices are going to increase. Right? That's a demand and supply. That not nothing to do with government, you know. That not nothing to do with NHT, you know. That are just the market that sets its own price. So it is the market that is setting its own price. Its own price, you know. Right? It's the market that is setting the own price. It's the ability of people to buy houses that are causing the house prices to go up. Anyway, demand low, price is lower. If demand high, it will go higher. That is why in the ghetto, the demand, the prices are going to be lower in the ghetto, and in a more residential community, prices higher, because those communities are more sought after. Right? We don't even have to go out and compare Jamaica with the next country. Right? If you go to some countries where like it is deplorable and everybody runs from it and all of that, house prices and real estate is going to drop because nobody wants to live there. House prices can only be higher because people want to live there and people have money to buy houses. If you go buy houses in an area where nobody can afford house and all of that, house prices go lower. If house not sell, then the prices go drop. If house are sell and people actually have the money to buy a house, then the house prices go higher. If nobody now buy a house and the houses then is way above prices, and for years and years nobody now buy, then the house prices go drop. So the fact that the house prices are higher means that more people have money to buy a house. It's demand. So we not politicize nothing. So when you say JLP narrative, it's not JLP narrative, it's just normal economics. Demand and supply. Forces of demand and supply. That's what it is. And they go with any product, house, anything, car, anything. Once the demand, more people buy, prices go higher.
We can answer. You started out by saying that you have the data that supports the fact that more persons under 30 are buying houses now, right? Mm-hmm. And that you said don't. Yeah. And I am going to tell you that it is a political narrative, because it does not equal more Jamaicans are buying houses. Yes, more people under 30 are buying houses because there is a government initiative to reserve houses for under 30s. So naturally, more people under 30 are going to be buying houses.
No. That data came out before that policy was implemented.
It never Never did.
Are you telling me? I'm saying the data is not a recent data.
Send it. Alright, send the data.
Right.
Send the data.
Additionally,
right? The housing market, everybody in Jamaica know that the housing market is geared for expats and the Airbnb market, right? That is why the houses are quoted in US dollars. The houses on the open market are quoted in US dollars. They are not aimed at Jamaicans. Jamaicans, backyard, them not earn in a US. So if you have a sell houses in a US dollars, you are not selling it to Jamaican backyard on the open market. Me not talk about houses in a Rima and Tivoli Soji.
Salute.
Me not talk about houses.
I have no problem. I don't dispute that the fact that the people in the diaspora buying houses in Jamaica affect the house prices, man. I'm not disputing that, you know.
I never said it affected the house prices. And I'm not even arguing that. I am not arguing that because then the supply and demand and all of that. That is not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the housing market as it exists in Jamaica is priced outside of the range for the average Jamaicans, including the public sector workers and civil servants. The houses are priced out of their price ranges. And can I land? And apart from that, the NHT is not fit for purpose. They have admittedly in the past couple of years they have been building more houses than they did. However, it's still not meeting the demand. The demand has been there. I'm admitting that. The demand has been there. It is still not meeting. It is still not fit for purpose. They can still do a lot more. And you cannot have a country that the open market, and I'm stressing it, you can't have a country that the houses on the open market are largely outside of the price range of your middle income earners. You can't do it. And that is what exists in Jamaica.
Yes, but you had repeated the part of the argument that we agree on, with the exception of the open market houses, right?
Soji said what houses, no houses are being sold for us. Read the comments, Tim.
Absolutely. I saw the comment. Listen, what I'm saying to you, absolute. When a private developer builds his house, right? He's building the house for who is able to afford the house. Whether that person lives in Jamaica or he lives in the diaspora. What happened is that, of course, you are right in saying that most times the average Jamaican, notice say average, because not everybody is an average Jamaican, because you have Jamaicans who are buying these expensive houses. But you're right in saying the average...
Very few, Foresight, very few.
I'm saying to you, you have Jamaicans, the average, I agree with you, so the average Jamaicans cannot afford these houses above 45 million and 50 million. We agree with that. We don't have a problem with that. We agree to that long time, right? What I'm saying to you now, when a private developer builds a house, right? It is not that he build it specifically for people in the diaspora. With the argument saying build it, because if a Jamaican come and not like him, I go say, if a Jamaican come and can afford it, it's not like him going to say, no man, I don't sell you because you're Jamaican, you know, because the people in the diaspora build it for. In build it for who?
Context matters, Foresight. I explained what I meant when I said.
Just listen to me.
Wait, no context. No, you take me out of context, and it will bring you off on a tangent. It will bring you off on a tangent. And that must say. Contextually, and that must say.
No, but what I'm saying to you, a lot of people say they're not build house for Jamaican, right? And I'm saying to you that argument is flawed because. When a man builds,
you are responding to me. Contextually respond to me.
All right, fine. So when a man building homes, right? It's different from saying nah build for, when you say nah build for Jamaica, it's different from saying the average Jamaican cannot afford it. It's different from saying nah build for Jamaica, right? Because if a Jamaican comes to buy the house there, right? He might go buy it, and he might think about profits, you know, because I'm a private developer. You understand? He's trying to get the most that he can get for the houses and the house prices. The market determine the value. So say a 2-bedroom at $45 million now in a certain era. Is the market determine that value, right? The demand, the same people them will buy up the house, them want to say can't buy a house. And the same people will buy the house because people are buying the house at that price. Why him can't sell at that price? It's not because people can't afford it, why him sell at that price. Him not push up the price above what people can afford. The people who can
teachers,
buy
nurses, and doctors are buying the houses.
Not nurses. Listen what I'm saying. People, irrespective of who they are and where they come from, are buying the houses to bring the price to $45 million. So that developer now know that this 2-bedroom house can be sold for $45 million because demand is there at that price level to be for him to be able to sell it at $45 million. Right? It's not him put up it's not the developer put up the price there and hopes that people can buy it. Are people who are buying the houses at those prices, right? Make him know that him can sell at that price. So what I'm saying is the same buyers and the ability for people to buy that end up setting the price of the houses. That's how market work, right? Because the developer can go put you 70 million, right? If people only buy a 45 million, he would never sell a house, right? He must work with what the market determines, the price of the market determines. No. What needs to happen, and I still will say this, in order to help low-income earners, right, we still have to use the vehicle at the NHC and improve the capacity of the NHC to be able to build more low-income houses. You cannot rely on private developers to go below market price. They suit poor people. A lot of these developers are poor community they come from too. None of them are ghetto man. They work themselves out and so, and I maximize for them profit. Me know a whole heap of developer, None of them come from a ghetto from very humble beginnings. You can't tell them to sell poor people houses. You can't tell them to go sell low income houses. Because a man now can get $45 million for a 2-bedroom. And I go choose to build it for 25 or 30 million. He's not going to do that. That's not realistic. It's not a realistic expectation to expect him to do that. And me have to talk real. Right? We can't just talk, While I'm caring, right? I have to care within the context of what is real. I can't care by expecting something that is going to be unrealistic because it sounds good on paper. Me have to care about people them within the context of what is a plausible, what is a feasible solution, right? So you have to understand that the market not just work because you just feel like say, oh, private developer, why don't you just build house for poor people? You want to charge $45 million for your house, and they must sell at $45 million. But a developer nowhere sell at $45 million must just get up and serve for poor people and build at $25 million. I don't have that kind of expectations. I don't have that kind of unrealistic expectation. And if you force them by way of long legislation to do that, they will just stop doing construction. They will just go to a next country where they can get more for their money and their investment and start invest. Remember too, people who have $45 million too is part of Jamaica, we still need house. So it's not all or none. It's not all right. People need house.
You come off of you're on a tangent.
There's no way I'm gonna go sell a Benz because I want poor man. Me have a car man and make bring in Benz. I want poor man to drive Benz too. So me I go sell Benz for $3 million when the Benz costs $15 million. Markets don't work like that, my friend. That's what I'm saying.
Stop it for a side. Cars are not a need. Housing is a need. Your car is not a need. So you can't go compare the government responsibility for housing to cars. Unless we would have in national car trust alongside the national housing trust. But again, I digress. I never know how to on a tangent because I was trying to stop you earlier on because what you were saying, I was saying is not what I was saying. And then me I said contextually you're gone off on a tangent. And me lost me chain of thought. I was not saying that the houses are being built specifically for people outside of Jamaica, or they are being built specifically for non-Jamaicans. What I am saying, the point was that context matters. The point was that the prices them are put on it, and the fact that the fact that they are quoting the prices in US dollars and they are outside the reach of the majority of Jamaicans, that they are appealing to a particular market.
All right, no problem. I get you. But prices like
and then you go off on one whole tangent
but
along that line.
I'm going to share Mike after this because we have been talking, two of us have been talking for a while. But I'm just going to say this. Upscale houses and houses in certain communities are always outside of the reach of the majority. Just as in US, houses in Beverly Hills are going to be out of the reach of the average American.
And the problem is we have too much houses in the upscale areas and not enough everywhere else.
No, you're coming to my point.
So we don't have no access, and that is what I have been pushing from the very beginning. We don't have access to housing in Jamaica, and especially including your private sector, public sector workers, and that is one of the things that drive migration.
And that is why I say absolute, right, in closing before I hand over the mic to somebody else, that the real solution, and I'm glad you come right back to it, we have to find a way to build more low-income houses, and we already have the NHA as a vehicle to do that. You come right back to it when you say too many upscale houses are building in Jamaica. I don't know for poor people them house there. What we need more houses to be built. We need more houses to be built for low-income earners, right? That's what we need.
So pushing the NHT as a solution when this problem has been an issue for decades. It never just started today, never just started yesterday. It's a decades-old problem, and the NHT is not fit for purpose. So the solution cannot be the NHT, because the NHT has had that mandate since its inception, and it has failed every generation in every decade. So it cannot be the solution. And since the market is separated by private investors, then we probably ought to look into legislation for the private investors and them development.
Allow somebody else to get the mic.
Okay, so I've been good day, everybody. Manus first. I've been listening to the argument, right? But the thing is with this argument is government has never prioritized poor people. Poor people has never been a priority for any type of government. I don't know where this thinking is coming from, like they're going to have investors come, because the cost of building one house for a person that have money can build 6 houses for somebody that's like on a low income. It's cheaper to actually build complexes and homes for low-income people and people who need it than to build a luxurious home. But people don't invest into that because poor people has never been a priority for government. Because poor people, as much as they pay taxes, poor people don't really put money into government's pocket. Investors from outside is who put money into countries like Jamaica and the Caribbean pockets, because they come, they buy the land for cheap. They give them, let's say the land, they will sell poor people the land for $400,000, but somebody rich would get it for damn near quarter the price, simply because they can benefit off the investment that's going to be in the country. That's why they don't prioritize building low-income housing for poor people. It doesn't make them any money. Until we can figure out a way how the government can capitalize off low-income housings for people who need it, it's never going to get built. And it's the same thing here that's happening in America. It's the same thing that's happening here in America. Poor people in America have life easier than middle-class people, and rich people have it the easiest. But the people in the middle is the one who get the squeeze, because we pay the most taxes, we contribute more to the economy than somebody that's sitting on food stamps, somebody that's getting government assistance. Rich people, they get tax breaks and all that, while the middle class citizens, they build the economy. And the middle class people is who is buying the homes. Middle class people who make from, because the average American makes less than $60,000 a year. I think it's like $40,000 a year. The average American makes. Middle class is like from 60.
Quick question. So on the salary that you just mentioned, can someone with a salary like that afford a house in the US in this day and age?
So it depends, because you have different builders. You have but then when you go with certain builders, your house will
hold on. Don't complicate it. You use an average number. So let's use the average housing price in the United States. You know, average for average, just like you had reasoned before. The average housing price in the United States is $440,000 to $460,000, right? So on the salary you mentioned, which is the average salary, can they afford that home?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. You can't just put it broad like that, because a house in New York is different to a house in Georgia. A house in California is different to a house in Texas. So you can't, the median for America is 40-something thousand, right? But a house, because I can buy a 5-bedroom house in Georgia for $400,000 versus a 4-bedroom house in California is close to $800,000. So it's not the same. Our opportunity in America.
No. Hold, bro. I understand all that. What I was simply doing is showing that for the average, because the conversation has been that the average person can't afford and the average person can't afford the average house. So I'm saying, because it was focused on Jamaica and you brought the conversation to the United States, let's talk about the averages in the United States. Average salary and the average house. I was not pointing out specifically in these years, because I know, just like you know, that the era dictates the price, right? Those are more expensive in different areas. But where we're talking is the average. And you have already answered the question. The average income cannot afford the average house here in the US. No. And that is the same thing that is in Jamaica. But people will talk as if Jamaica is just like the weirdest thing ever. Like it's the weirdest thing ever. And people are going to use Jamaica to have a free market economy and say, hey, they're just doing this for a certain demographic. That's how business is. It's not unique to Jamaica.
No,
that's how business is.
That's what I'm saying. It's never been a priority. People don't get it. Poor people elect. This is my problem with this, right? Poor people elect the government that show them they don't care about them. And it's more poor people than it is rich people. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like when you look at, take for example, right? Because everybody think buying a house in America, right? I'm gonna break it down for people who don't really understand, because I done bought 2 houses in America, right? And the only reason why I was able to get those houses because I served in the military. It's easier for me to buy a house when I being served in the military than any other group of people. Reason being is I have a lot of benefits that I get from the military that I don't have to pay certain percentage down. Because when you're buying a house in America, you're supposed to be able to pay 20%, 10 to 20% of whatever the cost of that house is. So if you're going off of for a $500,000 house, you got to be able to pay 10% of that out your pocket. You're supposed to be able to put that as a down payment to put on a house. Some people might ask for 20% of that. Then you have earnest money. Then you have closing costs. Then you have to pay for all the inspections and stuff like that. And all that costs a lot of money. You can, to buy a house, you have to damn near have about $20,000, $30,000 to put down on the table for the average person. The average American don't even have $1,000 in their bank account for an emergency. That's just to put in perspective of how complicated it is to buy a home.
What is unique about Jamaica then? If the average American don't even have $1,000 in their bank account, right? It means that the average American won't be able to buy an average house. So is it different from what is happening in Jamaica?
It's no different. It's no different. There's no difference.
Right. So now that we established that, now my next question is, can the nurse or teacher's salary outright buy a house in the UK?
No.
Because 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom that we talk about, you know, upon the land and the picket fence, all the nice stuff, you know, all the bells and whistles that we talk about.
No. If you look up what a teacher makes, an average teacher with a bachelor's degree in America here makes like $30,000 a year.
This morning.
Trav, you're posing a question to the wrong person. He wasn't the one who put forward those arguments. Because he's agreeing with everything that you're saying. So
we're all having a conversation, and everybody's party to the conversation. Everybody's party to the conversation. So I don't really need to give direct a question to anybody. All of us are party to the conversation. I was just trying to establish that this struggle is not unique to Jamaica. It's a global issue, because especially in America right now, you have all the big corporations are buying the houses in bulk. And that drives up the market to where people just cannot afford homes. And it's the same thing in Jamaica. The people who can afford it build these houses and sell them at a price that they make big money. And they keep doing it. Why? Because people keep buying these houses. And it doesn't matter if it's local or people overseas. The people who are in development, they are going to do it. Because one, they're not going to do it for cheaper to go through the NHT, right? Because they make more money doing it the way they do it. And the NHT, I agree, has not been fulfilling its mandate for decades. And part of the reason for that is that they don't have the capacity to serve the need that they are facing.
We've been saying that, Travis, that's what I was trying to tell, absolutely.
And the truth about the matter is, the NHT have tried so many different methods to change it up. They did high rises, they did apartment style communities, all of these things. And a lot of it have failed. And part of the reason why it failed, the same people that are clamoring for house is the part of the reason why it failed. There are housing developments that was done through the NHT that, you know, whether through politics or whatever, people were putting these things and they're not paying for it. And they can't get them out of it. Or by the time they get them out of it, they would have destroyed the property. And then you have the stigma. Hold on. Then you have the stigma of the high-rise apartment-style communities that are in certain parts of Kingston that most people don't want it because there's a stigma around it and oh, this is so ghetto. Because Jamaican people bougie. And we now go around that. Jamaican people bougie. We are, and most of us don't want to buy an apartment. We want our own house or our own land. And that is not sustainable.
So, so the thing is, right, I believe, and this is something that anybody, any type of government can look into, especially government like in, you know, the Caribbean and stuff like that, because my people are from the Caribbean. One, I don't think for small islands, I don't think they have the capacity to make everybody build a house to live in. I don't think that is possible for smaller islands. For maybe bigger islands like Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Cuba, maybe that's possible. But majority of these smaller islands, they don't have the capacity to build everybody a nice-ass home for them to live in. So I believe the government should do something like what America does, where they have like a project. Don't make it like it's ghetto and bugs feel like how the projects in America are, but put it to where it's an apartment complex that's built, that's kind of like, you know, it can house maybe 10,000 people, and it's a community, a housing community project that can build it, and it's affordable for people to live in. And then
that NHT you're describing, we already have a system in place for that, where NHT build houses. So that's like
bro, they have tried it in Jamaica repeatedly. The most recent, and then again it became too expensive because Root Vento was really out of most people's pricing range.
So
and you know what my suggestion to the issue is? I'm gonna give you back the floor. I'm sorry to cut you off, but my suggestion is to get outside builders and developers to come in and get it done, because by ourselves we are failing, and we're failing our people. And that's just the truth. The NHT is not, it just does not have the capacity to do it.
But you know that the complaint is going to be, Travis, the same people.
I know, but hey.
It's going to be, we're selling out to Chinese and contractor there can do the work, because contractor there will want the opportunity to hustle.
So,
right? So we are, look here, the same people who are complaining, we cause the problem enough, right? Because the average contractors out here, some of the contractors are going to see it as an opportunity to hustle government money, right? When the government decide, no, this is going to drive up the cost of the houses because there are going to be contractors who want to cut corners and all of that, right? To save cost, right? So when they're supposed to spend like $9 million house, they're going to cut corners to want to spend $7 million house full of defect, right? It costs the government more now on the NHD to correct those defects before delivering the houses to the people who need it. And, it frustrates the system. Now, when the government decide that, we're not going through all of that. In order to build low-income houses, we're going to have to give the contract to a Chinese developer who might be able to build far more houses and would eliminate many of the problems that would drive up the cost for the same poor people. Then you're going to hear the same poor people is going to come and complain. Oh, the government has sell out to Chinese and all of that. But the government don't take these actions, right, to save costs for the same poor people to benefit, right? Then the same locals that they're going to give the contractor, going to give the work, right, are going to drive the prices out of the reach of the same poor people by way of corruption. So we can't have it both ways.
But so then there's paperwork that you can put in place to prevent this. Because you can let's say for example you go to China, right? And you said, okay, China is going to be the one that built this building, that is building this complex, right? You can have paperwork that show that 50% of the workers that's working on the building has to be Jamaican contractors, right? Then after the building is completed, for 20 years or 30 years, we will pay the extra money that is coming from the complex to China to help pay off what it costs to build this apartment complex.
So you're saying to subsidize the cost.
Right. So then when it's done now, you can regulate, the government would then revisit the pricing for the units, and then now put it at a permanent price instead of when it have to fluctuate. So now you make the living, so no matter who goes into that apartment, no matter how much time has passed, the rent will never go up, the nothing will go up in the apartment complex because it's called affordable housing. There's always paperwork that can be put into play to prevent the people or to help the people out. The problem is we don't have a government that's going to stand up for our people. We don't have a government that's going to be like, no, 50% of the people that's going to be working on this project is going to be my people, my contractors. Everybody is going about themselves. Everybody's trying to find a way to just put money in their pocket and looking out for themselves. When our politicians or the people who we elect to lead us start putting the people first, we would see change. Because that's what they do in other countries. You as a Jamaican, I as an Antiguan cannot go to somebody else's country and buy no shit and pay for no stuff without being married or being a citizen of that place or have any legal links to that place. And even though we have ownership to it, it still belongs to the person who is native to that place. Our people don't do that. As soon as you come with money, we just give them shit. We just give them.
Some regulations in place now, and I'm not saying there can't be more or better regulations, right? But the fact of the matter is that sometimes there is differences in culture and dictate how people operate, right? So while you have the rules, right? Because I can have a rule, that you will abide to, and I can have the same rule for somebody else to abide to, but I have to spend more on enforcement for the next man to abide to it. You might just see the rule and respect the rule. The next man might want to find a way or find some loophole to break the rule. So I'm going to have to now increase enforcement, which is an added cost. So instead of going through all of that, why not just hire you who will just abide by the rules? And that is what it comes down to. At the end of the day, it's not that rules by themselves, right, don't prevent breaches, and people acting out of line, rules by themselves, right? Enforcement too. So if I can get contractors that comes from a different background who has a bit, better work ethics and better principles when it comes down to business, right? that I know will save costs and I'll be able to deliver faster and cheaper to the persons who need these houses.
Okay,
Why
my
not go
love,
that
be
route?
safe.
Why should I just go the route of
Be
that's
safe,
going to
my
be
dear.
problematic, where I'll have to do more to enforce rules and regulation, and that is going to drive up the cost. Why should I take that route if it is people I'm putting first? So you talk about putting first, but sometimes putting people first will require
Be safe.
making
We'll
some of
talk
these
when you get back, my love.
decisions that you, the same one, who are saying to put people first, would not be willing to support.
How would you create, if you don't create the culture of putting your people first, when do we start creating that culture? Because somebody have to make the sacrifice. Somebody has to do it to realize, okay, it's not working. We haven't seen that yet. So how do we know if it's not going to work or not? And then if we start doing it and it gets too hard, we quit and go right back to the old process. So how do we know if it's going to work if we never stick with it or we never take that first step? I think, to be honest with you, and it might be because I want to see the good in our people. I believe if we had somebody that put our people first and start making some of these demands about our people, I think the people will follow. And I think that would lead a lot of our people who are abroad, the doctors, the nurses, and all the people who have been living abroad that's been trying to build back in their country will come back home. If we just develop an infrastructure to make it where they don't have to leave home, a lot of our people will come back home. But until we do that and stick with it and grind with it, it's not going to happen.
Building practices has to be changed.
Yeah, there was a question earlier on about affordability of houses in America, and Foresight, of course, had to conclude that so it's not Jamaica that alone that's affected and all of that. All right, I live in England. I don't live in America, right? And despite the fact that all the migrant nurses that I know that gone to live into America, that left around the same time as me. That's 5 years ago. By now everybody have house, but I digress. Housing prices in England is expensive too. Very, very expensive. And yes, the down payment, the 5 to 10% down payment, and the closing cost and all of that. However, there are things in place that makes home ownership a thing for persons who are middle income and lower income earners, right? Persons who are first time buyers too. There is the no deposit option. So instead of having to save 10% of market value, you can go in without a deposit, right? You have a 100% mortgage. There is the whole thing where you have houses that are designated for lower income owners in every scheme, etc. You have the rent to buy schemes, you have shared ownership schemes, so you name it. There are several options for persons who cannot outrightly afford to buy a house. And regardless of what persons may think about persons who cannot outrightly buy a house at the time, have nothing to do with them not putting in the work or etc. It's just persons are going to always, you're gonna have people who will never climb out of them income bracket, and that is just how it is. But does it mean that they're not working hard and they're not trying? No. But I tell you,
there's I'm sorry, I meant, because I don't want to lose my train of thought. So a lot of those stuff that you talk about when you mention first-time home buyers and low income housing for people and stuff like that, that is true. That's what I was talking about when I said they have builders. They have some builders that they would just put you in the house because they want to sell the house for it because they're new home builders, right? Those are the companies that buy a lot of these houses. Like you have Richmond House, Richmond, LHI, There's a lot of those companies out here in America too, KB Homes and stuff like that. The problem is, I'm gonna tell you, there's three major problems with that. One, a lot of the times you don't get a fixed interest rate, so the interest rate fluctuates and it goes up based off of the economy.
It's a big problem. True.
So you go into the house and they tell you, okay, we have an interest rate that's like 3%, and your mortgage is $1,500, which at the time you can afford paying $1,500. Then let's say the market crashes. Now your interest rate doubles. So now your rent will probably go up another $600-700 to where now you're paying over $2,000 for the house. So if you can't pay that $2,000, guess what? Now you have an eviction, or you have a forced sale, or you have to file for bankruptcy.
That's in the US?
Because,
that's in the US?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
but
in the US.
England will have things that will mitigate it. That's the difference between England have social programs, so the rate is not fixed for your lower income houses. The interest rate is not fixed. Them probably lock it for five or so years at a time, but it is not fixed. However, you have things that in the States, from what I have been gathering from persons and even from my own reading and experiences visiting, it is so easy for people lose them house and get evicted and them something there. England different.
Because a lot of the people over here, they don't read. The thing is, a lot of people over here are buying houses just to show that they bought a house. Because, I bought a house. This is they don't go through the fine print. They don't read, or they don't know why their percentage is so low. And then the thing is that they don't tell you, taxes will kill your ass if you don't keep up with it on your house. Because if you don't pay your taxes, let's say, for example, you know what a tax lien is?
Yeah.
So if you don't pay, let's say your house is $500,000. If your house is $500,000, right, and you can't afford to pay the taxes on the house after the year has passed, the government can put a tax lien on your house for how much taxes you owe. Let's say you owe $20,000. Somebody can come and buy your $500,000 house for $20,000. For $20,000. And if you can't pay them that $20,000 back, you have to leave, and they now own your house that you've been paying for the last year, your mortgage and everything on, because you cannot pay the house, pay the taxes on that house.
Gita, I can recall. I don't know if it happens now in Jamaica.
Juggies, let me just warn you all that we got 14 minutes left.
Okay, Gita. So I know
14 minutes. We can go do my work in peace.
Yes, we got 14 minutes to go.
In Jamaica, right? I am aware of differences in interest rates. So when you go into the bank, yes, you do have a fluctuating interest rate that can fluctuate based on conditions, right? The economic conditions, right? And what happens in the market. But you also, I can recall him giving you an option to have a fixed rate, right? That will not change regardless of what happens.
She's not a point, number one.
I can remember that being offered by the banks in the past here in Jamaica. But I don't know if the banks still do it. But I can tell you that that was an option in the past.
So they offer a fixed rate.
The same mortgage that you would get from NHT, you can get it through the bank. NHT and the banking community has this agreement now, this memorandum wherein the exact same mortgage you would have gotten, but the fixed rate mortgage you would have gotten from the NHT, you can get it through the bank. Right?
So they
hold on. So, for public sector workers, depending on the years that you have served in the public service, it depends. That's the percentage. So let's say, for example, you've been in there for 5 years and you're paying 3%. Somebody who's been in there for 10 years is probably paying 2%. And you will get that through the bank also. It's like one whole agreement straight through the bank. Right? So, and the NHT now does offer no money down They offer even 0 interest for low-income earners. There's so much going on. It's just that we need to take the time out and look at it and see what is going on where the NHT is trying to make it, but the biggest problem they have is the housing stock. They are not making houses fast enough, and that is the biggest problem. And the building practices that they have, they need to change the building practices.
So they do offer fixed rates here, and that's one of the things that I was saying about being in the military. So I know being as a service member, right? A lot of people complain about taxes. If I'm 100% disabled from the military, I pay 0 property taxes. That knocks off about $500-600 monthly off my payment for my mortgage, right? And then on top of that, like, you don't have to pay, you pay 0 down. You damn near don't pay anything for closing, and like you can get approved with, because a lot of the stuff here go off of credit scores. You can get approved off a credit score that's 650. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm a great advocate for people to join the military and buy homes. And the thing is, you can go and get up to 2 to 3 homes using the VA loan from the military. And then you can just rent them and then just use your VA loan again. Rent them, use your VA loan again. So you can realistically buy a house, and all you have to do is live in a house for a year. So you can buy a house realistically every year and just rent them out doing that. So there is programs. I tell people, especially immigrants that's coming here, go in the military. Take your ass to the Army, the Marines, wherever you want to go. Spend your little 4 years in there and come out and make your money and get you a house and do right by you. There's loopholes to a lot of things.
No army right now, Juggy says, and I agree. You don't want them shipping you off to war right now. You're right, Juggies. I agree with you. 100%. I agree with you.
No army right now. Okay.
And now is not a good time at all.
I'm sorry. Absolute. Absolute. Right. There's this other. There are multiple other loan facilities that they offer, like a builder's loan. Let's say you have your own land already and you want them to lend you the money to go to your building
all the
process.
products the NHT offer.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
My mommy got a builder loan, land loan, who made it pick me. But no, say you can all have loan to buy solar panels.
To buy the land.
Me know everything NHT offer.
Yep, so it's not
but
all
it's still
bad.
not fit for purpose. It's not fit for purpose.
And I agree because they're not building enough houses.
I never said it was all bad. Me said it wasn't fit for purpose.
They're not building enough houses. That's the biggest
problem. It's not really houses and the prices of houses. Just that you don't have enough. It's just really the stock. Your housing stock is too low, because there are many mechanisms in place, right, to make houses like more affordable to the low income earner, right? As I said, people earning less than 30,000 a week can access loans without having to pay interest on those loans, right? And it's just that you don't have enough of those houses, right? So people are forced to look on the open market where houses are oftentimes out of their reach. Now, one of the things I also want to point out is that there are far more persons who are able to buy houses who don't know that they can buy houses because they are running with a perception that, me a poor man, me can't buy no house, rather than going to the NHT to find out what are the options available to them. A lot of persons are relying on second-hand information, right? There are houses here that poor people can buy. There are houses out there for 8.2 million, 9 million, and all of that. You have starter homes and all of that that people can sell back when they expand their families. There are many opportunities. But who are you getting the information from? Are these persons actually going? Many taximen can buy a house. If I know man who work on garbage truck, I buy a house, it means that many of these low income earners can buy a house. It's just who are willing. How many of them are willing to take the time to actually get the information from the correct source, get credible information? Because perception and loose talk and con.
When am I going to buy the house for site? When am I going to buy the house? We establish, say, we established, say, the stock not there. We have established that the NHT is not building enough houses. So what am I going to buy the houses if the houses not built?
But many of them are not saying that they did not get through with a house that they went to buy. Many of them are saying them can't buy a house because just like Willie was on the line earlier today and totally misunderstood and was mistaking a private development for a NHT development, right? A lot of persons I hear make reference to these houses all the while and describe them as NHT houses, and these are houses that are built by Gore and Chemtech and all these people. These are private development that they are talking about, and they are mixing them up and calling them NHT houses. Yeah. Some people are just not taking the time to be able to differentiate and to understand issues, and that's the problem we have with Jamaica. A lot of persons
and so is that the reason why people can't find houses because them not know Gore different, Gore and Chemtech different from NHT?
Yes, because
of that me ask.
For some people, yes, that's the reason because people
that's not true. You can't label people like that. People you can't, because regardless if a Gore, Chemtech or NHT, if they are interested in a development, they would go after a house in the same development. And then them would have find out who own it. Stop it.
Absolutely. There are persons out there who are outside of that category that I'm talking about, right? There are persons who actually go to the NHT, find out which option are available to them, and they might say, me fall short. Me don't meet the requirements to buy a house. That person is okay. Them saying can buy a house. But me I tell you, you have a lot
and then you have people who the development pop up, them see it, and they go looking to them options and them can't afford it.
Exactly. And I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about there are many persons, many of them can afford house. Many taxi men out there earn enough money to afford houses that are available in the market, but they are not going. This is something we know. They are not relying. They don't know nothing about
Foresight, you're being disingenuous. How much taxi man out there contribute to NHT?
That is it. So if they're not contributing,
alright, so no,
absolutely. That's my point. I'm saying they don't even know the procedure to get a house to the NHT. A lot of them.
So if them not contribute to NHT, how could they expect to access something from the NHT? Them not free NHT.
No, what I'm saying, absolutely. Right? The reason why a lot of them are not able to buy these houses is not because the house prices out of their reach some of the time too. It's some of them just
alright, me and Willie can talk about